A single series day plagued by Ubisoft tech errors, and day 3 here on a wonderful Sunday morning/afternoon. We thankfully have all 10 players in a lobby, so we won't keep them out of the actual maps for too much longer. But it's HSEL Nationals, and it's our final day as we stream out the final 2 sets of games, lower round 2 and the lower semis. Unfortunately, no grands for this weekend, but the grands will still go on, and these players will still get their rewards and still get their placements for HSEL Nationals. My name's Infernos, and joined here by Binks, aka Zayden, and we are super excited to get this one underway. It's Palmdale, the Falcons, facing off against the Colony, one of the teams we saw just last Friday.
Yeah, looking forward to see exactly what both these teams bring to the table. And especially in this morning matchup, you got to make sure that you prepared yourself properly. And that means you had a good breakfast. I know I should have probably made a little bit more, gotten a little bit fancier. But for all these students, a breakfast is one of the most important meals of the day. So if you're looking for your fun fact, there it is.
There is that the fun fact. Breakfast is the most. I think they actually found out that's not true. I think there was like a study done about that. Technically,
don't shatter
but
my
reality. Technically speaking, you burn the calories you eat at breakfast more efficiently than you do like your dinner meals, right? So, and that's not even true because technically lunch is like your most efficiently burned calories. So it goes like lunch, breakfast, then. We digress. We're not too concerned about that. We're concerned about R6 and getting the players in the lobby and out of the way. We have a bracket screen for you guys to show you what's happened to this point, what exactly has gone wrong and gone right for some of these teams stepping up today. You can see at the top of your bracket, Putnam City did take down Blue Valley, which was actually a big shocker because they were number 4 seeded. They actually took down a whole lot of teams coming into this. In fact, they were the team that knocked Palmdale out of the spring season. The spring major finish. They were top 4 until they fell to Blue Valley. So seeing them get knocked out very early was actually pretty shocking. Evergreen obviously took down Colony. We watched that game. It also took down Putnam City. And then here we go for the Evergreen Valley and then the lower finals winner, which is whoever Putnam gets put up against. But they've got a whole lot of games they got to get through, as it'll be Palmdale or Colony filling that slot to face off against Tualatin High School, who was a major upset just yesterday, taking down Blue Valley again, who got really apparently unlucky in their 2 series they've had to play so far in bracket.
Yeah, one thing that I want to see and I really want to highlight in this sort of bracket is that once we get all the way to the grand finals, it's not a map advantage, which is something you might start to expect from previous Siege history. It is just a map pick advantage where you're going to get to choose the first 2 maps. So for these teams that are fighting the lower bracket, it's not like they are scratching at needing to come back in an absolute miracle of a best of 3 series where they have to win 2 consecutive maps in a row. That's not the scenario. And I think it just goes to show that all these teams in the lower bracket have a chance to claw their way back into this competition. And I'm really looking forward to it. And of course, we've only seen the Colony in this matchup, and the Colony showed some great signs of life in their second match. And if they can come into this one with a lot of ferocity in this first map, I think we are going to be in a very, very good position.
And they do actually have a subbed player. One difference between this last Friday and today, obviously on Sunday. So you keep your eye out for that. There is one noticeably absent individual. So maybe this is a change that's normal. Maybe Friday was different, and maybe that's one of the reasons why we saw them maybe struggle a little bit more against that Evergreen Valley side, which, I mean, it's Evergreen Valley. They're going to take down most competition. They're an exceptionally talented roster. First season in, they win the major for spring, and they're coming into nationals as the number 2 seed, and they take down the number 1 seed, right? They were an impressive team. So seeing Colony struggle there makes me also question why we're seeing Chalet up first. They took a first half 0-6 against Evergreen Valley, and now we're seeing Chalet as the first map of the day, followed by Clubhouse and then Border. This is 2 maps in a row that they just faced Evergreen Valley on, and while they looked much better on the map of Clubhouse, I don't know if it was enough to make me super confident in what the Colony are going to necessarily be bringing here. And it's going to come down to, is the matchup between the Colony and Palmdale a little bit closer between these 2 rosters than, say, against a team like Evergreen that's just so out there good in comparison to a lot of what we've been seeing go on. We'll have to see. Ying is banned. This is a very normal ban for the map of Chalet. And with Colony also starting off on the defense first, I would hope that they would start to realize that master bedroom and office defense they were working with previously won't be as effective as they would necessarily like, as we did see it kind of fall apart a couple times there, and it wasn't wasn't so pretty when it gets down to it because it's so hard to defend that objective with no fallback point.
One thing I do want to highlight, the Jackal being banned out, they did need to contend with a few different sort of obscurities. Montang being banned out. Perhaps the Colony absolutely adores running the Montang, and there could be something that we just oversaw. Especially in a tournament when you're, if you find that a map's really not working for you, you need to understand your strengths and weaknesses and know where everything lies. If you really feel like Chalet is your map and you're just having an off day, great, go for it. But at a certain point, you need to consider switching it up and trying something new. The bans on the defensive end Fenrir as well as Solus being very standardized bans, and I think that will only play into the Colony's favor as they'll be able to run just about any setup that they were probably expecting to. But we need to see a lot of things switch up from what we previously saw.
So it was actually Kazi that's out. Kazi Ariel, which is, you know, your team tag at the end of that one. Which I actually saw Kazi in chat just yesterday, and they were rooting for Putnam, I believe, if I recollect correctly, which I thought was very funny. They were rooting against Evergreen, which honestly, if I were to lose to a team, I would also root against them. So no fault for you there whatsoever, Kazi. But stepping into that role for the Colony side will be Ethan455. We'll just call him Ethan, as there's a period there, and that's the end of a sentence. So I'm not going to add a second sentence into a name. Colony will start off on the defense. They do still opt to go for the Master Benjamin office, and I'm going to be totally honest here, Zayden. They need to play so much more heavy on the extension. I need to see a whole lot more from Blurs here with the Kiba barricades. I had noted that last time we saw the Kiba barricades get brought out, they placed it in library on the northernmost trophy shelf. That's incorrect. That's just wrong. It needs to be placed on the center shelf closest to your reinforced barricade. That closes out the sight lines towards Big Window. Window already doesn't have any problems whatsoever for visual sightlines, as there are two bookshelves enclosing both sides of it, and Gladiator should be locking that down anyways, with a frost mat forcing Palmdale to have to put their nose down when they step in to avoid getting frost mat on entry if they choose to go through that window, which almost nobody does. But they have enough problems in their hands. They've breached open with an impact, assumedly, because that's a pretty darn big explosion. They've breached open the wall directly next to their reinforcement. This gives no ability to rotate out here for Blurs. They cannot escape from this top mezzanine position. And they're using the TCS or the ACS.
Yeah. I'm a little bit confused. We'll see if it can work wonders here.
It's got some distance. It's a slug.
So Dokumi call giving away a position. But here's the problem. It works out for the rotate in this sort of scenario. But it's just a matter of making things a little bit more efficient.
Ooh. They do scrape one kill off before falling, but Dojo, like I said, able to get that refrag, and it's not that big of a deal for the side here of Palmdale. Losing out on Braum is just your entry. We follow Zia Zofia on the board here, Zayden. So, you know me, I'm exceptionally happy actually seeing that in play. Esteban able to take down Yoshimi, and now it's that player disadvantage for Colony, stepping back in towards sight and hopes that the survival factor will come more in clutch as the rest of this round trickles forward. One player behind that office desk and that soft wall on mezzanine, something that I thought Colony would maybe step away from, still there and requiring no hard breach from Palmdale to get a full effective entry in for the one wall on Ivy. It's just too easy for Palmdale to gain sightlines into the objective, and they're using that to dice up the Colony defenders. One more off the board, Gladiator, the last one standing, and while they get their consolation kills to Z-Skis, that's truly all it will be as Esteban swings backside a piano with a teammate in tow, and we'll find Palmdale up with a first round in a very decisive manner at that for that Master Benjamin office objective.
I really like Esteban's routing there, as well as their ability to just work through their team. It was a lot of Palmdale staggering their approach. They had a clear idea of how they wanted to get to site, but they didn't really face too much resistance from the Colony in that round, Scott. And I want to see a little bit more. I want to see these players, especially if you're playing the Azami top mezzanine, I need to see that you're going and putting a lot more time and effort to holding that as long as you can. Because the moment you give up that entire piano hallway, you are giving your opponent so much time and flexibility to use those amplified and magnified scopes to just great avail. Slow it down, show what parts of the map you want to take as yours, especially on Chalet, and make it so you force your opponent to play into very uncomfortable angles. And still, with the impact is something that you're not going to rotate through that hole. You never run through it to get into.
Shouldn't be capable of, at least I should say.
No, there should be someone on that window, always constantly watching that. A hole, just a straight line with that automatic shotgun going right across would fix that entirely. And if you want to be extra fancy with it, you can go and create a secondary set of holes through office and create an extremely long angle that you're able to utilize in that sort of scenario. The full impact hole does not provide any real tactical advantage.
To give you context, Blurs, for how easy it is to clear you specifically out from that position on mezzanine, a single player on Ego window and a single player on library big window, and even one more that's not a necessity, but even one more on mezzanine big window completely changes how you have to play. You will not be able to retreat back towards Ivy Hall. You'll be shot from Ego window as well as mezzanine window, and likely in from big window and library as well. And any attempt to find that frag player and library window will just fail because you can't effectively swing that when you're having to sprint to your keep a barricade safety to even engage in the next firefight and pray that you're 50-50, whether you're swing left or right on that barricade will even matter at the end of the day. It's just a gamble. And it's not a gamble you should be willing to take in R6. There's a lot of times where you could roll the dice, but here I would say is a big definite no, especially since the Kiba barricades charge more and more as the round progresses. Don't waste the remainder of your kit. Try to keep those up and charged as long as possible. So they have the final one now already in their back pockets. The Blurs has survived long enough at the very least. Yoshimi, though, didn't get quite as lucky, though did manage to scrape off a lot of damage to Estepan. We even have a kill off towards Red Swan as well. So there is still some positive advantages for Colony, evening out that player count. And Gladiator, who was initially behind Piano previously, even finding some more, joining alongside Ethan, who steps up with some good damage to assist with the T5 SMG. Of course, Blurs for a frag on top. Palmdale are struggling to keep that player count high. This is where they're going to step in towards a site where there is no safety net for visual sight lines because so much of this office side is already open. You can just play long range with these scopes, like you mentioned, and take advantage of these proper rifles in the attacker side's hands and try to cut down some of these Colony defenders.
Oh, what a shot from Jojo. Sky's up to final onto Gladiator, and the entire man count has been flipped on its head. Ethan to fight back with one, narrowing things down to a 1v1 with the final 37 seconds to go. Ethan fighting to get the Colony on the board. It's the first real clutch moment we're seeing from this player. Just needs to wait. Jojo has the ability to go for the plant. This will be relatively protected. This means Ethan's going to have to play and try to swing for a longer angle, especially since Jojo's going to have cover. Opting not to go for the plant, rather for the rotate. It's going to catch Ethan off guard if he can make it through. Going to give away the audio cue. Spraying, not able to get there. This gives more than enough ample time. Ethan just has to stay alive in this scenario. Rotating around inside the master bathroom. There's going to be a goo mine. That's going to prevent the plant. As Jojo even attempts to go for it. Not going to happen as the Colony claw one away.
You're looking at a desperation toss of a goo mine in a 1v1 in the final few moments that actually ends up coming useful at the very end of that round. Very, very impressive 1v1 and very impressive ability to stay calm there, Ethan, and realize you just need to sit and halt yourself a little bit further. Also, I believe at that point in time, there was a bit of a, how do I want to phrase it? One of these funny Ubisoft connection things, not just for the player that just lagged out now, but you'll notice when they were attempting to take that breach through the wall, the rotates, Zayden, they started firing perfectly in the direction of the player that was sitting inside T Hall, just outside master bathroom. And their eyes, they were through the wall. They were through the wall. And it just skipped them back into office shortly after they started firing. Perfect game. It is Ubisoft. It is R6. It is what it is. But it's quite unfortunate as the player to see that. But it's also one of those things, if you see that, it's like free information almost. I mean, it does give away information, and you don't get the kill that you pretty much should have and would have been free at that point. But you can then use that to say, okay, they've stepped back towards master bathroom. I should head in for the plant instead. And I would have planted right outside a balcony door. I would have planted right outside balcony door at that point.
I would have probably
just gone to balcony.
The first initial attempt at the plant, there was not real coverage. There's no real rush towards it. You had a general idea of the information because when your teammates just died, if they go and run for the swing, you're still forcing a 50-50 gunfight. That of which you're able to pre-fire and know where they're coming from. If you plant in an obscure spot where you still have coverage, of course, half wall is the obvious spot to be planting. But I'm always more of a fan of be proactive in a plant. Since the moment you get that down, that's 7 seconds of vulnerability, and then tables turn towards you, where all times favoring you rather than the defender. It's an interesting position we put in, and it's really tough to make that call when you're in that 1v1. But general rule of thumb as an attacker is give yourself the security, and at the end of the day, even if you trade, having that diffuser down means that your team gets the round.
It is your win condition, technically speaking.
Yeah.
I know a lot of R6 comes down to team deathmatch. Especially when, I would say the lower in tier you go, from, pro to semi to college to high school to middle school, right? It would fall more to the favor of a team deathmatch style. We did have a meta for a very long time that was very tedium-centric. But it doesn't change that your win condition is the end-all be-all going to be getting that diffuser down. Shutting down the bomb on site. This round could be a little bit harder to keep the diffuser off the ground. Plenty have lost Gladiator. There is no piano shield to hide behind this time. Be a little bit too extended off from sight. The Malusi was more likely than not going to extend away from the objective. The very beginning stages of a basement defense on the map here, Chalet. And now you've got Colony trying to whittle back that player count and maybe forcing Blurs to be a little bit more desperate than they usually would tend to play. As a Rotero drone does force Blurs back. They know Blurs' position now, absolutely, with a drone working in through the breach in Snowmobile Garage, as well as having the Rotero drone initially from that window at top of Elbow Stairs. You're even losing your teammates, Blurs. This is a bad spot to be within. You need to find a way out of this space. But you claw your way back to Jojo. Your shimmy knocking down Braum. Skis getting a kill as well. It's just an even affair back and forth. A neck and neck endeavor.
But then a minute to go. Positioning is going to be key here. There's a lightning bolt holding down objective adequately. I want to highlight Estepan has the ability. Blurs with the triple kill. Gonna shut Estepan down. All left up to Skies. In through Snowmobile. Position made very, very common knowledge by the bulletproof cam. With 39 seconds to go, Skies needs to find a way to go and isolate. 2 1v1s. Gonna try to get the one. Not gonna be able to find the second one. Lightning bolt will shut that one down as the Colony has their second consecutive round win. The most we've seen them get on this entire map.
That is a Blurs miracle round. I have never seen a single player play in such doomed positions and somehow come away with success out of it. Blurs gets away in round 2, managing to escape away from Mezzanine. That's good. Colony then had to make a weird comeback scenario in a 2v1 to clutch up. They did, even though it was a 3v2 at a point in time. You then have the same scenario breakdown here where they're losing first blood, they lose second blood, but then you have Blurs, you have Yoshimi finding 2 kills to even it back up, and then it goes back and forth again once more. And Blur's still alive and thriving. The Kiba barricades feeding into the playstyle of Blurs here just puts Colony in such a more comfortable position defensively. And Palmdale I'm not sure why I'm seeing it necessarily from them to peek towards blue when you know for a fact that keep a barricade will be placed there. Maybe you ran out of drones. I don't know what the 100% reason would be, but you need to make the rotate elsewhere. And if you find that you've gotten Snowmobile Garage opened up very early and so easily and not too much denial, because to be frank, there really wasn't much hard breach denial for Colony there. A single impact for an EMP or a Thatcher EMP in general would have knocked out the Electric Claw for the remainder of the round, essentially. Or the remainder of your breach, I guess I should say. You can rotate over half your Selmas. You can rotate over breach down boiler and force sight lines for Colony to create phantom pressure on site, so they constantly have to turn the other way and they can't just stack inside Blue Hall and be 100% totally safe. I'm not saying enough angles from Palmdale is what I'm getting at here. It's very one-dimensional. When you're taking the second floor, that's fine. You're going to work south to north no matter what. Very rarely do you work in from that Solarium side and try to rely on that as your total end all be all. But what it is going to matter is going to be the basement, and it's going to be this first floor, because you need pressure from billiards early to try to get them stuck inside of pantry, stuck inside of stock. And then you also need mezzanine big window, ego window, and full control of this northern side of the building. And that's only the second floor. You still got to get first floor as well.
Ethan to soak a whole bunch of damage as a result of Esteban swinging piano door. Luckily, they have the stims to get all the way back up to full health. The one concern I have here, Scott, is the Colony don't have much ability to maintain control of this top floor, as they've already given up 2 lives and looking to cut off even more. One thing I need to see is a little bit more time. You have to be much more careful about the amount of coverage you're giving up, because this entire site is extremely vertical vulnerable. Making good use of the Dokkaebi cell phone rings as well means that these final players playing inside of stock are going to be spraying with every single sense of hoping that their opponents don't get a plant down, because that might be an entire win condition. Blurs off site inside a dining. We'll have to find Jojo, evening out the man count with 44 seconds to go.
Mirror window in play for Colony does create a safer area back inside of stock. That fireplace hall door will be something Palmdale will try to abuse and use for the remainder of the round, considering they left too much of that soft wall inside of stock open and available for the taking. Blurs, Vector in hand, somehow still gets away. Their teammate not finding the same lap of luxury. Lightning bolts diced up by Esteban. That's Palmdale regaining that player advantage. Hip fire, drop fire for Gladiator. It's a defensive tanking for Colony, but Z-Skis coming up with the final frag. Is it enough? No, it won't be. Gladiator. What a mess for Colony on the defense here. And it's always moments away, milliseconds away, pixels away, truly, for Palmdale for active play to shut down the key players of Colony that are causing them these bigger problems in these final 20 to 30 seconds. Obviously, the big mistake in round 2 when it came down to the weird ping thing when you step in through the breach and you're not actually in through the breach. Round 3, letting Blurs live in their doomed to die position for way too long and then peeking them at a disadvantageous angle. And then this last round, letting Blurs live for infinitely too long in an angle where you had them dead to rights inside fireplace and stepping back down Snowmobile corner stairs, and failing to keep the fire going as they had to rotate out and sprint into direct lines of sight. Palmdale are moments away, Zayden, every single time, and are just not finishing the job. And it's something they'll have to look at and realize when they VOD review and look back on this, to try to help them out coming into the next semester as well.
You need to make sure that whatever angle you're playing, especially when you have the man, when they're down in numbers, we quickly see that this team does a great job of isolating 1v1s and getting it down to that very final fight. But the problem is with every single extra fight, you're forcing yourself to take this little HP damage and chipping away to the point where a single body shot will be the nail in the coffin for you. What I need to see from this Palmdale roster is actively using their numbers while they have them, swinging for the trade. And we saw that to great avail last round with trades constantly going back and forward. But I think there was even moments where that was coincidental, where there was just multiple gunfights happening on separate sides of the map. What I'm referring to is actively making sure that the moment you're swinging an angle, or you're going to swing when you know that a player's there, you're working with someone to swing from to a separate selection. So if we're going and closing off mezzanine, one thing I want to see is, exactly as you mentioned, multiple windows, closing off an angle, utility usage, force them out of position. It's a single step. The moment you see a site, go and work in reverse. Talk about with your team, how exactly are you going to force a player out of position and just completely clear up your route towards the site.
A lot of what Colony are doing positionally and playstyle wise is being rewarded off of a Palmdale error. These same attempts, these same strategies Colony had attempted to bring out. Not much variation, though I think there's some slight adjustments here or there. Against Evergreen Valley, and we can see how that scoreline went. Palmdale are just slight differences away. Obviously, different play style, and I would say their offensive takes are just short one arm. You need to have 3-4 arms in R6, and you're not going to have that with 1 or 2 players. You need to have a third to join in to give you an extra helping hand on top, right? You talked about peeking secondary windows and third windows. That would greatly help to clear out players like Blurs. Because once again, there's just absolutely no reason why Blurs should be allowed to sit inside library behind shelf. They placed the correct Kiba barricade. Look, it's the one Gladiator's hiding behind. That is the correct Kiba barricade here. So seeing them make that adjustment is unbelievably more impressive. You could say, hey, they can throw a Kiba barricade on that open wall breach on the rotate for the wall and be more likely not fine for quite a while. Doesn't change the fact that that just was too much time bought in that direction. And Palmdale had to rotate elsewhere to Solarium, where they fight one, get it, and then Gladiator swings out because nobody was checking bathroom door, apparently. That is a Colony defensive round once again, and a very impressive one. That one was a whole lot more collected. Much more lopsided, I would say. That's not a close round in the final few moments. That's a Colony stepping above and improving themselves statistically on this stat sheet as these rounds progresses. This could very well go 5-1 at this rate if Palmdale don't key up for this last attacking round.
I'm very impressed with Colony. They've very much improved the way that they're playing on this. From the score sheet, improved the way that they're playing on this Chalet map. There's elements of their play that can be completely exploited for Palmdale to use that we've seen exploited in the past with its little micro adaptations. And I do want to highlight that a lot of times we saw good rotations. Gladiator last round being one to rotate. We saw them all the way towards mezzanine, giving a little bit of aid towards Blurs, but also rotating all the way back towards master bathroom and doing a great job of covering for their teammates in that selection as well. I think it's going to come down to how Palmdale, especially on this basement side, they did a great job of getting the wall open previously, and it was the inability to clear Blurs on snowmobile stairs. You need to make sure to adequately allocate your resources, Palmdale. For example, if now that we have our operator selection, see what we have 3 sets of flashbangs, and there's no Wamai or Jaeger. Those need to be properly utilized because that is your ability to clear. You don't have any sort of concussive in any sense besides these long lines of sights you can open up with your kits. You have to use those flashbangs now. That is what you're leaving yourself with.
You have the utility. Burn it. Something I think a lot of teams fail to consider. For the longest time, the meme was that R6 is stuck in Utility Consumption Simulator. That was about 2 years ago. We're back into Utility Consumption Simulator. You compare NA playstyle versus Latam, and Latam's gun up crazy, very swift injury. It's a utility consumption. They're burning flashes as fast as possible. They're taking down, shields. They're taking down defensive denial devices such as EDGs, having to burn away Surya gates and toxic babes, keep barricades when they're not banned out at the highest level of play. They're burning so much utility so fast. You've got to replicate that in some level, some degree of play. But you also got to make sure that you're able to watch these sight lines, because if JoJo does not watch the staircase, they could lose their life. Gladiator, the smoke is out of sight and worrying currently about West Main entrance staircase. That is a wild concept, but we're seeing Palmdale finally secure boiler wall, keep a barricade for blurs to try to close the sight line off to make sure they can stack up on table. But that table is breachable in some capacity, which could give you a sight line towards that main entrance door. But it doesn't keep Palmdale away from sight. Red Swan getting a nice frag. Gladiator has to get a Mossberg out to get another, and Blurs with a shotgun just the same. This one not gonna miss. Blurs all over the place, but Palmdale coming up big instead. It's Ethan. A 1v1 now after securing Z-Skis. And Esteban, nowhere to be seen, off in no man's land for Fireplace Stairs, just now making it down into basement. And that audio cue and that bulletproof camera may just tell everything Ethan needs, but the aim isn't there. And Esteban, even with that distance, even with that range, the R4C can spray, and Esteban can pray. It's a round 6 victory for Palmdale, and they will exit that first half with at least 2 under their belts.
Wow. Lots of stuff to discuss there, Scott. Lots of interesting positioning on the side of the colony. I want to start with the smoke off site. And Gladiator did get their frag. Sorry?
What's up with that?
I don't know.
You can throw those smoke toxic babes through boiler. You can be on site and be more actively useful with that utility.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many
I mean, at the end of the day, you lose anyways. I can't blame it on Gladiator. It's a team effort. But those toxic babes would have bought you a so much more effective time on site.
Look at how they were bottlenecked inside of Cellar Hallway. Especially near the thermite breach. And yes, Blurs did a great job of closing that out. But at the end of the day, that extra support from a toxic babe denying anyone else from pushing up or forcing them out of there. There's a lot of different ways that the utility could have been used there. A nitro cell, even if you don't want to play the smoke, take someone else with a nitro and just toss a nitro there, you're set. And yes, we have all of these abilities to go and look with outlines and see where everyone is. But you have audio cues, and when you have a shuffling of that many people, you have the different types of guns that are being shot with both an ace and a thermite. You hear both of those players by Cellar. That's a call you need to make immediately. Because that's 2 hard breaches. You're not going to have more than that. You need to make sure you get everyone notified. Okay, they've realized they don't want to go for snowmobile. We have to change our resources. We have to change the way we're playing this. And of course, it came down to the gunfight at the end of the day, but it needs to be more clean cut from that.
There's a lot of variables for what can win, what can make or break a round, right? And a lot of what we saw from round 2 through to round 5 was Palmdale making small mistakes or not being as effective as they could be or should be on pushes. And that gave Colony that little bit of an edge. Now we saw it in that round 6, where it was the opposite. Colony gave the edge to Palmdale. Slight misplay for positioning, lacking utility in certain spots. Palmdale were a lot more utility consumption savvy. I did see a whole lot more flashes getting thrown, but I also saw a lot of players getting taken off the board before they even had a chance to use a lot of their utility, which is something you want to be as mindful of as possible. This round, though, there's already 4 kills within it. Connie was able to get a pretty hefty start, but Palmdale have pretty quickly clapped it on back, and Blurs and Yoshimi, despite still standing, they're not standing with the full frontal HP they necessarily could be having. It's a collective 45 between the two of them, but it doesn't keep the gun down. Blurs at distance, finding Braum. Lightning finding the one prior and the one post. Red Swan, no chance as the final player for Palmdale. In a colony attack and a colony offensive will net themselves a positive first round of the second half, a lot like we saw against Evergreen in their one round win against them. It was the first round of that second half. But they have to hope they don't follow into a drought immediately afterwards. But they've got wiggle room now, a 3-round buffer between them and Palmdale.
I'm going to put it this way. You need to know when to hold them and when to fold them. And if you want to transfer that over towards Siege.
This is country music reference? This is a Dolly Parton reference you're making right now?
No, it fully is not. Man, we're in... There's snow here. There's no country. This is chalet. This isn't Outback.
Yeah, we're in the Alps right now.
Australia. I know Outback's Australia, by the way.
I mean, I've never been to the Swiss Alps. You know, I've never been to a chalet, but I guarantee if I walked into a Swiss Alps like resort chalet like this, into a chalet, and I heard Dolly Parton on the radio, like in the speakers, you know, playing into the lobby, I would double what I'm paying for the room. I'm just saying, like, they know that's totally what I would ski to, 100%.
Just working that 9 to 5.
Also a great song for her. So.
Anyways, for me to quickly make my point, we'll get there eventually. You gotta, especially when we're looking at mezzanine, you need to make sure that you know what resources. If you're allocating an entire mural window to hold off library, I want to see a little bit more control and allocating someone to hold there. And that means you might have to put a second player, someone that might be playing that roam game, over towards plant stairs or green stairs. You need to make sure that you have someone adequately utilizing the utility you're using. You can't just place it and leave it. That's not what Mira does. You have to place it and actively watch it to make good use of it. That just wasn't the scenario there. You rotated away from library just relatively too quick, even though there's a bit of pressure. That's where you got to go and pressure and use the best of your kit. And we got a bandit trick happening. It will be successful. You have some flashbangs. You might want to use them. Yeah, very
this denial tool is just so oppressive.
I love it. This is giving me flashbacks.
I think that's why we see colonies ignore it. They don't care. Colony can't care. They don't have the time. They don't have the ability to. They have to extend themselves elsewhere.
And look, Blur's already got
Electric Claw. Yeah, they did. Electric Claw is the primary point of walled breach denial on that boiler wall. Colony won it, but see their sightlines twist off over towards it, and getting the main entry will at least guarantee them, or I would say garage wall, which should at least guarantee them a sightline to clear the Electric Claw, but there is no guarantee. Gladiators opted to use a ram here in this round instead of something like a fuse with the cluster charges back in SI Montreal brought out from LATAM. Up above on mezzanine to clear out the floorboards in Fireplace Hall. Ram drone will do it fairly consistently without very many problems, and the sightlines will be a whole lot more consistent instead of just puckered balls everywhere with giant spheres gaping in the floorboards. You can have a lot more of a controlled detonation on this objective. Player hiding below what I would consider as Harry Potter, but over by the trash cans. Another one just behind shelf. Defensively, Palmdale are stacked up very well, but that's when you have to take into account they have not fully cleared out that winery presence, and Colony, knowing they already breached it, just want to extend into it and take it. Yoshimi, off goes Jojo, just Red Swan remaining, and
wow.
Yep, garbage is where you're standing, and, well, not the type of round you're looking for Palmdale, let's say that at the very least. Colony with a flawless result for round 8. We said they needed to keep up this second half. They did it in flawless fashion and are now sitting at match point for the first game of the day.
Yeah, great show of force from the Colony there. And one thing I want to highlight, and you talked about it, they saw one thing, it did not work. wasn't worth their time. They didn't go and try to force it to work. They weren't stuck in the ways of their push. It wasn't someone saying, no, we need to get Snowmobile because that's how we're getting into sight. We have blurs on the other side of the map, creating an entry of their own. They all rotated and tried a different route. The best part about Siege, it is not fixed. It's not the only way you do it. You're not following a linear line as you get towards that objective. You have all these different options, and the Colony did a great job of utilizing that. What I need to see from Palmdale is the moment that they know that they have coverage and they're able to hold garage control like it with great avail, and they're not even trying to get it. Place those bandit charges down, leave it, rotate some of the other ones to hold a different wall if you really wanted to, not necessarily needed. From there, you're able to rotate down, go and hold blue stairs. You can go and take a more active approach to holding blue stairs even if you wanted to. It's all about allocating your resources in a way that favors you to where the attackers are coming from. Make it an active defense rather than a reactive defense. And I should probably get that on a shirt or a hat at this point, Scott. Just active versus reactive, because I've said it way too many times in the past week at work and teaching and here. Wow, that's bad.
I think the problem as well with R6 is that
I'm gonna make an active approach, not keep you. I'm gonna come up with new ways to
an active effort.
Yes, there we go.
I think as well for R6 though, it does tend to be a little bit more of a reactive game. The team that reacts faster tends to find more success. Also, Yoshimi is about to have the sickest death of all time. There it is. It's a Mossberg. What did you expect? Red Swan does get the first frag. Jojo is DBNO'd and finished quickly afterwards. Though we do see ZCs get away with a 9mm C1 kill off towards Blurs. It still is an even position with Red Swan's kill now being guaranteed. Lightning Bolt already low. This is just a rush of a round for Colony. They had a 4-round buffer. They're not that concerned to be played here with giving up 1 or 2 rounds here or there. It's just a matter of making sure that if they get the 1 round against Palmdale, they win it. They don't need to worry about their mistakes. They just need to pray Palmdale makes mistakes. Because they're at the point where they can look at them and say, I don't need to play a perfect round. I just need you not to. And for Palmdale, who's already made a whole lot of mistakes in that first half, that's a pretty reliable strategy. But sometimes when the going gets tough, you tend to get tougher, and Palmdale close out that round very well and have no problems with that surprise swiftness from Colony trying to step in through Trophy from first, up through corner stairs to Solarium, and out through Solarium into master bedroom.
Apologies, Scott. I just need a second. My retinas are still burning after that one. I just need a quick second there. There was a lot of bright flashing lights, and it's burning, but I think this is a perfect time for me to tell you about.
I can't play this game on an OLED. It's a nightmare. It would blind you. You ever see that video of the guy who made accurate CS simulator where it would whenever he would get flashed in game, it would turn on a bunch of bright spotlights in his eyes?
No.
That's what playing R6 half the time feels like when there's a Ying in play, which obviously there wouldn't be here for Colony, but when there's a Ying in play and when they bring 6 sets of flashes on an attacking side like Palmdale was doing in the final 2 rounds there of that first half, and they're actually using them, this game just becomes a how can I not play the game for a solid 30 to 40 seconds and lose my sightline by the time I'm 40.
Well, I guess at that point you could probably wear some sunglasses to play the game.
That is true.
There's also something else you can wear, and that's why I'm happy to say the HSEL Nationals 2024 is presented by Oakley. Elevate your gaming experience with the Holbrook Latch or Helix gaming eyewear collection. Designed with precision and style, Oakley's gaming glasses are engineered to provide ultimate comfort and superior protection against eye strain and fatigue. Experience sharper visuals and reduced glare thanks to Oakley's advanced lens technology. Level up your gaming performance and protect your eyes with Oakley's Holbrook Latch and Helix gaming eyewear. Explore the collection today at oakley.com and see the difference for yourself.
Good segue.
Thank you.
To be fair, they are a sunglasses brand, right? So I feel like they would be exceptionally good. Get a pair of sunglasses with the blue light filter and you're like, well, everything will be a little bit darker, I guess. Everywhere.
You won't be able to see the screen.
Sometimes you bring out those challenges. You do those roll challenges when you're playing casual with your friends to warm up. You random ops, random weapons. You roll for it. Maybe one of the challenges is to put on 5 pairs of sunglasses and make sure those are Oakley's.
Just blackout sunglasses.
There you go. Can't see a single thing.
Can't see anything. You're just blindfolded.
They finally do flush away the bandit tricking Red Swan away from Snowmobile Garage. And in doing so, it took quite a bit of time. 90 seconds off of the clock. That's effectively enough value for Palmdale off that bandit. They didn't really get the bandit tricking to go successfully. Colony played that very well. Nade toss from below from Ethan can flush Red Swan away. And no ADSs and no Wamai magnets from Z-Skis to pull it is a very shocking choice. Almost there once again, Palmdale, but still just an inch or two away from a perfect defense on that wall. You can't ask for perfection 24/7. Sometimes it is what it is. Colony get that first blood, though. Yoshimi, who had to clear a goo mine out of their ankle. Unfortunately, their position now known after that gets cut down and they approach towards bottom of blue. That's why you've got teammates elsewhere to close out yet another frag. Ethan from outside, your glass loses to a T5 SMG. Now Colony are losing a strong arm side of that Snowmobile Garage exit and entrance, and really have to put most of that effective force in from Basement Hall, as they've officially breached open the garage wall, and now unfortunately can't do much more towards Boiler, as it's Electroclawed out or Bandit battered or something, more likely the Claw, but that's why Blurs hits their shots. One more for Gladiator of the AR, and Blurs with a pistol. Yeah, time's running out. You run faster with the secondary. But my goodness, Blurs. They really didn't appreciate us dogging their positioning at the very beginning. Colony, Blurs will take map 1 on Chalet and make up for the Evergreen Valley lost here just 2 days ago on Friday. They like Chalet. Maybe they just didn't like having to play it against Evergreen Valley. What a great first map for them.
I'm shocked. That was a complete turnaround from what we saw in our very first matchup of the weekend. And I'm very, very impressed. One thing I want to highlight from the Colony in that match was originality in a lot of the ways that they were playing. They were coming up with new ways to go and stump their opponent. And that's probably my favorite part about watching any sort of high school competition is you see so many creative elements. These students are constantly coming up with new ways to go and even stump us, the casters, which is a feat that I think deserves a high level of praise. And I'm looking forward to seeing what they can cook up on the second map of Clubhouse, a map that I think and would argue they are very, very strong on.
Yeah, I mean, they put up, 3 rounds, maybe 4 rounds against them against Evergreen, right? And Evergreen is an exceptionally talented team. They are the champions of spring. You know, they just took down Putnam, so you know they were good against the champions of fall. So I think there's good hopes for them coming into this one. But now that makes me question whose map pick was whose in this stance, because we've seen a really good first map of Chalet for a team that I never would have expected this to be their map pick. In fact, I would have expected them possibly to even ban it after Friday's performance against Evergreen Valley. But their ability to look beyond that and progress and allow it either through the ban phase and not ban it immediately as an insta-ban, or to pick it is very, very impressive. And you talk about high schoolers and that is bring out something new. A lot of casters look at that and say, I don't want to cast high school because you never know what's going to happen. I think that's the best part about high school. That's single-handedly the best part about high school. You never know what's going to come, and you can guide them to some better things, and you can see some pretty darn cheeky strategies along the way. And we saw plenty of that on the first map of Chalet. We've seen plenty of it all weekend, and we're going to see plenty more of it for the remainder of the day. As we're going to take a quick break before we head on over to map 2, do not go anywhere. Can Colony close this out in 2, or will Palmdale find Clubhouse their own and force us to our third map?
Mental health moments and those without. The non-mental health moment group got the scholarly gaming curriculum alone, while the mental health moment group got an extra layer of education. Mental health moments were embedded into 27 lessons, integrating concepts from the PERMA framework and the collaborative academic, social, and emotional learning standards, otherwise known as CASTLE. Now, let's meet our players. 471 participants from both groups, with almost 75% in high school, many experiencing scholarly gaming for the first time. A majority were male, and the racial diversity was broad. At the start, the average self-esteem score was 17.9, with 22.1% reporting low self-esteem. But hold on, the game's just beginning. As the study progressed, it revealed some fascinating results. While 57.7% of participants with low self-esteem at the beginning reported average self-esteem post-intervention, the Mental Health Moments group stole the spotlight. Self-esteem scores improved by 8.3% in the Mental Health Moments group, compared to no change in the non-Mental Health Moments group. How's that for a power-up? Some students even shifted from abnormally low self-esteem scores to normal ranges. The message is loud and clear. Educators, healthcare providers, and adolescent advocates pay attention. Non-traditional educational instructions, like scholarly gaming, combined with mental health moments, can significantly improve students' well-being. And there you have it, a journey through the power of scholarly gaming and mental health moments. Remember, your self-esteem matters, and sometimes all it takes is a little extra support to level up. Thanks for joining us on this adventure. Until next time, keep gaming, keep learning, and most importantly, keep believing in yourself.
You can use Valor's training platform to bring professional esports into the classroom, and I'm going to show you how in 30 seconds. First up, let's choose the training camp that's right for me. Our platform is inclusive of all experience levels, so there's a range of choices. Here you can see a structured training roadmap. Let's start our first session. Now I can scaffold my esports teams using learning, quizzes, and training. See, wasn't even 30 seconds. You focus on play, we'll do the rest. Sign up for free today at valoresports.com and take your program to the next level.
People love Generation Esports. As the world of esports continues to grow, whether you're a teacher, student, or coach, Generation Esports is here to deliver solutions for any of your gaming-based interests. Our services work together, from competitive opportunities with scholarships to our innovative gaming concepts curriculum. We aim to give schools a premium experience inside and outside of the classroom. But don't take our word for it. Hear it from our community.
All of these different types of kids can come together and they work together, and it's just so fun to see them winning together.
A lot of our students are looking for different things to get involved in, and what better way to get involved in something like esports.
We've had the privilege of getting to implement gaming concepts into the curriculum just this past semester. There's the competitive side of things, there's the content creation, there's the hardware, there's the business side of things that's on there. There's something for everyone.
Esports is definitely the period to look forward to every day.
Esports has really changed it, where students are now able to, who might have just got home and not had something to do, now they can stay after school, they can be engaged in something that makes them motivated to come to school.
I've been teaching the gaming concepts class here at Lyons High School this semester. The kids have responded really well to the curriculum. HSEL has provided invaluable opportunities for our students. They can compete in national esports leagues and tournaments, learn about esports careers and opportunities, and it's helped our club expand and grow. Esports is sometimes the one thing that keeps students engaged in school that would otherwise skip school or not do homework. Esports is still a new frontier, but you don't have to venture out alone. The Generation Esports team is here to deliver the perfect blend of education and competition. Schedule a call today to find out how we can bring the power of gaming to your classroom.
All of these different types of kids can come together and they work together, and it's just so fun to see them winning together. So my name is Lori Burney. I'm with Geyer High School and from Denton, Texas, so part of Denton ISD. There is a future in it. You can go to school and get a scholarship with it. You can go into so many different areas and aspects of esports, leads to game design, computer science fields, and I just think that it's pretty limitless, what they could do. And it's our job as the adults and the educators to kind of, help guide them through, these different avenues that they want to go through and explore. Now our district has passed a bond where they're actually going to put $500,000 towards building esport labs in all of our 5 zones. So we're really excited about that and how they're going to build it out. And that may never have happened had this group not have persisted and, kept at it to continue to play and put Geyer, Texas or Denton, Texas on the map. Me coming from the outside, not ever playing Rocket League, but taking the time to sit back and learn and absorb as much as I could, it wasn't hard for me to see all of the different aspects that transcend, just beyond, esports in general. It goes across every plane.
Welcome to HSEL Nationals 2024, presented by Oakley. HSEL Nationals is coming to Midwest Fest June 7 through 9, and you can grab tickets right now. Here's just a sample of what you can expect by attending. 1, the best high school esports student athletes in the nation battling it out over 3 days to see who becomes the undisputed national champion. 2, an Apex Legends tournament featuring the best schools from HSEL and anyone brave enough to stand against them. 3, Supernova Retro Arcade. 4, dance your heart out and feel the rhythm, because Casey Bemini is bringing your favorite rhythm games here to Midwest Fest. And last but not least, giveaways. Just by attending Midwest Fest, you'll be entered into one of HCL National's numerous giveaways. And you can increase your entries by completing various objectives around the festival. All of these things and so much more are what you can expect by attending HCL Nationals at Midwest Fest. It all goes down June 7th through the 9th, live in Kansas City. Join us and see for yourself who will lift the trident.
The Cougars pounce, and they find themselves a victor at the end of map 1 here, Zayden. And in a very impressive showcase as well. They were so far ahead towards the end, they started bringing out the wacky, crazy strategies in hopes that Palmdale would make that one mistake in that one round that would give them that little bit of an edge. But the very next, right back to the action, right back to the standard tried and true. And they take it. That's a very first map for Chalet. And now the second map. We're going on over to Clubhouse. And we've talked about how we've seen Colony here before, and they looked pretty impressive. But the second half from them left more to be desired. I believe it was their attacking half as well, because that evergreen defense is always so darn impressive. Mostly because of Xylix. But there's no Xylix here for either side, which maybe means that Colony could close this out in 2. But if they fail, it's a third map of border coming up.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see the sort of clubhouse dynamics. And I don't like to go and put so much emphasis and stress on the ban phase, but I feel like we can have some really interesting operator pick bans targeting, especially as we get into this second map, Azami. I think there's no realistic way that Azami escapes this ban phase here, Scott, and that would be the bet that I'm putting most of my money on. But then again, I'm not very good at betting, so we're going to go ahead and say that chances are we're going to have a Solus and Fenrir again. But the reason why I'm going and emphasizing so much on the ban phase is because on Clubhouse, and especially as you look back towards Chalet, we've seen the Colony be a little bit more rigid in their operator selection. If you go and you take away something that seems like a very key and pivotal part of that offense or defense, that could be the entire demise for this roster. And it provides a great and easy opportunity that I'm eagerly awaiting.
I think if Azami gets let through, and that's a big if, because I do agree, I don't think Azami gets let through, it's not going to be the end of the world. But Palmdale know that Blurs was the most annoying factor for the team. Does Palmdale know that Blurs was annoying in the first half purely because Palmdale couldn't shoot them fast enough? I don't think so. I think Palmdale may go purely for the Azami to target ban Blurs. But Palmdale do get the first ban, and they'll knock off Dokiri, which means no more calls. And finding those extensions and those roamers on Clubhouse, which are pretty prolific, especially when it's that basement site with the extension and you need to find the roaming players. Getting that knocked off the board will be a whole lot easier for you. Colony banning out the Montaigne. This is something that Evergreen really love to do. Seeing them also ban it is pretty reminiscent of what we saw on Friday as well as majority of Saturday. The Montaigne's mostly only useful for pushing through dirt. Doesn't have as much value elsewhere, but the mirror has value nearly everywhere. whether it's bathroom upstairs and master bedroom, or whether or not it's the soft wall, or probably more likely not reinforced wall connecting armory in blue down in basement. It's a very dangerous piece of utility, but a zombie will in fact make it through, and that makes rafters control on CCTV up in garage infinitely easier, and it makes Blur's role inside a master bedroom even so much easier. But they got to get to that second half cleanly in the first place. They start off on the attack here for Clubhouse, but they won't have to face that Fenrir, which was that last ban.
One thing I want to highlight about Blurs going into this next match was the 18 kills that they had in the previous one. It felt like it crept up a little bit, but I think it was just from a very consistent amount of kills every single round, and having some very showboating rounds even, where they just managed to continue the onslaught. That was 18 kills to 7 deaths, and that's probably one of the best KDs we've seen, or best amount of kills that we've seen thus far. So big props to Blurs there, and we'll see if they're able to go and continue that onslaught. With Master Bedroom as well as Gym being the first location for our bomb site, what I want to stress is the importance of Jacuzzi as well as a pinch through construction and cash. I'm a little bit concerned as to why there's no reinforcements being placed onto Jacuzzi wall, and why they're set up as if there was still a Mira that was going to get placed on that wall. I'm a little bit of a loss for words here, Scott.
I don't have any for you.
Oh,
I don't know why.
I was really hoping. I thought you had the end all be all answers. I thought you were the Oracle, man.
I wish I could understand. I mentioned it. A lot of casters don't like casting high school because they don't understand what's going on. That's half the fun, not understanding, right? I don't understand what's happening. I don't know why Palmdale would ever think to not reinforce that wall when they have only used that 2 reinforcements.
Yeah.
Or no, they've used 8.
They've used 8. Yeah.
Sometimes I don't know how to read. It means they have 2. They have 2 available.
Yeah, they have 2 available.
That's a perfect for Jacuzzi wall. Crazy how that works out. It's crazy how that works out, Palmdale. Ooh, lightning bolt using the cheeky vent hold. That's a very dangerous spot to try to go to as well for some players if they're not good enough or well-versed enough, I should say, like practiced in that and nailing it. It seems super simplistic, but if you overshoot it, you'll fall off, you'll go down, you'll have to get picked back up, and you'll be really, really regretting having such low HP later. Sometimes you'll just miss entirely. Not even a matter of just running past it. When you actually get up on top of it, you'll just go further. It's a very effective way to clear out deep side of Logi, and that will lead up for a easier construction take and a much more effective construction take. And this is where Blurs steps up with the Ying. Nobody stacked up towards construction window. This is where Blurs is going to start to find a little bit more active pressure, needs assistance for a player off towards Logi. Not too sure where one may be. But the toxic babes that are being dished out would lead you to believe that no one from Palmdale is actually inside of Logi. They're falling a little bit further back. I don't know if that's enough. It is, thankfully, for Ethan to sim the Gemini replicator through. That's a vault presence guaranteed. And Blurs, they have a Candela. They're going to wait to send it until 100% this toxic babe, the last one now that just got sent out, has dissipated. But the team needs to start making movement. They need to start pushing forward. Because if they don't do that soon, they're going to have a really big and bad problem ahead of them. They got to get in towards sight. Braum takes down Ethan. Blurs now up for 2 kills in the round. Huts for the last, but outdone by the Mark 14 of Red Swan. And Palmdale, from a bathroom player with a Mark 14, able to secure a lap of luxury for the first round up in Master Bedroom.
Most important operator in that entire round was the Buck, in my opinion. There was so much reliance on soft breaching with so many soft walls, and it was all left up to the Buck, which is fine in most scenarios. The Buck can typically go in, rotating around, and make those adequate changes. But I just did not see enough emphasis on hard breach. And that's the importance of using the drone phase to know what operators you want to take and what you're seeing from your opposition. That's where you can easily swap out the Thatcher and use pocket EMPs and someone else that has those soft breach capabilities. That's the next step that I want to see from Colony, is having a very active operator selection phase and knowing what tools they want to be bringing to the table. Another thing that we never really saw from Colony was a contested hold and clear of rafters inside of garage. It's going to be interesting to see how much resources they plan to allocate to this and how much they're going to do it. Still keeping that Ying Buck combo, it's bringing along the Osa instead of the Ayana this time. Should make for an interesting circumstance. But still a little bit to be desired in the form of ensuring that the wall will be breached. And I think it might come down to another good old-fashioned bandit trick, as we see Red Swan immediately getting ready to place down those charges, and we have our first micro battle taking place on the eastern side of the map.
The issue with bandit tricking this, Zayden, is that a nade from Highway completely gets rid of this player.
Or a buck down below.
The secondary problem with bandit battering, with bandit tricking this, there's no nades for Colony.
Oh.
They have no ability to clear out this player besides an ego swing from highway window, from CCTV window. They have to go there 100%. But if they do choose to ignore it, which is, like I mentioned, an option, they'll have to get construction control, which they've done. Put exothermic breach from lightning bolt inside construction. That gives them space for Blurs to step forward as well. So they managed to pick up 2 kills in the process, only losing Ethan in a trade. So losing the Osa shield is very annoying. We saw how important that Osa shield was all weekend on the map of Clubhouse when it came to CCTV attack. We're starting to see some of that control that you gain from the Osa shield now noticeably absent. The second frag now falls for Palmdale, and the 4v3 falls to an even 3-on-3. And Colony will now need to rotate and lap around to find where else they can head to, as Lightning Bolt will rotate off to try to get that exothermic charge planted and breached on the eastern subroof for CCTV wall, while Blurs steps entirely away from the denial of that wall and rotates back to construction.
There's a few different options here.
Did that was there a Surya gate there? No.
No.
There
was a mute jammer. It was a mute jammer that was at the very end of the stairs. At the top of red, there's a mute jammer from Esteban that
I didn't see the drone. The drone just disappeared in my eyes. I think I blinked. That was actually trippy.
Blurs will capture a second one. Wow. Entry onto site. Has the ability to hold for the window. Shut down by Red Swan. Traded into the down but not out stage. Now back to 2v1. Lightning Bolt looking to close in on this objective. Finishes off the kill. Trying to find the other one, but it's going to be Skis to shut that one down. Gladiator into sight. Has Case. Has the ability to go for a plant, but does not have nearly enough time. He's going to have to run into the unwelcoming arms of Skis. And Palmdale will capture their second round in what is probably one of the closest games I've ever seen, with the amount of 1v1s we've had.
A lot of this is just coming down to Colony not having the team pressure in towards the site. It's isolated fights. You're saying 1v1s, but they're 1v1s that are created because of funneling. They're 1v1s be created because of individual battles where there should be team fights. Palmdale come out the victor now 2 rounds in a row because of these isolated engagements, and Colony needs to start to capitalize back in a way that gives them at least 2 rounds with the exit of this half, because Clubhouse does tend to be a little bit more defender favorited. It's fairly defender sided, and we already know Colony has struggled on the attack on Clubhouse previously, so this just may not be their half in the first place, because they kept an even game with Evergreen Valley on the defense. They didn't have the same ability to do so when it lapped back around to the attack. It was completely flawless, if I recollect correctly, for Evergreen in the second half. But Colony back down into the basement, and not really an objective that you want to have to go into, already down 2 objectives in a row. Which brings me to another point. Did Palmdale really pick CCTV and cash room as their secondary objective? That's unbelievably wild to me, but they win it. So I can't even dog on it in any capacity. Impressive to have that much confidence, Palmdale. That's really impressive. But back down to the basement, where a yokai drone's actually being brought out, and they have armor for the Rook of Brahm, who they also brought in with armor for CCTV and cash. Maybe the survivability is what we're trying to see from Palmdale. Maybe they really want that MP5K with a little bit of extra range and distance with a better scope on it, which I think would probably be the case, considering they're also bringing the MP5 SD on Red Swan. And half of Echo's battle, half of Echo's kit is not the yokai drone. It's actually that suppressed MP5 SD. It's really, really impressive of a weapon.
It's a fun one to use, too. Quick start from the colony, as we already have a lot of breaching happening. But with that breaching, I can't necessarily tell, but it looks like we are going to have multiple impact tricks with those two sets. It's upon the first to fall, though. With 2 minutes, it seems like the colony is looking to go and situate themselves quite comfortably and not need to move nearly as much as they have in previous rounds. Lightning Bolt's going to bite the dust as the defenders sit comfy cozy, not even needing a rotate or an extension.
Did they get the breach down on kitchen hatch? Yoshimi being dusted now means no Habana. Gladiator, you're being shot from Moto. Thank you. And losing out on Lightning Bolt means they have no ability to correctly breach the floorboards inside of Central Hallway, which means somebody can stack up church door, dining door, whatever you want to call it, and have total denial of that central hall case and central staircase. It's just a hard press spot to be in for Colony. They do clap back effectively to get Z keys off the board. That's Ethan to do so, but taking too much damage in the process and burning a whole lot of their ammo as well. They're down to a clip and barely a quarter.
I think this yokai drone might actually wind up being a saving grace for Palmdale if this round, by some miracle, progresses into either one of these sites. Candela's ringing out. Brown gonna go down. Man advantage situated towards the colony. Jojo sitting inside Arsenal trying to swing. Oh! To catch Gladiator off guard. Dealing with the swing. Jojo will fall. Red Swan, last alive. Inside a church. Plant will be attempted. Getting ready to go for the swing. They'll be able to find one. Can they get the trade? No! But Jojo's back up. It's the Rook armor. We criticized it. It's come into play as Jojo's back up. Ready to make an impact. Has to sing. Deal with blurs. Swinging from side to side. Can they get it? No, Jojo will win that one out for Palmdale. That's the perfect rotation. 3 rounds in a row.
I'm at a loss of words watching that utility ever be useful.
It's the
oh
foresight.
my
It's the foresight.
goodness.
They just knew.
It's the foresight. They knew. Yeah, they very much so knew.
They're just all seeing.
They also get damage reduction. So like there's some value to it. Remember the day and age where Ying could pick herself back up, which meant that if you were an entry hunting for roamers, sorry, Sophia, you're right. Where you were an entry hunting for roamers and you got the I-1v1 and y'all traded, you could just pick yourself back up immediately afterwards.
Or
and
you're
people were
stuck
like,
in the
that's too
1v1.
broken. Yeah, it's too broken.
No, it was great. I love that mechanic. It was amazing.
Still, pretty crazy round overall. That's something you do not expect to see.
Do you remember when Frostmats used to just not let you pick yourself back up?
I do remember that. I remember when frost mats were good. Yeah, that's correct. I remember when frost mats were good. They're still good though. To be totally fair, they're still exceptionally good. The issue comes now with that. It leaves a giant blood trail, so that's your value as a defender. Your value secondary is the fact they can't sprint. I've actually seen that come in clutch multiple times where a player can't go for a plant now because they can't make it to the objective fast enough. But it's not as important for an entry to stare down at the floorboards as much as possible, which honestly kind of helps Frostmat players. Kind of actually helps Frosts because people will think much less to stare at the floor. You can get away with some even cheekier positions for those Frostmats. But that was round 3. That's a Palmdale solid start. And I had mentioned it previously with Palmdale at the end of that first half on Chalet. They really desperately needed to get at least 2, and they did. Colony now are in the exact same boat. And a lot of the failures they had in round 2, as well as maybe even round 1, because I didn't see a whole lot of Yoshimi in round 1, was the failure to have the OSA shield in round 2 for CCTV. Yoshimi's alive, which means the OSA shields are here, and they can actually start to place these down and get free active information into its sight, or denial of sight lines towards CCTV, which makes that highway infinitely safer to hide within. As there's that once again softball and Jacuzzi, despite having the reinforcements available conceivably. Actually, I think they reinforced completely elsewhere. I think they have 2 slots available still. Palmdale just leaving it up because they say it's going to happen anyways. Why don't we just give it to them? And Colony are really slow to go preach it, honestly. So I'm honestly very shocked at the pace at which Colony goes and gets Jacuzzi when it's the first thing available to breach.
Dojo, first to fall. That's inside of Lodging. And a good attempt at impact tricking. I think we could see impacts from down below. Candela's blinding their opponent as blurs makes their way to the site. Spray from down below is just an absolute fiery storm of orange as Palmdale fight back. We see Case down in this scenario though. Swing from Gladiator, looking for 2, not able to transfer the fire. But Estepan's down. Looking for it, Skies gets the triple. All of them to blurs. And Skis. They have time. Can they get the swing? No. Blurs will win it for the Colony as they are finally on the board. Clawing back, hoping they can achieve a 3-3 split.
Halfway to the minimum they need. 2 is the minimum you need to exit this half on Clubhouse. And you get the first. Now you'll have your chance for the second. Palmdale will re-pick up Cash and CCTV, and the expectation is that Red Swan will pick up the Bandit and go for the Bandit tricking on wall. In Colony, you have to pick something here that counters the Bandit trick. If you can't get that CCTV wall open, you're going to be forced to funnel into construction once again. And where did you fail on that? All the isolated 1v1s in existence. Construction doors too thin. Not everyone can step in at the same time, and not everyone can give covering fire. Cash room just doesn't give you value from angles to be able to step into CCTV effectively. Honestly, Colony could have just planted inside cash room last time and been fine, but they refused to do so. And in doing so, in their refusal to be stalwarts in a CCTV plant default, it cost them their life and it cost them that round. But they're bringing out, or started to bring out, I should say, something to counter the Palmdale Bandit tricking. It was the Grim. Yoshimi saying this could work, but I think maybe being reined in a little bit further. The Ace will be swapped to instead to have a secondary hard breach, which the value is very much so there, but they have no nades to keep Red Swan off. And they don't have an OSA either to gain perfect sightline to that side and worry about a repel over CCTV window to gain value as an attacker and deny it for a defender.
Interesting choice of spawn location for the Thermite and Thatcher combination.
It's the safest.
It is the safest, yeah, you have a good point there. We do have the Bandit waiting on the other side in Red Swan.
You get tricked.
And tricked. Correct. Boom. Boom. I also want to mention, you used to not be able to go and put multiple Bandit batteries in the same wall.
Because there's one spot you had to place it in the center. Yeah. Now you can place it and it does a bubble. It electrifies a bubble.
Really? That's cool.
Yep. Yeah. It's actually very annoying too, because then bandit tricking is just that much more prevalent. Blurs, stop planting, please. There you go. Candela will be tossed in through the drone hatch. That's it. No more breaching on Eastern Suburb. Colony has now failed on this wall every single time I've seen it, and that is... I ask in desperation for the Colony coach to guide these players, these young individuals, to a better execution on that wall because they're this close. They're this close to it. And if you get that wall open, the entire dichotomy of this objective changes. Literally every single strategy you could possibly bring changes with that wall open. For the better for you. But Palmdale now are sitting in a spot where not only do they have a player advantage, having knocked Lightning Bolt off the board, but they have completely denied that wall. Red Swan doesn't even really have to be that concerned about losing the presence over here and say possibly having somebody shoot out one of the bandit batteries there and toss Selmas, because even if you do Selmas there, that means they have to choose between construction wall or garage, and they can't do both. As the extension from Palmdale, they know they can step from site. Site's totally safe. It's flawless. That is a gorgeous round 5 from Palmdale.
Everything.
Making the best of a best situation.
Everything worked out for Palmdale there. The operator selection from the colony to start off with. If you see a castle, you need more explosive power to deal with those barricades. A sledge even. We had so many opportunities there. At the moment you lost the Thatcher Thermite combo, I looked, I'm like, okay, who do we have? Okay, we have the only explosive remaining was those Selma breaching charges, which are much better utilized when you use them on a wall.
Need to locate and defuse as many bombs
rather than just allocating them to use it to break down a castle barricade. I just need a little bit more.
And if you bring the sledge, you get nades too.
Yep.
The value for the sledge is unbelievable. But you'd have to make a sacrifice. Who do you sacrifice there? Is it the Buck or is it the Ying? And I would say the Buck. The Buck is useful on that objective because you can play floorboards down below in lounge. You can break out a lot of the floorboards on CCTV. But as an attacker, you don't want to break those anyways. You don't want to break those. Because if you break those, you've now created a sightline from the first floor to where you're going to go for default plant. The only floorboards you should think to be breaking would be the ones below red stairs. Right inside of stock and pantry, whatever you want to call it. And in that case, you have utility that could break it otherwise.
Secondary
a Sophia with a lifeline impact. Change your entry position. You don't need a Ying there 100%. You could change off to a Sophia or an Ash.
There's so many options.
I don't like to say operators. I don't like to say a round is one purely based off operator selection, but that round was one purely based off operator selection.
Yeah, 100%. And normally you can't control that, but now that you have that attacker repick, there's no reason for that. This is now what feels like a must-win round for Colony. We know that they're very strong on the defensive end of this map. It's a matter of if they can continue to make that transferal.
A really big fucking hole coming right up.
No denial for the Expiris pellets.
Okay.
4 impacts.
What? Can opener. Whoa, okay. Yoshimi's gonna die this time around again. However, they got the hatch open. That was the condition. That's them doing their job as an operator. That's fine. Just very, very fascinating. They got down to this point. Trying to go for the boost. Estepon will deny at the bottom of blue. Drop from Blurs. Dealing with the wub. Swinging, trying to find the Malusi. They'll be able to find skis. But it's going to be the Maestro
They just
cam.
get Maestro cams.
There's so many more utility options. Lightning Bolt going to have to deal with the goo mine stuck inside of their foot. Trying to pull that out. Blurs. Finished off by Estepan.
You still have the goo mine in your angle landing.
Palmdale just picking apart the Colony's offense.
He's going to step in that next goo mine too, I'm calling it.
Just look down. Look down, please.
It's an oppressive. To be fair, this is a very oppressive defense, right? Having to do with Maestro for always having that information, it's really annoying. And if you don't know they're bringing the Maestro, then or don't key into it soon enough, right? You don't have an Ash. You don't have a Gone 6 at the ready. It makes it infinitely more difficult to try to contend against it. So you have to counter pick really hard against Maestro, which is some of the value you gain as a defender picking up Maestro in comparison to where you could be picking up a more useful operator for the defense as a whole, for the defensive sentineling that you need to be on that site. They found the value though. Palmdale get away with it, and Colony just weren't prepped, which again, it's one of those stances where maybe there needs to be a Quizlet brought out for Colony about, hey, this is Maestro. What utility do they have? It gives them 12 options and then say, who's counter to this? And then you give them their pick, you submit, and then it'll tell the player, hey, these are the counters, these are appropriate things. These are your role counters as well, and to give you notes. There are little things you can do to teach players very easily what counters do what. And a lot of them will know it right off the rip. They play a lot of Siege. They live inside Siege. It is what they do, what they love. And still, despite all of that time, I had 3,000 hours in the game, and I still learn things every single week while casting and to see things. And that's why I preach VOD review, VOD review, VOD review. And Colony would be a so much more effective and scary team being able to look back on this and see the problems on Clubhouse. Because as it is right now, Palmdale have a 4-round buffer, Zayden. They are strides ahead of Colony, and yes, they're rotating now to the defensive side where Colony looked really good against Evergreen Valley, and I expect them to still be good now in this second half. But Palmdale only needs you to make 2 big mistakes in 2 rounds, and you'll be forced off towards border. Giving them that much of a leeway is going to be something that could weigh on Colony's mind.
The approach. Looking to start from Logi to make their way towards bedroom. Okay. You see the drone? Perhaps Ethan not noticing it. Whoa, still gets the head. Okay. I can see why you're playing Doc now. Amplified scope going absolutely crazy. Great use of the RCE Rotero drones by Skis, as that's going to deal with the deployable shield, as Ethan also taking a little bit of chip damage. Great job just to continue to force all these players out of position. This has been great from Palmdale. They're still a player down. However, if you look at the way that the Colony is set up, they've done a great job in positioning and having the ability to continue to hold their positions and not need to rotate back thus far, meaning I need more pressure from Palmdale.
Appropriate versus expected use of force. Colony right now on the defense, still with that player advantage, are very wary of the possibility of utility expenditure from Palmdale. Is Jacuzzi wide enough? Is there any ability to deny? Which angle do they have to step to? Where can Ethan sit safely? The answer is nowhere. Logi hatch control from Palmdale would give them a second arm to deny the Logi door. That means you could breach out a Jacuzzi very simply, especially with Mira being banned, and set up for a very good force of push inside of hallway, which would give you central stairs as well, which is super important for a lot of teams to get players into space. But Blur's being such a difficult contender, off towards Garage, can knock one down, and Gladiator does the exact same thing as Lightning. The 416C tears through Red Swan. It's a 5 versus 1 in a very flawless possible round, stepping up here as JoJo, 2 players close by, Yoshimi and Blurs, and they want to make this a flawless round. They need to play this clean, low on HP, and there it is. Start off the second half strong, why don't you, Colony? It's a flawless round 7.
That's how you set things up. That's electricity. You can feel it running through the veins of every single player involved in that round on Colony's side. Wondrous. Wondrous plays. They understood the angles they needed to use, how to play it together, and even when it came down to the final player, it was not a rush, we have the player advantage. It was distract. Don't give them the opportunity to even get a single frag. You need to keep that mindset with every single kill, every single opportunity you have, because it makes a difference when you can go and receive the support from all of your other players. Nicely done to the Colony. And now they narrow that gap
Attackers need to locate and
right
defuse
on
as
down
many
to
bombs
3.
as they can.
And once again, going for the CC secondary bomb site. Did we miss a memo? I think we might have. I think I might not be included in the email chain, or might have gone to my spam folder. I should probably check that.
I don't know. I never check my spam folder.
I check it like once a week.
Really?
Yeah.
I also
you
never
know.
check my email though, so that's kind of a problem.
I need to check my email every day for work. And if I'm waiting for an email, I always check the spam, and they got some really cool offers on there.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
There's some great offers for some great
well,
classes
someone's
from
offering
Oakley. I would
me,
never
like,
let that. I would never let
$1,500.
my Oakley emails ever go to spam though.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for my like 25% coupon code in the email so I can be like, yeah, now it's finally my time. Pick up 25 pairs of Oakleys.
Well, this round not off to a flawless start for the
No, it is
Colony.
not. Is Ethan going for a spawn pick on dock? That's the only feasible way you can lose your dock in the first 15. It was off towards garage. That's what's breached open.
Yeah.
I mentioned it. Spawning towards dock kennels is very dangerous. You never know what the defense is going to try to do in terms of spawn peeking or aggression. And Palmdale knew. They played it appropriately. Colony tried to play a lot safer. That worked for them. But the rest of the round didn't work for them. And that's where you kind of have a couple more problems. As lightning bolts takes a glass shot to the forearm, stands up now and safe afterwards. But this is a really tough spot for Colony, I should say, because of Brahm's presence as the glass outside. But that's where Blur steps up. This shotgun on a zombie is actually just insane to me. And the fact that Blur is just getting away with it every time is super impressive, honestly, as an individual, because that thing's slow rate of fire means that headshots aren't very effective to aim for. You have to center mass, and your time to kill is effectively, I would say 3 times, if not 4 times less than what it could be with an SMG.
Definitely on the slower side. Esteban having to contend with the wub as they push into construction. Gladiator will be down but not out as Blurs tries to make their way to aid their fallen comrade, but they're gonna have to contend with someone starting to push in. But you got to be very wary of the breach, as Blurs still being very mindful, able to get that revive. That is crucial to have the extra gun as you go into the final moment. But this time it's gonna be Blurs in the down but not out stage as the players of Palmdale narrowly closing in onto this objective. Down goes Yoshimi, and there's the 3 players. Palmdale snapping it back, moving themselves to match point.
Colony not finding the same level of success in Clubhouse that they did against Evergreen Valley. I have to feel like it's that first half. Giving a 5-1 split's just unthinkable to come back from for a lot of teams. 2's what I argue for a lot of teams is the minimum you need to work with mentally to prepare for that shift into the second half to give your team that best of an edge. And Palmdale denies that very effectively as well for that 6th round. And now stepping up on an attack for CCTV. Please go to basement, Colony. You have a couple more rounds. If you win here, you can go back to master bedroom. You win there, and then you can think about the possibility of a new defense on CCTV. But that'll at least put you to 4-round wins. You win it out, and you're back to your best 2 sites in a row. And it's over to OT. Think positively. It's 1 hurdle, but you can't lose focus on the 2 in front of you and then the 1 you're currently sitting in. And I like the operator selection. Lightning Bolt even going for the rook, something that Braum was bringing for Palmdale on the defense. That one big surprise factor, the change up for the extra bit of damage resistance and ability to go into a guaranteed DB&O state if it is not a headshot. There is value to be had there. But they also have Gladiator, who, if they can keep the dock alive, unlike they failed to do last round with Ethan going for a spawn peek, that'll make sure they have that player advantage in a good spot. But this is somewhere that they got used against them on Clubhouse against Green. And I genuinely, I don't know why Yoshimi sticks that Malusi Banshee there while they were running away from a very possible active threat of somebody pushing towards them. But it is very confident, and it even nets you a DB&O against Braum, which is a very high value DB&O, because getting rid of those Rams for Central Hallway could mean that Palmdale no longer has the ability to breach the floorboards there and create sightline denial tools inside Central, and makes it so you can rotate between sites so much easier.
Attackers have dropped the bomb.
Done a great job of not conceding this second floor, but you got to be careful, because the moment that you have your attackers push in, the second floor becomes an absolute killing ground as Jojo eliminates the top frag of Blurs. And the odds for Colony have gotten a lot more grim as we enter the final minute and 30 seconds, 35 seconds to be precise. I'm fearing for the worst when it comes to the Colony, as they will need to do their best to hold. Esteban eliminating Gladiator. Man count now favoring the attackers, as they have no reason to rush this. They can continue to narrowly pick away at their opposition, waiting for them to make the first move. Esteban rushing in, gonna be able to spot out the dock, and not even knowing someone's right behind, as it's just a spring onto sight. As Palmdale clean up all of the Yoshimi, looking, trying to find one, placing it down but not out stage, but it's not even gonna matter. Skis to eliminate them. Palmdale force around, and map 3.
Border it is. And while you can't board the helicopter, you can ready yourself still for a dusty and very hallway-centric map ahead of you. And it's nowhere near similar to Chalet, and I don't even think it's that similar to Clubhouse. This is going to be a very different map from our first two. And as it being the decider, you can argue it's going to be the last choice for both of these two teams. I'm looking forward to a very difficult map. And after that one, we'll have a whole nother series to go for the winner of this game to move on. So you got War R6 ahead of you and forcing this to 3. For Colony, you're tiring yourself out before a huge opponent. And for Palmdale, you had to do it because you lost map 1, but it is tiring yourself out even further. So that's something we'll have to think about. Battle of attrition over the scale of time. Father time weighs on the shoulders of these young players. But before we go on to the next game, my goodness, Zayden, any closing words before we break for map 3?
I think it's going to be interesting. You mentioned the hallways inside of Border. I think it's going to be really cool and fascinating to see exactly how these teams are going to plan to maneuver themselves, especially considering the use of long angles. And will Azami escape that ban phase?
I don't know. That's actually a really good question. We'll see you in the ban phase at the start of map 3. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, educators. Welcome back. Are you ready to take your scholastic gaming to the next level? Because we are. We know you've been loving the Gaming Concepts curriculum, but don't worry. That amazing content isn't going away. Just moving. Starting this fall, we'll be transferring your Gaming Concepts learning experience to our brand new US-based platform, Blueprint. But what's Blueprint all about? Blueprint is a cut above the average learning software. It's packing some serious upgrades. The interface is user-friendly, so you won't have to spend ages figuring it out. The platform also has robust security measures to make sure that your important data stays safe. It's also the exclusive provider of the Gaming Concepts curriculum. Plus, we're making the migration process super smooth. Clear instructions and support will be right at your fingertips. But wait, there's more. Blueprint is a living platform. That means you'll get regular updates and fresh, new content to keep your esports curriculum at the cutting edge. We'll be making continuous improvements based on user feedback and emerging best practices to help educators stay ahead of the game. Blueprint will also house a library of free curriculum materials, which you can use to expand your own knowledge and share your passion for esports education with others. Blueprint is a game changer for educators, a platform focused on enhancing student engagement, motivation, and ultimately, academic success. This powerful platform is designed to make teaching easier, more collaborative, and way more exciting. So what are the next steps? Change can be scary, but don't worry, you're not flying solo. Generation Esports is going to be with you every step of the way to ensure a smooth transition. So keep an eye out for emails from the Generation Esports team featuring upcoming training videos to get you familiar with the platform and info on how to access Blueprint. Finally, be sure to share this video with your fellow gaming concepts educators and get ready for an amazing fall semester brought to you by Blueprint.
All of these different types of kids can come together and they work together, and it's just so fun to see them winning together. So my name is Lori Burney. I'm with Geyer High School and from Denton, Texas, so part of Denton ISD. There is a future in it. You can go to school and get a scholarship with it. You can go into so many different areas and aspects of esports, leads to game design, computer science fields, and I just think that it's pretty limitless, what they could do. And it's our job as the adults and the educators to kind of, help guide them through, these different avenues that they want to go through and explore. Now our district has passed a bond where they're actually going to put $500,000 towards building esport labs in all of our 5 zones. So we're really excited about that and how they're going to build it out. And that may never have happened had this group not have persisted and kept at it to continue to play and put Geyer, Texas or Denton, Texas on the map. Me coming from the outside, not ever playing Rocket League, but taking the time to sit back and learn and absorb as much as I could, it wasn't hard for me to see all of the different aspects that transcend, just beyond, esports in general. It goes across every plane.
Tired of looking for tutorials on YouTube that are designed to keep you watching instead of actually learning and practicing? Well, look no more. Here at Valor, we prioritize only relevant information so you can apply it in-game instantly. Sign up free today at valoresports.com.
I learn a lot from the kids. I kind of let them run things. I let them set their own captains and set their own practice schedules, and I will check in periodically to see how they're doing to offer guidance and ideas. I'm Brandon Bishop. I'm an educator, first and foremost. I'm a teacher. I teach social studies, history. As a kid, I grew up with like the console wars, so like PlayStation 2, we got one for Christmas, and that's kind of how I got into gaming. So yeah, I think the biggest skill that gaming can teach, especially with this at this level, is communication and cooperation. watching the kids play and communicate, I learn a lot more, and so I can kind of see what things are working for them, what things don't. These kids are playing games on their own all the time, and they spend a lot of time on it, so I want them to harness that and turn it to something that can be used for like school pride. Like, look at these cool jerseys you can get. You win a game and you get on the morning announcements, they say your name and say you guys are winning, and the school gets to learn about your accomplishments. I really appreciate what you guys are doing. Thank you so much for inviting us down. I think we had some kids that were on the fence about being in the esports club, but getting them here, getting them to wear the school uniform, getting them to see what the company is like, I think that's going to spread. When they go back to school, they're going to talk to their friends. So this is a great opportunity. So you should definitely continue to do.
Please do not attempt to board the helicopter, but still board yourself and your flights on over to the map of border, because map 3 is ready and raring to go. Colony taking a very solid map 1 in Chalet, and then immediately clapped back with a just as solid performance coming out to guarantee a map 3 over from Clubhouse. I gotta say, it's a very impressive first series of the day, and no matter what, whoever comes away with this one is going to have a really fun second series coming up at around 2 CST. Maybe it'll be around 2 CST because this is the third map, and then it'll be like an hour break against Tualatin. I have to imagine that series will be just as good, but I also think that series is going to be, like I said, a battle of attrition, Zayden.
It will. And as we go into border, we've talked about a few things: narrow hallways, importance of hard breach. Well, we haven't necessarily talked about the importance of a hard breach, but we have more exterior walls. What I need to see from the Colony going into this match, their win condition of sorts, is a suitable, strong attacking phase where they use suitable operator selection that changes from round to round. Good utilization of soft breach in combination with the hard breach. It needs to be working like a well-oiled machine, especially as you get into the third match. You need to be working with comfort. You need to be working with something you're used to. So even if it gets to the point where you're pushing that comfort a little bit to make sure that every other player has the comfortability that they need, that is what's going to be important.
Agent diversity, right? I mean, you have to have the right operator selection, and sometimes you'd be willing to change off something that you're not 100% of the time going to be using, right? And I mentioned it a little bit for Palmdale on map 1, and I'm going to mention it again pretty heavy for Colony after map 2. Be willing to change things up. Cannot be so static in your selections. First ban, though, is Montaigne, something they did on map 1, on map 2, I should say. Ying is taken off the board for Palmdale on the attack. Defensively, yes, Azami is very good, but I don't view her as a must ban for the map, but she's still a solid ban choice. But Mira cuts off a lot of the sight lines for those harder walls you would place on the outside edge for visual information, like outside of security, from the armory double wall that connects closer towards spawn in the outside balcony. So knocking off the black mirrors is fairly important for safety as a defender, and more so as an attacker, to not be as concerned with the free information.
What?
This, I have to imagine, is just them throwing a ban out the window. That's them throwing a ban, right? Like, it's 100% that's what it is. Montaigne can also kind of be viewed as throwing a ban, not wanting to make a choice, not wanting to take anything specific off the board. So you take something that's just never going to be played anyways.
Interesting. We'll see how it works out, especially considering that Colony is going to be the team starting on defense. They made the conscious decision to let both Azami, Souls, as well as Fenrir escape the ban phase, making for an all-out level of warfare here.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
As we jump in, Armory being our first bomb site selected. It looks like we have impacts and extension over towards security. Pretty standard stuff. As far as selection, I don't know how much I like consistently going for both of the French operators in the form of Doc and Rook, as I feel like it's a one or the other type of scenario, not much room for both. One thing I do want to make sure they're doing then is utilizing these long lines of sight. They don't have any deployable shields to go and create an extra level, especially considering that we have that soft wall that lightning bolts is now making holes into. A deployable shield would have been very, very crucial in setting themselves up for a approach for holding towards computer as well as default. Should be interesting to see how exactly Palmdale plan to approach this site.
Well, the expectation will be that they'll put players in through security and one off towards break. Well, I point out that Colony had, I would argue, a majority of their success in the map of Chalet because Palmdale didn't set up effective pincers. Palmdale didn't do a really good job of playing closeout angles and rotation denying angles from more than just one direction. If they put a player towards break, I honestly wouldn't be surprised if they don't even put a player towards security windows. That's the confidence, or maybe lack of confidence, I have in Palmdale ensuring the death of Blurs safely without a frag going the other way. And that needs to be changed. They need to bring that confidence back to me, which I would just absolutely love to see. And they need to instill that confidence in their teammates and team as a whole, because Blurs, there's absolutely no reason they should be given that so freely to take down every Selma you possibly have. As there is only, no, that was it. That was all three. They just sent every single one of them out, which I also don't understand, but you have no hard breach now for that wall. You have pocket breaches. And yes, your can openers can be pretty nice. They can work, but you would still have to get unseen past Blurs, who's still inside security. And your Rotero drones haven't even closed out the utility that is the Kiva barricades. Finally, we do see a security window being utilized. But Blurs has such a safety net, big thanks to the Kiva barricades that they have. Eventually, you will see Palmdale execute Blurs inside security. They also managed to find so much more impact elsewhere, as Colony's defense was a little bit too stringent in locations, and it's led to isolated 1v1s that Palmdale has that surprise element for. Basically flawless when the action got going. And the time bought from Blurs, the team elsewhere just didn't do enough to make that time as valuable as it should have been.
There is a lot of time wasted by the Colony, but at the exact same time, we needed a little bit. It kind of hinged on Blurs being able to escape with their life, or at least with the frag in that scenario. There's a lot of room for Palmdale to go and stretch and rotate around. You had the Buck from down below, and we talked about the selection between Buck, Sledge, Soft Reach, which one you're going to go for, Ram. In this sort of objective, especially going towards Armory, I love the decision to take the Buck just because all of the floor down below is destructible. It's another reason why I say IQ is also extremely viable pick for this site, where you can go down below and just look up and shoot all of this utility. If we go and look at who we have here, you have Ella, Jaeger, Legion. You can just go down below, shoot, happy, you're done. You know, that's nothing more. The other important element that I want to highlight about Palmdale's offense is just their ability to continue to pressure. And there wasn't a lot of clear out Blurs. They all had kind of stuck to their own individual missions, which can work out when you're all getting your frags. But the moment that the Colony go and start swinging back, start trading you out, and you don't have a response to that, it's going to turn the table the entire other way. You got to make sure that you are aware and ready to assist your teammate whenever and wherever they need it. Never be more than 3 to 4 seconds away from another attacker.
You can see that defense for Colony. Always so close by. A very heavy stack once again towards security. And while Blurs isn't the player up there, you had Ethan nearby. You weren't too far away for Gladiator, right? They're trying to stay mobile. And I feel like for Border, that's kind of a misnomer. You don't want to be entirely mobile. You need rotates, you need control over Central Hall on the second floor, but you can't sacrifice certain sentineled positions. A lot of people call them like apex fronts, right? Where you need to sit more static. You can't sacrifice those by being so mobile. But if you're able to pick up first bloods, you're able to pick up executions off screen, it gives your team a little bit of an edge and a little bit more leeway than, say, having to sit still in a single spot forever. So there's still value to be found. They get the first 2 bloods for Colony. Quickly, though, Palmdale clap it right back. We do see Ethan, though, separating the distance in terms of player count for a little bit longer, but Ethan should also be dead. Z-Skis, I don't know how they survived for as long as they did in that engagement, but they do. And it's just Estepan 69 and a triple kill scenario forced to ace in this round for Palmdale. And Yoshimi is stemmed up every bit of damage that's been dealt to this point. You're stuck between a rock and a hill, and you've got to climb it while also somehow not getting hit with the Indiana Jones boulder ahead of you. Because both players for the side of Colony, with 70 seconds left, have the aim, the guns more specifically at any range as their rifles and a very solid SMG with a good scope upon it to wait things out. And you still have to go collect that diffuser here, Zeta.
There's not much to really do. You can take it as a timeout, but that's not really necessary when you have only 1 round that's been put on the board. You know that any entry point that hasn't been taken yet is probably going to be plagued with a trap like a Goom Mine or an Ella Grismot. And wherever you go, you're going to be giving away a lot of your position. Time will continue to dwindle away. 30 seconds. Trying to ease out a 1v1. Not going to happen as Yoshimi will grab those body shots and Estepan will fall to the ground as the Colony keep it close in a 1-1 game.
Realize that Colony now finding a round win in success from the extension from that roam game. Zayden, they're going to immediately think that the roam game's the end all be all. And that is going to be the case on some objectives. But if they follow that mindset in its totality, they're just going to give Palmdale isolated 1v1s again. And Palmdale are going to start to realize they need to cut down the roamers more specifically. And honestly, I can already see that's the case. Palmdale have a Jackal. They can obviously attack or repick off. They can make adjustments since they are on the attack and can change things up. But that Jackal is an unbelievably threatening operator to bring into the map of Border against a team that's now in this mindset that they have to extend. We saw the castle of Palmdale actually just last map be super efficient on the roam game. Colony blurs on the round up for CCTV extension when they were in Master Bedroom and Gym. And the second to last round of Clubhouse, we saw that work out when it was a nearly flawless, was a flawless result for them. We saw Blurs and Gladiator on the extension off towards CCTV and Cash. That worked out for them. So expect Blurs on the extension and expect Ethan, as well as even Lightning Bolt, to sit a little bit further away in an extension, but still off from sight because this objective is so difficult to hide within. Taylor's has 2 active windows, floorboards from above that's entirely breachable, and a hallway that will be breached open as well from distance with basic fire. Bathrooms, there's no safety net within it. You have to hold square, you have to hold open, and you have to extend up to the 2nd floor. And Colony, if there's any inkling of a 2nd floor extension, they're way too slow to get over to it. It's 30 seconds into the round and everyone's still on the 1st floor.
For the feet, Jojo spraying in, not able to find it. Not even a little bit of chip damage.
Don't peek this.
Don't.
There's no value gain for either side there, though. That's the funniest part. You're a hard breacher. Peeking that. If you die, your team has nothing. So Jojo's life is not worth the chance of getting damage or maybe a kill off from a surprise foot shot, which the chances of it are invariably low. Self-realization of your value as an individual is important, and this is what I'm going to be looking forward to, the fuse. No extension for Colony up to the 2nd floor means Palmdale have 2 minutes of free time to bury this 1st floor control. Flush everybody out. Ram drone the floorboards. Dokubi call to keep them still, cluster charge to find frags, and cut off the exiting players. That's exactly what they've done. Blurs and Yoshimi on an attempted step away from sight, no longer a point of contention, and Palmdale have a major lead that only extends with the death of Gladiator.
Ethan Lightning Bolt, the last two remaining defenders, having to get against 5 players from Palmdale. Estepan spraying, they have sight. Going for the plant with JoJo. Down goes Lightning Bolt from Red Swan. Ethan swinging around trying to find one, but no, Red Swan comes out on top. Flawless round for Palmdale as they go spiraling towards regaining that lead.
Colony just in a really bad spot because of the lack of an extension of the second floor. A lot of that second floor extension is just a way to buy time so that Palmdale don't have as much free time to set up the ram drones, get up cluster charges correctly, get Dokubi calls to execute exiting players right. And Palmdale's a team that we've seen them struggle in those scenarios, but the more important impact is with the extension for Colony up to the second floor and then falling back through those hatches to get back to the first. If you get a kill, Zayden,
Attackers need to locate
any of those players are invaluable to Palmdale's roster in that round. The ram drone you knock out means they have no real way to break the floorboards because they don't have a sledge nor a buck nor something like an Ash or a Sophia to knock out with the floorboards in any capacity. Not even a breaching charge was in that round in possession for Palmdale. You take down the fuse, that's no cluster charges. Players don't actually have to exit away from sight. They can sit inside bathroom and they can sit inside closet corner cubby of tellers to hide a whole lot safer. The Nomad means that you can then wrap around in the late stages. They don't have the ability to stop you with air jabs to deny the roam. Dokubi means no calls, which means information's lacking. You don't have to stand still and you'll be a whole lot safer from the verticality as a whole. And then, of course, the ace being knocked off means if they need hard breaches in the later stages, which they may at the end of the day, I would argue that the ace and Nomad are a little less valuable to the strategy of Palmdale there. You're still knocking a player off the board and the value is immense for Colony. Extension to the second floor, that should be Colony's go-to strategy there. But with it noticeably absent, they feel the pain. And Palmdale comes away with a very good round 3. And now, we do see the extension for Colony as Lightning Bolt's trying to do the OG strategy here on border. Hop up where the TV SRT monitor is supposed to be and get a sight line through that ego window as well as out into new corner. See if they can poke fun or poke some 9mm rounds off into some Palmdale players stepping up to the second floor for that extension. Oh, great drone work.
That's how you do it. You don't need to move your drone all the way up to go in and get some information. Go in and try to clear the second floor. It's going to be Yoshimi to stand strong, taking a good bit of damage as they're still holding down offices. We talked about getting rid of those very important operators. It's going to be the ace and the IQ to go. I'd argue you still got the ram and fuse, which are extremely pivotal, and you can make it work. But there are no secondary can openers, meaning this hatch will not be open. You're going to have to set up all your utility, leave one player up there, and then try to go and contend this bottom floor. Meanwhile, Blurs and Gladiator, the remaining 2 defenders, still alive in this scenario. Gladiator sitting on site. Meanwhile, Blurs is sitting a little bit more comfy towards Beepers, trying to go and rotate around. They have the ping. You know that they know exactly where they're located. Red Swan, you have the body shot just missing the right opportunity. Ring around the Rosie, jumping out, exposing, looking for it. They're able to find it. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, Blurs finds 2, narrowing it down to a 1v1. They're gonna have to try to make their way back towards the site. Super short to utilize. They have the audio cue where this castle must be coming from. Sitting around inside a waiting room, waiting for the opportunity that Blurs peeks around the corner. Great idea to use a Dokubi call. This will force the rotate back into security, give you the opportunity to rotate with the side. The frostbite saved as they shoot, able to grab it. Plant attempt now going down with 40 seconds. This will flip the round once again back on its head. Blurs having to make a rotate back into sight. They're into bathroom. Playing towards hallway. Bearing 9 in hand. Blurs lit up to a critical amount of HP. Swings around and will find it! Evening things back down to an even round count.
Defenders have eyes on the diffuser. Attackers need to protect it.
What a round for Blurs. A 2v2, Red Swan not able to take down Gladiator in time to save a teammate.
Defender mission successful.
Finally does so. Second frag for Blurs off screen, and then it's a 1v1 after Red Swan finally completes upstairs. Such a difficult scenario for Palmdale to be within. And we finally see the objective and the extension for Colony pan out for themselves, just knocking down a couple players, forcing Palmdale to diversify the approach, to step away from their first strategy. Because I mentioned it yesterday, and I'll say it again today, because it's that invaluable as a key point for most teams. If you don't have depth of strat book, you have nothing. If your first strategy fails and your backup plan is to, I'll say,
improvise.
Improvise? That's the exact word I'm looking for. Thank you, Zayden. If your first plan fails and your next strategy is just to improvise, you had no intent to win the round. And we finally see Palmdale be forced to improvise, and Colony strikes for the win. A close win, nonetheless, but the Colony strikes for the win. Tying the game back up again here on Border. Heading into round 5, a split 2-2. And a ridiculously strong map for both teams so far. And I love to see the
Scott,
adjustments Colony makes.
I think this is a very good time to talk about one of our sponsors, Valor.
Absolutely.
And I just want to quickly say that you can elevate your school's esports training. The Valor training program offers a premier experience tailored for players at all levels. Valor's platform ensures effective skill development and progress tracking with structured roadmaps, categorized learning, and interactive quizzes. Generation Esports schools who join Valor before June 30th will receive the summer holiday period free, giving students the perfect opportunity to train and level up during the break. Empower your esports athletes with Valor's superior training and educational support. Don't miss out. Book a call with your HSEL or MSEL rep to learn more today.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. I don't know what exactly Valor entails, but first off, having Valor be even available option for players is actually unbelievably impressive. Shout out to Valor. The younger you can get these players into a team that can fulfill their needs and support them, the better it's going to be. Talked about Quizlets earlier. Interactive quizzes is a part of Valor, and honestly, that would have been a sick segue at the time, but I didn't think too far ahead for that one. These type of things to create differences for a player individually, and that lets them seed into any roster and into a roster in general perfectly. And you want them to mesh, especially when they take the step out of high school and hopefully move on into the esports scene for collegiate. It's going to be a breath of fresh air to not just have newer players step into those systems, have regimented players step into those systems. This round, though, not looking so hot for Colony. So you had a really good chance for Z-Skis to make it a 1v4, but instead, great shots connecting from Ethan, but the second firefight with Braum does not go their way. It's just Yoshimi. And while this second floor armory objective is very difficult to hold on to, this roam game hasn't found a lot of value for Colony, and the step up to the second floor for Yoshimi will make a lot of noise through that barbed wire. Jojo planting off on the wrong objective, arguably to defend against for Colony, means that Palmdale will have a very static post-plant scenario now, and a 3 versus 1 with Yoshimi now down to a pixel with a perfect wallbang from Palmdale. Maybe not even knowing just how valuable they got off of a couple shots through that small wooden side. Yoshimi switching to the pistol. Player up close and personal. The damage. Rotero Joe, no matter what, you're going down, Yoshimi. And Red Swan guarantees it. It's Palmdale for the next.
What a round as Palmdale snapped back, and it's been a lot more of a battle. Witnessing these teams constantly having to attend and adapt round after round. We have not seen more than a 1-round differential with Palmdale securing it. Going up 2-3. They have an opportunity to secure a 4-2 split here. Have the greatest differential we've seen in this matchup so far. This one's been close and all the way down to the wire. And I'm very concerned, because I know that defense is where the Colony have a lot more success. And as they move on to that attacking end, making sure and absolute certain that they are giving themselves the best opportunity. And they're going to need that 3-3 split to guarantee that. They
Yeah,
cannot allow
it feels like
Palmdale to have-
Palmdale's. It feels like Palmdale's a more evenly split roster for their attack and defense, right? I can't argue that they're better on defense than attack. A lot of the times it's just kind of most teams are better on defense by a percentage because most maps are defender favorited. Colony, I can absolutely say they're much better on the defense, it feels like. Chalet defensively, pretty darn good. Obviously, they had to face a really tough, set of rosters, so it's kind of too hard to set up against it, but they took the first map of Chalet a very good way. Clubhouse attack is just really difficult for them to find the perfect piece of the puzzle. Defensively, they were getting a lot more success. I can definitely say defending-wise, Colony looked better. And maybe it's a map thing, because it outright could be. But Border will be a litmus test for Colony. And if they can't close out an even half here, it may make the odds of that second half even more difficult. But I think they can do it. They've got the setup for the operator selection in this round. They've got a very solid objective in the first place. There's no desperate extension towards security. And as long as they can secure first blood, they can fall back and sit on their haunches. And that's a very valuable operator for Palmdale. Not as much value as you could have had, as a ram drone won't do too much. There's no verticality on a third floor. It's only 2 levels high for Border. But the weapon in Zeki's hands, I apologize. And the value as a player they bring, losing that, it's going to sit real pretty. As Ethan in a firefight, barely not taking any damage with the second swing. Downs Jojo, and they go down 2. Colony up to 2-player man advantage. And they're sitting really well for a possible 3-3 split here, Zayden.
It's all about if Palmdale can go and start to narrow these numbers down. They'll do just that. With 1:25. They need to slowly see what other avenues they can explore. Estepan on the buck. We haven't seen much verticality in this matchup, besides on that bathroom site. But that's exactly how you want to play it, Colony. Blurs will get the trade. Down goes Estepan. Just 2 players remaining for Palmdale. If they can continue to use their numbers advantage, continue to secure these trades, they are sitting very cozy for this first half.
Oh, lightning bolts. Colony side has to be very wary. Rotero drone will step up. It will clear out the drone denial utility for visual. Also clear out the shield. Value for the armory door entry, the security door entry, is found off this Rotero drone, and they'll even set up a rotate off towards Fountain. They need to have covering fire for Red Swan to make sure these 2 players aren't just ego swinging individual sight lines on opposing ends of the map.
Bomb located by
Blurs is stacked up, waiting just close to the A objective. It's lightning bolt from the door of security. Just 1 man, and they're done too. Blurs, the Colony side, guarantee an even half. That's exactly what you want to ask for. That's so darn difficult for Colony to do, but they nail it to make sure that this half is solid.
1, 2, 3. Everything went according to plan there. Even if there wasn't a backup, we saw that Colony was there and ready. The Cougars were ready to pounce at every single turn, Scott. And I gotta say, it's a good show of force going into this second half. Immediately going and looking at the operator selection, it's immediately looking a lot more obtainable. We have the Sophia for the soft breach. We have the, I believe that was an ace that was being selected. There's so many different avenues they're now able to explore, and we still have the repick. They still have even more opportunities. Switching over to the other end of things with Palmdale, they're still taking that Echo. They're still going for the Fenrir Thorn, making a back-to-back appearance now in this matchup, as especially with Border, as you go into the single beeper inside of Armory, you have a lot of opportunities to go and set up a trap and force players to either have to run right through or escape while they still can. It's a very interesting dynamic that we have set up here on Border, and those narrow hallways also allow for Thorn to immediately trap a lot of operators in sticky situations. Switch over from the Fink into the Thatcher. I think that only makes their lineup even stronger. Maverick, Ace, Zofia, Great operator selection. I don't know how much I love the Maverick, but I think if it's used properly, the amount of peak holes you can make will be astonishing.
One thing I noticed in the first half, and I kind of noticed it for Colony in general for a lot of the maps so far, for both Chalet and Clubhouse, right? But especially so on Border for the entirety of that first half. When Colony would get first bloods, they'd immediately get 2. Very rarely would they lose one afterwards, but Palmdale would almost guaranteed every time find 2 kills afterwards and make it a 3 versus 3. But when Palmdale would find first bloods, it would go from a 4v5 to a 3v5 to a 2v4 to a 1v3. They maintained that player advantage consistently. And Colony had a very troublesome time in doing so. And I don't know if it's a positional thing. I don't know if it's a greed thing. But Palmdale, it has to be a them thing. It's something they adjusted upon, knowing they're at a 2-player disadvantage, to recover from that deficit and adjust how they moved in tandem, occasionally trying to hunt down individuals, proper droning. Something worked. And they got to start doing that, or they need to start doing that. It's a little bit too late since the first half is over, and this was the last attacking side they'll ever get for the series. They need to start doing that in every single round, on every single map. Blurs sticking down the diffuser. Got it to half, but will be forced off as Esteban gets the frag. Ethan will refrag. You see some shots coming out from that fountain side as well. Ethan stepping into a dread mine will lose their eyesight for a small period of time. Ethan now in a very dangerous spot, though, as a player defensively for Palmdale will be stepping up towards static default cam towards east stairs. They sit below it. Great frag from Yoshimi to deny Braum, eventually clearing out the danger of that outside line player as Red Swan loses the Yokai drone and JoJo loses their life. DB and Odin finished. It's Colony taking the first round of the second half, as they have done for every single map so far.
Look at how they sprung the trap there, Scott. It was clean and cut, and of course, we have players taking a little bit of a decent amount of damage early on in that round. But the moment they made it into the actual building, he was step by step meticulously progressing. And there was not nearly enough resistance from Palmdale to shut that down. At every turn, it felt like Colony was using adequate utility, or the utility that was coming into play from Palmdale was not properly being used. I need to see from Palmdale on this defensive end that if you are trying to go and hold Armory, which you are now once again reattempting to do, depending on where your opponent's coming from, make sure that if you have utility, if you have dread mines that are going to be deployed, you are utilizing that as a voice cue, an audio cue, and using a C4, anything at all, chip damage, to make sure that you are there going and contending with your opponent.
Honestly, Zayda, I've been really impressed so far on this map. First off, this is the highest round differential we're guaranteed to get already. It's tied with Chalet. Even if Colony were to find this first half straight flawless and go 7-3, it would tie with Chalet's stat line. But I don't think that'll be the case. I have to imagine Palmdale defensively will make up for the slight shortcomings they're going to face for obviously last round, possibly this round as well, and any other rounds. And they make such smart play styles when they make those micro adjustments, and they end up becoming macro adjustments. Gladiator in a firefight. Z-Ski is going for a spawn peak and actually gets the worst end of that spawn peak. That's your Thatcher still up and running. And the Grim, invaluable to the map of Border. One of the few maps where you almost guarantee Grim's presence no matter what in the collegiate and pro scene. That being brought up by Blur shows they have a bigger depth of operator selection than maybe we were thinking of them previously. But that's going to need Blurs to go off towards security. That's where typically that value will be. And they only have, I think it's Yoshimi off in that direction because it's a mostly first floor, zero extension from Palmdale presence. So they may dump that towards bathroom instead, which is why Blurs is just biding their time.
Interesting set of interactions. Good choice to use the Zofia concussion You can use that to clear corners even, because it will detonate immediately if someone enters into the proximity. Not to mention the Grim Bees, as the Goyo of Estepan was trying to mind his business, but did not even work out in that scenario, as he's forced all the way down towards Fountain. Closed off. Multiple set of B canisters being sent in his direction. Sprays around, flips the script. Down goes Blurs. Continuing to hold on, put in the DBNO state, but still spraying towards computers. Evening out the man count. Skis able to find Yoshi. Down goes Skis in a bit of a trade scenario. This is the closest match we've had thus far, as mentioned. Swing around to Ethan, trying to find the Legion. Not gonna happen. Brelam captures that kill. Traded right back. Skis is back up and ready. Advantage towards Palmdale. Can they hold on? Skis with a double kill. All of up to Lightning Bolt sitting inside of Archives. No case in hand. 45 seconds. Has time to wait. Able to find the double. Swinging around. Looking towards Beeper. Trying to find the remaining two players. Still at a full set of HP. Going to have to catch them when they are not expecting it. Rotate for case. It's good. 20 seconds. Needs to make it to a suitable plant spot where they will not be denied immediately. Not to mention the illustrious yokai drone that is immediately going to come into play. First plant denied. Jojo getting into position. Second denied. And Jojo to finish the kill. A masterclass display from Palmdale, as they will maintain this match, evening things out.
I've gone 6 months without seeing a yokai drone clutch, and I have seen 2 this weekend. Why Echo has been so prolifically used in high school right now for the HSEL Nationals, I'm not sure, but I absolutely love seeing it. The MP5 SD, easy to control. Give it to a gunner, give it to a non-gunner, it doesn't matter. They will step up to bat. And now we have guaranteed it here, Zayden. This will be the most rounds we'll ever see in a map in this series. Tied scoreline 4-4, and Palmdale put a attack in the Colony scoreboard and say, you're not taking this second half flawlessly. You're not taking it easily. We're making you work hard, and we're going to win it out at the end of the day. Very, very happy with their performance of the round prior, but defensively, they need to stack up for a new objective, Teller and Bathroom. And you have to extend. I mentioned this previously with Colony. That was their biggest problem, was a total lack of an extension. And Palmdale in the last round didn't have that much of a roam game either. Lacking that roam game is going to hurt even more on an objective as difficult as this one is. Leave 2 players inside open. Leave 2 players off towards construction, I should say. Put 2 up inside of office. And 1 can roam anywhere they wish to. That's how mobile this map has to be. You have to be willing to make sacrifices, willing to make collective thinking as a team to make one giant cohesive unit. The PC, as I called it previously. You can't do it without the RAM, can't do it without the GPU, and you can't do it without the CPU. And the best CPUs are powered by Intel, which is actually one of our sponsors. Brought to you by Intel, the HSEL is. Thanks to Intel support, HSEL is able to offer high school students across the nation unparalleled esports experience from cutting-edge technology to thrilling competitions. Intel is fueling the future of high school esports. Discover how Intel sparks innovation and pushes the boundaries of possibilities at Intel.com. Always been an Intel boy myself.
That makes 2 of us.
I had a Ryzen for a little bit, but I didn't like it, to be fair.
Opening up this round, Lightning Bolt. It's gonna be the first Paul. That's the Buck. Not a big fan of the Buck selection on this sort of objective. However, won't be making much of an impact nonetheless. Minute 50, yokai drone immediately being used. Ethan to even things out, but it's gonna be from behind. Ski with 3, looking for 4! That's all 4 kills for Z-Skis. Able to get back up. Can they capture the ace? Looking for it, pistol in hand, down it goes! That's an ace for Z-Skis, all off of the flank. What a play for Palmdale!
Palmdale found their hero. And Z-Skis rising back up and rising to the occasion. 1 round away from match in series point on the defensive border. In this map, the defense can feel a whole lot easier. But now you've got a tertiary objective ahead of you, Palmdale. Colony never had to see it. Where do you head to? They'll go ventilation and workshop. Ventilation, direct access from outside. Whether it's main entrance and a single doorway close, or it's the window in ventilation that gives you direct access. You have to make sure you clear every floorboard on the second floor to get verticality. In workshop, there's 2 hatches to worry about. There's the one directly above workshop entrance on the north side, and the one closest to bathroom wall. Do you defend security hatch and leave the other one open? Do you open both? You only open the workshop hatch? This would be a hard spot for Palmdale to sit within, knowing that this is an objective not many choose to go to, not many want to play, because border tends to be very back and forth. Seeing a tertiary site already is rare.
5 seconds to insertion.
But I do see a heavy extension already, and this is what you have to see. JoJo
Attackers are moving out
does
to
not
locate a
have
bomb.
impacts,
The attackers bombed
but they
the
have the
diffuser
I to
drop.
S.
Attackers recovered the
They
bomb
need to start
diffuser.
clearing these floorboards.
Attackers dropped the diffuser. Attackers recovered the diffuser.
Oh, and you can see Connie. They're sprinting directly over to ventilation. They spawn on road to go straight to ventilation.
This could be a complete spring-trapped assault towards vents. Does look to be slowing down, though, thankfully. Oh, man, the interactions
They got a drone
were,
inside.
Yeah. Interactions are... Got the camera outside. Default camera still up outside. That's something that should not be there. Gotta make
No
sure
one's
you're dealing
spawning
with
that
those.
side. You still have to go through the dirty steps to get the job done, though. You have to make sure all of those are clear.
They just provide way too much information, but already good control of this second floor. Fleurs along with Ethan, clearing it out. Yoshimi falling from Colony, no refrag as Z-Skis is still lit up just below 50 HP. The minute 42, there's not much that has been cleared, and Palmdale looking quite cozy, but the problem with a site like this is how quickly it can collapse.
Brom's just watching within bathrooms. Far from sight, but not too far away. The Colony, knowing they're at a player disadvantage, have to desperately work this second floor, where they've finally been given what they view as enough claimant space, enough denial from defensive utility and player presence to start to fully stack up and destroy, ruin the concept and the architecture of border, and create that open floor plan they're looking for. Blurs. Down goes JoJo. Red Swan inside ventilation will pay the price for staying there. It's Gladiator to get the finishing blow. And Ethan even steps up more. Z-Skis, though, not done. All over the place for Palmdale. And they're going to have to get just as impressive of a performance as the previous round, because you still are at a player disadvantage, Palmdale. With 30 seconds left, they're in sight, but the question's going to be, what's their control looking like? Lightning Bolt trying to clear out, working close from tellers. Brahms in bathroom needs to hold a cutoff to keep Z-Skis safe. Do they know it's a Z-ping for a live ping? They know there's a player in hall. Long fire. Z-Skis the 3K. And damage the lightning bolt, but not securing. Z-Skis watching hall. Damages again, this time Gladiator. As the lightning bolt begins to put the plants. The rush can go. The shots. Z-Skis, no! It's up to Brahm. The for the ADD. Palmdale. Gladiator can't let that happen to themselves. Esteban from beyond the grave. And it's a match in series point after a round 10 victory.
3 straight rounds for Palmdale. 3, Scott. Ow. Absolutely absurd. On border, nonetheless. Z-skis maneuvering themselves around the map. Staying unknown. Man, oh man. Leaving me borderline speechless. The ability, and there was a lack of pressure. Palmdale had the case in their possession for so much. Man, oh man. There was a world where there could have been 2 back-to-back Z-ski aces.
And Braum is shaking in their boots, by the way, in that 1v1. They get their kill. Z-ski. I really don't know how Z-skis doesn't get the frag to Gladiator there. Has the drop on him, but a random stray headshot gets them first.
They're not stopping.
Oh, it's what it is. It's R6, baby. Anything can happen. Colony can still make these next 2 rounds possible. But this attack, which has been so difficult for Colony on every map we've seen from them, you can't make any major mistakes. You can make minor mistakes, but minor mistakes add up. They tend to add up into one big mistake that ends and spells your undoing. But a big mistake, that is your undoing. You can find it and tee into it immediately. That one right there is going to be a huge one to have to worry about. Why is Lightning Bolt, after breaking the breach, still swinging it back over with the gun not even at the ready? Why is Ethan holding a window and shimmying when they know for a fact a player is holding the long-range angle? That's a 2-player deficit for Colony and a hard climb back ahead of them. A Mount Everest-style escalation they need to make. And they're lacking huge entry and now hard breach to get
Top
there.
frag off the board. Ethan biting the dust in this round. While they might have a high death count, they've also have an equally high kill amount, where they've been great at allowing for Colony to get into the building and allow for the trade game to commence. But that will not be the case here. The remaining 3 players of Gladiator, Yoshimi, and Blurs will need to step up. Well, Palmdale just has to hold and pray that Estepan will continue to hold as they have 3 on this round.
Don't expect him to stop. Rotate out. Yoshimi. DB&O'd, but not yet finished. But the teammate of Blur's not too far away, 10-8, and we'll have to make this a 14-8 to give Colony the chance to move on within the HSEL Nationals. Thankfully, you have the stem. Adrenal Surge comes forward, and Yoshimi's back up on their feet. Split the weight, split the load, and make this 2 kill each game. The Blurs will make the rotate quite the distance off towards Armory. Break open security door just to check no one's here. They'll surge back up to get Yoshimi to 50 HP. As Yoshimi swings off from break, they've cleared security for the most part, but they still have to get beeper door. They still have to take out Fountain and everything else of offices. And Palmdale refused to give them the time of day. Braum, 1v1 with Blurs. They'll lose out. Blurs tries to go for Ostapan. It's a 4K for Estepan. Is there a secondary ace available? The Yokai droned! And it's an SMG Vector to secure. 2 aces from Palmdale in the second half. From 2 different players. And Palmdale will move on.
Palmdale getting it done. Not conceding anything inside of Fountain, not even office. My mind is blown. Absolutely astonishing show of force in the second half of that border matchup. Shutting down the roam, shutting down the entrance into the actual map. Scott. Near back-to-back aces from the same player. The next following round, this team stepped up when they needed to.
Yeah. They overcame adversity. They adjusted. They made the right decisions at the right time, and they just capitalized on the mistakes that Colony made. And I mentioned in the map too, Colony was making a lot of mistakes. There's stuff that when they VOD review it back, which they should be doing, they'll see it, and hopefully their captain will point things out and help it out. And sorry, I can't be more help on Border. I'm really bad at Border. That's actually like one of the few maps that I'm not as keen and privy on for strategies and things like that. But peaking at the wrong time, not cohesive pushes, same problem that we saw Palmdale have early in the first half as well, and over on Chalet. These things just create problems. They create folds in your attack and on your defense. And if you fold, if you buckle, they're going to run you over. And that's exactly what Palmdale did there towards the end. 3 in a row to make it 4 in a row. It is just a really, really good map for them in that second half. And the attack Colony could not overcome those obstacles, which now means Palmdale will be facing off against Tualatin. And I have to envision this is going to be a good game. But Tualatin is a ridiculously good roster. They were a team nobody expected to move on the way they did, taking down the number 4 seed. They had them on upset alert, and they got them. So they're better than even what most people are thinking. So I don't know, man. I think this next series is about to be a slammer.
Me too, but we have a little bit of a break before we get there. I believe we will have an interview with one of the winners of this match. I'm just on confirmation. But before we have that, I do want to highlight one of my final thoughts on that map, which was actually the ban of Caviera. I think looking back, and I think that's where the entirety of it started. Even though you're starting on the defensive end, you need to be making sure that you know the operators that you want to be taking. And by the looks of it, I don't have any conscious memory of Colony taking Solace in any one of those rounds. Do you?
No, I don't believe so. But I also, again, I think both the Montaigne and the Caviera ban for Colony is just them banning to ban something. They're not doing it to get rid of the Caviera. Caviera's okay on Border, but it's not like Caviera's any better on Border than she is on any other map, right? Her best map arguably is something like Chalet even, where it's a little bit more open. This is coming from something like 1,500 hours in Caviera, right? I'm pretty sure that ban is there for Colony. So because they don't have another ban they really want to work with, and they know they're not going to use either one, so they ban either one.
So my point there being, you need to go and have an understanding when you know there's a powerful operator and you know that your opponent is going to use it better than you will. Just accept that you will not use that, and accept that you've played in scenarios without it and still won. Solace would have been the ban there that I think in. And of course, this is hindsight. Hindsight just means something you should have done. Like it's 2020. There's no knowing it at the start. It's just about being more proactive and saying, okay, we know that Solace is an operator that we are not necessarily accustomed to using. Okay, even if we are, we know that they use it a lot better than we do. Let's get rid of it, get it off the board, and make our lives a whole lot easier the moment we get onto that attacking end. And that is the interesting dynamic that is the ban phase. But as you get to that third map, it needs to be a lot more targeted. You don't have, if it was the first map in the series, I can justify, oh, it's a ban for a ban. You got to target, you got to know your opponent by the time you're getting to that third map.
All right, whether or not we have an interview will have to be seen. We may just want to get that second series started as soon as possible because one of these teams is just straight going into the next game. So if they want their interview, we may just say win the next game too, right? We'll have to see if that will be the case. No matter what, very big congratulations to Palmdale for taking this victory. They will now be facing Tualatin. And then, of course, congratulations to Colony. I know this isn't the result you guys wanted, but you guys did play exceptionally well and really enjoyed your game on Friday as well. So you made it all the way through to this point in HSEL Nationals, but this is where you bow out. Enjoy the rest of the competition. There's still plenty more games to go, and that means you two in the audience. Stay tuned. The next series will get started here real soon.
They say the right tools can get any job done. We agree. Introducing Blueprint, a platform for educators built by educators. Blueprint is user-friendly, featuring drag-and-drop scheduling tools and a robust gradebook. Designed for the scholastic world, Blueprint empowers educators to create powerful course content. Plus, Blueprint is the exclusive provider of the popular Gaming Concepts curriculum. Learn more about how to gain access to Blueprint today.
I imagine there are many more that I just don't know about because no one really, displays their passion for esports because, it's not really seen as cool in a sense.
My name is Trey Curtis.
My name is Jordan Langford.
My gamer tag is TapU.
My gamer tag is Swizz.
But what got me into gaming is the Wii, I think probably. My parents got me a Wii when I was really young. Played like Wii Sports, Super Mario.
Definitely my older brother, watching him play, hearing about other kids in my school playing games. So yeah, that's really how I got into gaming.
I don't really do any like extracurricular things. I take like AP classes and honors classes, but besides that, I don't really do anything extracurricular. So having like esports, like something I like to do a lot, I think it's just really cool, especially like being able to do it with friends and things like that.
I love the guys, we practice a lot together, it takes a lot of chemistry to make a team work. We haven't lost a game in the regular season yet in the 3 tournaments we've played in so far. And I think that's just because of our, dedication, hard work, teamwork, working together, working things out when they don't exactly go how we plan them to. And I think that's a really good piece to our success is our chemistry.
I guess I wasn't really too talkative in school and stuff. Meeting like 2 that were juniors at the time is like kind of cool as well because they added me to their group on Discord, and so like I kind of talked with a few people there. So I guess kind of brought me out of my own friend group a bit and like just talk to other people.
Well, I know a lot of people that love the game at my school. I mean, I play with a lot of them, but I imagine there are many more that I just don't know about because no one really displays their passion for esports because it's not really seen as cool in a sense, and I really think that can be put away, that stereotype.
Hello there, gamers and mental health enthusiasts. Today, we're diving into a groundbreaking study that explores the intersection of scholarly gaming and mental health education and how it can impact the self-esteem of adolescents. Picture this. A world where scholarly gaming isn't just about mastering technology-based career skills or dominating the world of video game business. No, it's a world where gaming becomes a gateway to improving mental health. 3 visionary educators and a school-based health intervention expert came together to create a curriculum that aligns with academic guidelines from the International Society for Technology Education. This curriculum spans 40 lessons, delivered over 14 weeks with a minimum of 120 minutes per week. But here's the twist. 83 schools were invited to participate, but they were divided into 2 groups, those with mental health moments and those without. The non-mental health moment group got the scholarly gaming curriculum alone, while the mental health moment group got an extra layer of education. Mental health moments were embedded into 27 lessons, integrating concepts from the PERMA framework and the Collaborative Academic Social and Emotional Learning Standards, otherwise known as CASEL. Now, let's meet our players. 471 participants from both groups, with almost 75% in high school, many experiencing scholarly gaming for the first time. A majority were male, and the racial diversity was broad. At the start, the average self-esteem score was 17.9, with 22.1% reporting low self-esteem. But hold on, the game's just beginning. As the study progressed, it revealed some fascinating results. While 57.7% of participants with low self-esteem at the beginning reported average self-esteem post-intervention, the Mental Health Moments group stole the spotlight. Self-esteem scores improved by 8.3% in the Mental Health Moments group, compared to no change in the non-Mental Health Moments group. How's that for a power-up? Some students even shifted from abnormally low self-esteem scores to normal ranges. The message is loud and clear. Educators, healthcare providers, and adolescent advocates pay attention. Non-traditional educational instructions, like scholarly gaming, combined with mental health moments, can significantly improve students' well-being. And there you have it, a journey through the power of scholarly gaming and mental health moments. Remember, your self-esteem matters, and sometimes, all it takes is a little extra support to level up. Thanks for joining us on this adventure. Until next time, keep gaming, keep learning, and most importantly, keep believing in yourself.
I love it. Like, I know a lot of people from other schools that I talk to, they envy us in a sense because they wish they had an opportunity to be able to be with your friends and compete. Even talk to my parents, they're like, wow, I wish we had that when we were younger. So it's a cool opportunity for sure.
I would have probably never became friends with these people if I didn't join it. They're really cool. They're actually fun to hang out with.
We got the hang of it pretty quick, and yeah, Generation Esports is a pretty decent website, I will say. The queuing is easy, you can figure out what time you want to play, and it's all around just super fun talking with other people from other schools.
You can use Valor's training platform to bring professional esports into the classroom, and I'm going to show you how in 30 seconds. First up, let's choose the training camp that's right for me. Our platform is inclusive of all experience levels, so there's a range of choices. Here you can see a structured training roadmap. Let's start our first session. Now I can scaffold my esports teams using learning, quizzes, and training. See, wasn't even 30 seconds. You focus on play, we'll do the rest. Sign up for free today at valoresports.com and take your program to the next level.
People love Generation Esports. As the world of esports continues to grow, whether you're a teacher, student, or coach, Generation Esports is here to deliver solutions for any of your gaming-based interests. Our services work together, from competitive opportunities with scholarships to our innovative gaming concepts curriculum. We aim to give schools a premium experience inside and outside of the classroom. But don't take our word for it. Hear it from our community.
All of these different types of kids can come together and they work together, and it's just so fun to see them winning together.
A lot of our students are looking for different things to get involved in, and what better way to get involved in something like esports.
I've had the privilege of getting to implement gaming concepts into the curriculum just this past semester. There's the competitive side of things, there's the content creation, there's the hardware, there's the business side of things that's on there. There's something for everyone.
Esports is definitely the period to look forward to every day.
Esports has really changed it where students are now able to, who might have just got home and not had something to do, now they can stay after school, they can be engaged in something that makes them motivated to come to school.
I've been teaching the gaming concepts class here at Lyons High School this semester. The kids have responded really well to the curriculum. HSEL has provided invaluable opportunities for our students. They can compete in national esports leagues and tournaments, learn about esports careers and opportunities, and it's helped our club expand and grow. Esports is sometimes the one thing that keeps students engaged in school that would otherwise skip school or not do homework. Esports is still a new frontier, but you don't have to venture out alone.
We weren't 100% sure if the interview was going to come through, but we have now officially confirmed it. The interview is here. Let's introduce one of the players here from Palmdale. It's Esteban, and we are super excited. The Ace King themselves for the final round of that last map to close out the victory in the three map series. How you feeling after that victory?
Man, I feel the adrenaline. I feel good. I'm confident, and I feel like me and my team could win the next game.
Absolutely. I love the confidence. Some people come in here, get a little sassy, then you go, yeah, it's all right. They sucked anyways. They're bad. They're, like yesterday with
Yeah.
some people, they revel in the victory and they move on. They feel confident, which you guys are going to need heading into the next game against Tualatin, who are a ridiculously good team as well. And on top of that, are kind of on an upset run. They're kind of on a streak where they're beating teams that they statistically maybe weren't really expected to do so in terms of their seeding heading into HSE Nationals, which is also the exact same thing you guys are doing. You guys have now taken down a team that was rated higher than you in seeding, and some people pay attention to seeding a lot for how rankings go. Some people don't. How do y'all feel being able to take down a team like that? How do y'all feel coming into a game against another team that's done the exact same thing as you guys?
Well, there's a lot of things to expect, obviously. Everyone is really good in their own roles and playing Siege, and we've gone against number one seeds before, so basically we know what to expect. Obviously, we can't let our guards down, and it's gonna be tough, a really tough game, but we feel like we could compete in it.
Well, let's go and jump back a little bit into the round and match that we just had. The first map of Chalet obviously did not go your way. What was the mentality like? Because I'm assuming that was not your map pick. Chalet was the map pick of the colony, and especially as you're moving over to Clubhouse, was there any extra bit of prep that you did to ensure that you were ready for that map? Can you just walk me through the timeline essentially between the map 1 and map 2?
So for Chalet, we're really confident when we're attacking Chalet because that's the map that we practice on a lot. But in the moment, we didn't really have the best call outs. We would always get tilted when we would die, and it would just throw us off. And most of the time, some of us really know how to position ourselves because of how uncomfortable we were on the defensive side as well. And after the first game, we kind of felt down, but our teammates, Jojo, Ziskis, Braum, all of us, we just started to talk together instead of walking away from our monitors and taking a little break. We just started to talk to each other, set up strats, and we just made it clear to each other that we need to play off of each other and just communicate more. And it really helped out in the second game.
How then do you go and transfer that mentality and momentum from the second map into the third, especially when it was such a close, contested competition up until the end?
Well, to be honest, since it went so well, that was the most coordinated we've played yet, and it just made us feel even more confident for the next game. So we just took our confidence, put it into the game, and just let it take the ride.
I like it. I like confidence a lot, Zayden. You know I like confidence a lot. So hearing that Esteban has so much confidence. I love to see that. Speaking of confidence, though, you talked a little bit about kind of mentally chalking a little bit on map one. I want to touch on that. Do you think that's probably the toughest thing your team faces? Because you say you all know your roles, you're good at your roles and what you do. Do you think that mental battle is the toughest thing you face? Which you can be honest, you can tell us because that's what a lot of high school teams typically agree with is that mentality is where you guys tend to struggle.
Yeah, it was the first game was pretty rough. The mentality wasn't there. The confidence wasn't there because of the losses. Yeah, the first couple rounds went really well, but after that, it just kind of went downhill. But we bounced back and we're here now.
We're
So
here now. Absolutely. Speaking of being here now, you guys have another game coming up, so I won't hold you for too much longer so you guys can prep as a team and make sure you're all on the same book and page. But before then, I'm going to give you a little bit of a stage, a platform to rise yourself up on. If you want to shout out your team, your family, your school, your coaching staff, anything in between, go ahead and do so now.
I just want to say thank you to Coach Fields at Palmdale High School. He's one of the best teachers on campus. He teaches engineering. If any of you guys are gonna go in there, you know who to talk to. Mr. Fields. He will be your number one supporter. He's like a second counselor. And he's just overall a really great person and I always look up to him. He's the person that brought all five of us here today. And yeah.
That's
Absolutely. Thank you very
wonderful.
much, Esteban. Thank you very much. Appreciate
Thank you
having you here.
guys. Thank you.
All right, and with that, that will end the interview, and we will now exit into another break before we head on over into the next game. Engineering. Y'all have
That's
that
cool.
at school now? My goodness,
That's cool.
that's crazy
Yeah.
cool. Actually, we didn't even have wood shop at my school. Like either I would think people talking about engineering. That's unbelievable. Yeah, wait, before we jump on over into the next game, we're gonna take that quick break. After this, Tualatin still against Palmdale, who will be facing off in that lower finals matchup to then determine who goes up against Evergreen Valley once again. Will it be a grudge match? Will it be a revenge match? Or one of these teams shock up something? Let's see these underdogs fight out. Stay tuned for more. Tualatin upset the number 4 seed, and now Palmdale has done the same with not the number 4 seed, I believe it's the number 6 seed of Colony, but still an upset against a higher seeded opponent. And this match, this series, for this lower round to determine who will go into the lower finals, it's kind of a big matchup here. It's the two teams that build up their entire presence here in HSEL Nationals off of upsetting those that are better than them. And you love to see stories like this, don't you, here, Zeta?
I certainly do. It makes for a very interesting dynamic where no matter what seed you are, you need to go into every single game, every single round, every single minute, Scott, and make sure that you make the absolute most of it, where you put everything out on the line. Because you sacrifice that one round, there's always a chance that the team can come back and completely destroy the dreams that you once had of being crowned HSEL national champions. But with that being said, it is. It's a close game, and we'll see if they have the extra momentum. They haven't already had to play a game today, so they got a little bit of an extra rest, a little bit of a sleep in, and maybe they didn't have to go for breakfast. Maybe they went for brunch, and maybe brunch certainly is the most important meal of the day.
Yeah, could be. We highlighted it. We said it'd be a battle of attrition. You know, sometimes the attrition can weigh on your stomach as well. You'll be a little hungry heading into the next series, and that's something that Palmdale are going to have to look at and think about and kind of digest. But they said they were talking between games. We had a great interview previously with Esteban. So I would maybe think that they were talking things through. We had said, what do we want to do for maps? We'd heard that when they initially had joined the call with us, not on broadcast, but in the pre-show right before we went back on air for the interview. They were trying to communicate. They were making sure that they were all on the same page for what they wanted to bring. And apparently what they wanted to bring was Chalet, Oregon, and Border. More specifically, they picked Chalet. Palmdale picked Chalet. The map that they didn't do so hot against Colony on,
7-3.
They picked up first. Personally speaking, I don't understand that as much, but maybe they just thought it was, and I agree, it was little mistakes from Palmdale in the early stages, and maybe the tilting of their mind, like Esteban had mentioned, was enough for them to say, hey, let's just not tilt this time and we'll be fine. But Tualatin, if they had been watching that game in series, which they should have been, could easily be reviewing that in any capacity as it's going on and digest how Palmdale were playing and very quickly find the counter to it.
We said the same thing about the Colony.
Did we?
The exact same thing.
Except we had never seen Palmdale play yet, so there's no way I said anything about the Colony.
No, but we said the same thing about Colony going back
we said
towards
for Palmdale, for Colony. Yeah, that is true.
Yeah, like vice versa. We're like, oh, Colony, last time we saw them,
and it didn't work out for them. So maybe high schoolers just aren't VOD reviewing, which would be a huge mistake.
Do your homework,
please. It's a video game. It's hardly homework. It's hardly work half the time. You're just enjoying an esport you already enjoy, and you just get to digest it and then use that information to find immediate success, right? So even if you're crazy ADHD like myself and you need that dopamine hit, you're gonna get it, and it's gonna be very satisfying when that little thing you learned in that VOD review preps you to counteract it perfectly in game. It's going to scratch that itch. It's going to give you that dopamine rush. But no matter what, it won't matter. Band phase is pretty interesting though for this map. Tualatin takes out the Dokkaebi and the Echo. Maybe seeing that Palmdale really liked the Echo. That is actually most definitely a target ban. There's no way that was just picked out of nowhere in thin air. That was 100% targeted towards Palmdale. So they brought that Echo very consistently. And then Palmdale takes down the Fenrir and the Ying, as you would expect for a map like Chalet. So really good ban selection all across the board. And Tualatin picking up something that I would believe is a target ban makes me really comfortable in saying that I think they did a little bit of their homework prior to this.
That would make the most logical sense here. It also makes sense that they would be watching the game as it unfolded previously to know who their opponent was. I know I would. But as far as setups go, the Timberwolves are doing a great job of knowing how to extend, but it seems like they're a little bit late and continuing to set up as the round goes on. Luckily, Palmdale have not necessarily rushed in to go and capture some of that space, and immediately we see a critique that we made in the previous match in the form of the little hole next to the library reinforcement, making it much easier to go control. And that's even with there being no Azami being selected, even though she escaped the ban phase.
Thieskies, slow prowl forward, and that will be a Palmdale first blood, as Zox does not manage to survive for too much longer. A second one. Marvel can't go up for too much higher either. Braum was DBNO'd, picked back up though. With Palmdale back now at a 2-player advantage, and not a great first round start for the Timberwolves. They'll have to think twice now about every defensive engagement that they choose to hold, and their positioning for it. Zskis, though, will have a whole lot more to think about. DBNO picked back up, and Palmdale have now had 2 players get knocked off the board and have to be recollected. But that's still guns up for future engagements. GCFX, down goes JoJo. Another chance, and it's a good one again. It's Red Swan. 2 in a row for him. And Palmdale are now in a 1v4, 2 players. Maybe could classify this as a 2.5v1. With the Timberwolves only having Olive remaining. Be hard-pressed to deny the possibility of a plant. A beautiful double swing from Palmdale, and the Timberwolves failed to get the first round of this series. It's Palmdale's success.
I really enjoyed that one. Palmdale doing a great job of capturing open space. We saw it all the way with Zskis getting the opening frag of this entire match. One element I want to continue to highlight is their ability to play together. That's something that they talked about in the interview, their ability to go and talk, and they said this is the best that they've communicated. And believe me, when you're playing Siege and everything's going according to plan and you're communicating, it's a feeling like no other. Like you're absolutely unstoppable, and it's about maintaining that. And that first round, that being a critical win point, allows for that momentum to continue, for Palmdale to continue to get height. If they continue to talk, have double swings. They've done a great job even in this previous matchup of maintaining the man count and making sure that if there is going to be a trade, they're going to make sure that it goes and favors them. If they lose that opening first blood, it's about how are they going to best make sure it gets traded back to keep it even. And that's through playing together, which they've done wonderfully. We saw 2 revives even in that last round, all through them knowing how to play together.
Palmdale, they mentioned in the interview, Esteban mentioned it, that they started off strong on Gillet. They got the first round, but then they just started making those mistakes, started to get a little tilty, started to lose the mental, and it chalked themselves too far and gave too much of a lead to Colony to lead into a nearly irrecoverable second half and too big a buffer space for them. Palmdale once again have now netted that first round. And if history is repeating itself here, we may just see Tualatin manage to secure themselves the second and try to use that to cascade more points forward. But know your history or be doomed to repeat it, and Palmdale are aware of that. So I have to envision that they'll make the adjustments to keep that mental tight, to keep themselves calm and collected, and to ensure victory past this point. As we do see the Timberwolves setting up the Kiba barricades inside library. A second one could be sent to make up the one that just got dropped. That's Narfi to place. They'll reset up the Kiba barricade and start to clear out any of the drone utility that's moving forward. Until they've got a lot of understanding of their position and the utility that they're currently stacked up and hiding within. And they're not just breaching open the totality of that mezzanine wall leading into library, just enough of a breach to give them a visual safety net while waiting for the Kiba barricade reset, as well as having the ability to quickly cross if absolutely necessary. But it's XOXX off the board. Esteban taking them down instead. Refragged now back. And Braum sneaking their way into dining takes down Dom. This is a very interesting cascade of characters for Palmdale. A slow pressure forward and a rotate back to site for Narfi. A safe one at that. The Timberwolves have maintained now a 3 versus 3 with a second frag off to Braum to refrag.
This flank is going to be made even more successful off the back that Palmdale only has 2 active drones remaining. Seaskis and Red Swan both having them available, but 2 drones with a minute to go is a little bit of a staggering number. We still have Fuse with those cluster charges. I don't know if we'll actually get to see those in play, but the players from the Timberwolves still sitting comfy, cozy. They have no reason to peek, no reason to swing, especially while Narfi is still off site.
Very aware. You know that Narfi had rotated back, but where are they currently? Z-Skis. Insane fragger for the side of Palmdale. Knows the weight they have in front of them. Feet shots go forward from Olive. Z-Skis gets the better end of the stick when it comes to GCF. The T5 SMG still finds a victim. It is Z-Skis. The double player tandem did not work for him just yet, and it won't work for the single either. Red Swan, back of piano, and Narfi from distance. They knew exactly where they'd have to step into their line of sight, and that castle barricade will fool no one for the slight view stepping in front of it. Great first round success for the Timberwolves, and a tied game now into the map of Chalet, where it's a very back and forth battle up to this point. Frag for frag, early lead for early lead. And Palmdale's attack is starting to feel a little bit more of the pressure from this Timberwolves defense than we saw against Colony. It's a whole lot less of Palmdale mistakes leading to a loss. That was more so just really good positioning for the Timberwolves to constantly be unexpected and catch off a player or two of Palmdale.
I think what we need to see now is maintaining those drones. 2 of them already off the board. You know where your opponent is. And you should know for a basement site that you already have a good idea of the setup that you want to be running. Z-Skis switching over towards the Twitch should be a good counter for the Mira. But what you need to be making sure that you do is save all these drones. And I am mistaken. I thought that we saw 2 drones get destroyed, but it was only the 1. Oh, no. There's indeed the 2. It's just swapping between all of them.
Welcome to R6. Welcome to R6.
I don't know what I just
one
witnessed.
thing, but then be another.
Oh, I think it was the Twitch being selected.
It was showing you last rounds. Yeah, it was showing you last rounds anyway, too.
Oh, I think it was showing
R6
once Z-Ski switched over to the Twitch. I don't know. Perfect game, Scott. It's a perfect game.
It's a perfect game. The single most important piece of utility in the entire game of R6 is the attacker drone. And every attacker comes with 2 of them. There's a quote from Intero. I will quote him every time on that. You can see Z-Skis getting a drone in front of them, acting as the entry right now for the team. The speed here is impressive. That's going to cut the sight lines. That's gorgeous. Zox just did not expect a player already into that space and claiming it. That is a Timberwolves drought now for player. Lacking the 416C. You can see them hunting even more further around the map. Here's the Twitch drone. Down goes the mirror window. Not even meleeed. It's a straight breach of that wall. And they will effectively have to funnel themselves out of dining, away from kitchen, and possibly even back into basement.
Look at this, Narfi. Sliding right into an unexpected angle. Would be absolute disaster. They have the information. ADS in from Z-Skis, trying to close them out as Narfi has to rotate down, but that's where you have to have 2 players always ready. As Brillam will shut that one down, increasing the man count differential to 2, favoring Palmdale.
Finally seeing Palmdale make use of cutoff angles, of tertiary angles, to ensure that no player can retreat away from any engagement or fight. That is a horrible time to pull out a Nitro Cell. Not yet completely around the corner. Your life forfeited now. It's a 2 versus 4. Off screen, you did see Dom manage to secure a nice pickup, which would have made it from a 2v5, so you're glad to at least close in that gap and cinch the difference just a little bit. Z-Skis pre-frying off towards Blue Hall. Wise decision. Olive was currently defending it. The Nitro Cell is in their pocket. Would be maybe a good time to toss that out, but it's not going to matter just yet. Z-Skis downs Dom finishes the job. You can see Olive just firing. There's just nowhere to go for Olive. It's a Palmdale round through and through, and this basement objective proves too difficult for the Timberwolves to hold on to.
If we go and look at that entire round, Palmdale had an extremely quick entry on the Solarium side. Creeped up, following right behind a drone. That is clear-cut communication, clear as day. I was loving every single second of it, Scott, because you can see a clear intention. If I can pause a game and look at an attacking team and see their intention, see what they plan to do in the next 30 seconds, then I'm a happy man. And that's exactly what I could do for almost the entirety of that Palmdale round. They could pause it, and every single player had a purpose. I could stop and ask them, what are you doing and why? And every one of them could tell me, okay, I'm positioning myself to get this kill up above to clear the roam. Now I'm going and using the Twitch drone to go and clear out the mirror so we can go and get vertical control. You have to work in reverse, and that's exactly what we saw. If we go and repeat that, it's just about clearing top-down roamers. If I want to go and be able to get a lot of this vertical control, you have to make sure that you took her to that mirror window. Absolute perfect. Oh man, I'm loving this Palmdale approach so far, and they've deserved that round. Now it's all Tualatin to go and bounce back.
And the Timberwolves find an evening round once again. They make up for what was a very quick first blood of the last round. Will it just be another problem like that? I'm not sure. Something that the Timberwolves could look at, especially Zox, would be to say, if I see a drone and I start firing it, I need to run from my position. Which is usually the concept that comes off the back of that. If you're sitting far back, holding an angle, Olive, that was very lucky you even survived past that. If you're holding an angle and a drone comes and sees you, you need to be transitioning to run away. They didn't have the time. Too quick was Z-Skis. And this round, too slow was Z-Skis to pull the gun up in time. Narfi gets the kill instead. And now the Timberwolves are at that player advantage, and you can see the Palmdale roster very spread out across this map, hunting for a player to even up the frag counts, and they'll find it. Dom, you're mute for the side of the Timberwolves. No longer up for contention. Red Swan placing an exothermic charge on the wall connecting the boiler. But they had to throw a nade first to clear out the mute jammer. Second toss-up goes through, but no utility at the other end of it. Estepan, it's a nice shot off to the head of Narfi, refragging the loss of life for J-Skis or Z-Skis. Another chance with the Nitro. GCF gets another with the MP7, and Olive finds another on top. It's Braum in a 1v3. Every teammate they had around them no longer here. But they get their ones. They have to get their twos. And it's a 1v1.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
They'll rotate. Boiler wall breached open and clear. Diffuser now in the pockets. They can step for a default plant. And Olive will play slow. Rotating in now through rotate through breach. The lap around. The headshot was almost there, but Olive hits it first. And the game comes back to a tied state.
Round and round we go. I thought our last match was close, Scott. These two teams proving to be hungry. Hungry for every single round, every single moment, not ready to let it go. Tualatin pulling 1 point. Getting a flurry of kills, Palmdale just to snap it right back. So very close to snagging that round. There was a Valkyrie cam inside of that site. Holding and providing all that information. The moment the Valkyrie started to swing, the Wamai knew exactly where they needed to turn their attention to. It'll be interesting to see as we reattempt this second floor. How does Palmdale utilize phantom pressure now? Now that they know that Tualatin is very accustomed to the way they like to push in, I want to see Z-Skis take that next step up with their team and say, okay, now we need to go and deceive our opponent. Now that we all know exactly what we want to do, how do we incorporate the element of deceiving the opponent into thinking we're doing something completely different to make it so we have the path of least resistance? That's the question that I may not have the answer to, but might very well be present in this round.
How much more of the map will you roam? Zayden, we highlighted the extension that we've seen the Timberwolves go for. Well, it was Zox early 2 rounds prior. We obviously had the issues with them getting cut down from Z-Skis. Or is even Narfi last round. We even found that first blood onto Z-Skis, who was playing so swiftly. I see a lot of map control, the Timberwolves. They like to take space. But Palmdale are realizing that so quickly, and honestly, their drone work has been impeccable on this map. I've highlighted their lack of drones in the later few stages of these rounds, but it's giving them such an egregious start now that it's absolutely worth every single drone they lose in that process. Narfi will be flushed back. It was a 2-player advantage for just a moment for Palmdale, but they've now lost Estepan and Z-Skis immediately afterwards. To tie things again for the Timberwolves, 3 versus 3, as Braum continues to send these Rotero drones out and into space, clearing out mezzanine, making sure Narfi is not there, and hoping to clear out a lot of the utility that's in the area, but can't go far enough to where they'd like. As the last drone moves forward, Braum needs to decide where exactly it will head to. And your best bet's probably to knock out that soft wall, and I don't think it got there in time.
I don't either.
I think it got mute jammered.
Yeah, that's the importance, especially if you're going to take that Flores. You got to make sure that your Twitch is going to have to deal with it, or you have an IQ, which they have a lot of ability to deal with these mute jammers from down below, but not enough time to be adequately doing so, as the final 60 seconds of relegation in this round. Regulation. Braum has an avenue to push in this site, moving towards half wall. He's going to catch GCFX sleeping at the wheel. Narfi to refrag onto Joe. With 40 seconds, both these teams still going round and round.
Time's running out, though. 30 seconds left. And the Timberwolves need to reclaim this space. Palmdale have taken a pretty effective stance forward, closer to the objective. Olive on the flank. Almost could have spot it. Timing was just barely not enough, but Narfi does good enough solo. As Red Swan is dusted, it's just Braum. 9 seconds ticking. Diffuser has begun to plant, and they're planting default behind White Couch for Master Bedroom. And there's nothing keeping Narfi away. A 4th kill in this round. And the Timberwolves, who've had to play a catch-up game to the Palmdale repertoire, finally step ahead of Palmdale in this first half with 1 round left to go in the half.
Tualatin doing a great job of being proactive there, and Palmdale did a great job of trying to get into the site, but I needed to see that diffuser go down a little bit sooner. You push things all the way into the very end, and the moment you do that, the defenders have the extra gun advantage because you need to go and conserve your time and put all of your energy into putting that case down, which takes away your weapon and makes you vulnerable for a full 7 seconds while planting. Going over into this final round, we're going to be seeing the tertiary bomb site of a bar and gaming room. I am a fan of this site, but it's going to require a large presence upstairs in order to adequately hold it. We will see the Mira of Narfi, so we can expect to see a big setup inside of stock. But you got to make sure that with that setup, you are still allocating your resources up above, which, seeing these 3 players, I don't know for certain if we will have that. You also have the hatch to drop down into games room. On the bar side of things, the entirety of both these sites are destructible flooring, all from up above. It's a wild one. One of my favorites in the game, and we'll see exactly how it plays out. With the operator selection changing, yes, it could settle a lot of things, especially since Tualatin has the first opportunity to increase the differential in this game to a 2-round rather than just the 1. Interesting choice to switch off of the ram and over onto the fuse, as well as taking the buck on Estepan. Lots of good decisions. Breaching charges on the side of the IQ. Need to make sure that beyond that verticality, you still have good utility to make your way onto the site.
I believe the fuse for Braum is purely for mezzanine. Places a mezzanine closer to library wall. You can get it inside bar. Can be used to clear out billiards, though not many stay inside game in the first place. Just no real good chance, nor any area at which you could get it into stock. Which is where most defenders will typically lie when it comes to the direct defense. And you can see that right there. 2 players in Banjo. 2. Not just 1, but dose. And the Timberwolves can continue to stay there for as long as humanly possible. No extension out the second floor when it comes to the library side. Not too shocking to see that that will be the case. Also not shocking to see that Braum, that fuse is actually stacked up closer to that library side and looking to drone in and ensure that there is a safe position to get their fuse cluster charges down. That's also why there's a barricades and the floorboards breached out in case they want to fire to deny anyone trying to step in from small window within library. Escalation of protocol the Timberwolves are waiting for. And Palmdale are just trying to survive the early steps forward to the objective. As they've made no space into office and nothing towards mezzanine nearly 2 minutes into this round. And Zayden, they are quickly running out of time until they finally met their first state of competition. And it's Dom all the way back behind brick short wall inside office and stuck here. Nowhere to go, but they're not even the first to fall. It's Esteban. GCF gets them instead. Stand up here, Dom. You see 2. Horrible firefight to be in, needing assistance. You have your rotate behind you. You get out, and GSF saves it. 2 now. Finally dropped from Z-Skis. But GCF also falling in the same fell swoop. And a 3-on-3, Zayden. You gotta make the break it, and it goes to the Timberwolves with Ox.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
27 seconds to go. You have Case. You have to make your way towards site. You know you're spotted out by the Tachanka. Olive will find that one. Red Swan on the opposite side of the map with 15 seconds to go in this round. 3 players to find. Without a doubt, Tualatin will take this one. As incendiaries are sent all across the map. 3, 2, 1, and the differential increases to the greatest level we've seen in this matchup. We talked about tilt in the interview. And this is exactly what will lead you right down that road, Scott. You need to maintain a level head, roll your shoulders, and know that each half is anew.
Well, they get a little bit of a break before stepping into the second half. Looks like JoJo lagged out. The R6 servers are so perfect these days. But it is what it is. You take it with a grain of salt. You have to move forward. But it gives your team at least a moment to breathe. The first half didn't go as Palmdale expected. And they said they really liked the attack, but it just didn't work the way they wanted it to against Colony previously, and look how this one also panned out for them. Not the way they wanted. The Timberwolves, they take the first round of this half. They'll get that 3-round buffer that Colony were so keen on getting previously. Use that as just a stepping stone. 8-3 for Narfi. Crazy stat line.
You also
but
can't...
the adjustment between attack and defense feels maybe a bit too awkward for some teams. And maybe if you're really young, like a high school team, it could be even more difficult to make that quick adjustment. This first round may just be a feeler round for both sides to understand how they'll play the defense and how you'll play the attack. But this is also the Timberwolves, who obviously were watching at least some of Palmdale there and target banning the Echo. So maybe they already know how they want to play into the second half and attack.
I'm trying to think if we had a lot of staggering Echo play in the first map, and I don't think we necessarily did. The big name players that came to mind for the Timberwolves in their first match on Chalet definitely would be... Didn't even have... The Mira was an option. It was pretty standard cut through and through. The Ella already being taken by the Timberwolves was an interesting pick in my opinion, and it worked to great avail as the speed as well as concussive mines came into effect. But they've run a relatively standard defensive setup, and as they shift right towards that, what I want to see is that they continue to utilize that top floor. A zombie should probably come into play here. But then again, I don't believe that Palmdale relatively sees
what
her as
objective do they play? Because I don't think I've not seen a single team play basement first. Not in high school. So I don't think it's going to be basement. So you can cut out any basement strategy.
It's not
now, all is
going
to be really funny if the first objective they play is basement. Bar is typically considered a better objective than most others, but not for teams that don't feel comfortable with it. Everyone we've seen in HSEL has been treating it as a tertiary site. So it's going to be master bedroom and office, right? That's going to be the expectations. But maybe the Timberwolves really like kitchen and dining. Kitchen and dining is still a really solid objective. Your usual 3 at high level play is kitchen, dining, bar, game, and then basement. And they'll treat kitchen and dining as a tertiary. And so you'll go kitchen and bar, or you'll go basement and bar, I should say, and those will be your main 2. But kitchen and dining is exceptionally good. I just don't see that as being a real possibility at this level at HSEL. Yes, we're in nationals, but it takes a really well coordinated collegiate team most of the time at that level to even feel comfortable enough to do that, because defending it is the same essential way to defend master bedroom and office. You extend to the second floor, you play your life, you play for eventual denial, but not total denial. But with the added level being able to drop back down to that first floor where kitchen and dining is, and essentially have a safe way to retreat and play smart. But then you've got that total top-down control, which a lot of teams don't like playing into. Things like Ascends, you could toss out the holo projectors. You can worry a little bit more about having to deal with solarium stairs off towards trophy and corner. There's so many more angles that you have to worry about on the defense for dining and kitchen that if a lot of teams just ignore the second floor, it can kind of catch you off guard. And there it is, master bedroom and office, as you would expect. A zombie's good here, but you don't need it. It's going to be a shield on piano. It's going to be the rook, which is honestly not shocking for Palmdale. They've kind of been bringing Braum on the rook for quite a while. And then, of course, Goyo canisters for the Vulcan canisters. Mute Jammer, Frost Mat, Mirror Window. This is about what you should expect for this objective.
Yeah, last time we saw Esteban on that Goyo was the final round of Border with an absolutely staggering ace to shut down their opposition.
5 seconds left before insertion.
What I'm interested to see is, does this give Esteban the same amount of confidence playing on this second floor bomb site to use the vector to great avail with that amplified scope? Because that ace came off the back of not going crazy and roaming, but playing the site properly and not allowing the other team to take much control, especially of Fountain on Border. The equivalent here, I would argue, is going to be holding down Piano. Not necessarily the Piano 90 door, but Piano itself. You don't want to give that room up, and if you see that your opponent's going and putting all of this extra emphasis towards taking it, you got to make sure you step up. Don't even provide the option towards them. But slow, methodical, good use of drones so far. Drone economy is looking quite nice with 8 still on the board. I don't think you need that many claymores in your kit, and I think that's a little bit of a misstep from the Timberwolves. I don't know if I've ever seen that many claymores in a match.
You bringing that up, actually, I did not notice that. That is an unbelievable amount of claymores. That just doesn't make any sense for the amount of claymores.
There better be a claymore kill.
There has to be at this point. They've only placed 3.
That's 4 people taking claymores. Oh my goodness.
It's ridiculous. That's actually insane. That is one of the strategies of all time. That is a strategy of all time right here. Will the Timberwolves make full use of those claymores? Time will tell.
3 plays so far.
Can't say, oh, they got a kill with it when you also were lacking in flashes and you know, entering utility and everything else. You know, getting 1 kill doesn't give you enough of a boon to bring, you know, 8 total claymores. Benarfi will peek Ego window, set up an Osa shield to make sure that that hallway is essentially a non-factor for the defensive presence. And they're just looking to continue to poke and prod and out through piano window and into office. Down goes Estepan. Brom, though, refragging Narfi, was trying to step up to master bathroom window. Pay the price for doing so. You're going to have to really rely here for the Timberwolves offensive to get into that office to get that plant down, but you need to clear Joja first. Joja behind piano is very difficult. No Capital, which means new Firebolt. You have Rotero Jones. You need to get Dom into space of Ivy Hall. That's why you had GCF right here. To get there first and play for that space. Clear out the beeper, though. Otherwise, they're going to know, and they're going to aim for the Rotero Joan immediately. XOXX, not the time nor the space. But Zeeks.
10 seconds remaining.
Zeeski's dead. Yurley's climbing back a little bit. 6 seconds left. Red time. That's Diffuser down. You have to get the kills. You have to start a plant. There's no chance. You have to get the frag. You can't push for it. You just lost to the 6th man on the field. On the pitch. Father Time just is your undoing. The Timberwolves spent so much time dawdling outside of Ivy, failing to rotate. They had every Rotero drone still remaining. They never cleared with utility. The player behind piano. If they had a Gone 6 in their pocket, they could have switched to that and shot it. They could have used a Rotero drone. They could have thrown nades if they'd even brought them.
A flash.
That's a hard round to bite the bullet on. And Palmdale, big sigh of relief for winning out that one because it was objectively yours to lose.
Man, oh man. Case also came in through piano window.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
You have a different route to be taking. Case that late in the round should be focused entirely on the plant. Even if you have to play a hot potato with it, someone needs to get it towards site because all of that could have been prevented if Case was properly handled. There's so many little factors that you need to make very delicate use of. And it's rounds like that, mistakes like that in such a close game, such as this one, that could give Palmdale the edge to winning their own map pick. And putting the pressure on as we go spiraling towards a second map of Oregon. Lots of interesting stuff. This time, however, going to be a lot more well-balanced. 8 drones still on the table. Meanwhile, flashes and breaches, as well as a few can openers, all being selected in combination with a hard breach of ace. No pocket EMPs, though. Or nades, if there's something on cellar window. We'll see what happens. You'll have to deal with the fuse. Good defensive
into a corner
options,
and
yeah.
hiding away. You're so spread out, though, for Palmdale. I think you're really just trying to rely on the idea that the Timberwolves won't do enough drone work. The drones checked master bathroom. It's cleared out piano, but there's not a soul having been spotted. There it is, finally. Drones done enough. Z-skis will be figured out. And now it's just a matter of getting lucky enough to ensure you can get this frag without costing yourself too much in the process. Closing in 2. Get the damage. You need a second one there, Timberwolves, but you get it nonetheless. Z-skis goes down and no damage even delivered back the other direction. That second floor, control in its totality, and arguably should be first as well. But Palmdale have a player down towards West Main entrance. They're bringing out the old school strategy of the fuse cluster charge on mezzanine to clear out these gaping floor holes. And Dom's looking upon the destruction they've created and now can use 1 or 2 more of these cluster charges, whatever's remaining. Looks like just one. Trying to knock a couple more off the board. Brom, though, sneaking out XOXX. Disastrous to lose that skeleton key. They don't know for sure if they can even secure this frag. Narfi will watch the exit away. And Dom will hunt to remove this kitchen player, and they'll get the job done. But you're running out of time here. 45 seconds. Down goes another. You're getting kills, but you still got to get into the basement.
Red Swan to capture their frag, narrowing it down to 1. Dom, Narfi, all need to make stuff happen. Jojo lit up to a critical amount of HP, still has the slug, is gonna have their retinas absolutely burned. Red Swan, good for 3! Narfi collects onto theirs, down to a 1v1. Spring, 15 seconds to go. Case inside of Narfi's loving arms as they're gonna be going for the plant. Gotta wait, no nitro available. Swings around, tries to find it! Red Swan is good for 4 and Palmdale even things out.
That is not the angle at which you'd force that plant. And the stand-up, not really sure where they are. It's the awkwardness of getting off a diffuser. Your sightline visual changes too much, and it puts the Timberwolves player in a spot they can't recover from. Now desperate from a huge lead at halftime to an even footing, Palmdale have maybe just set themselves up to take their map pick, a map that just barely eluded them against Colony, that could have made that series a 2-0 instead of the full 3 that was required of them, and required an ace from 2 of their players, of Z-Skis and Esteban, to guarantee even their second half performance. I don't think the Timberwolves would be very happy with themselves if they let this slip through. Having all the chances in the world to VOD review, watch that game, digest it, and counter the play style of Palmdale. Their attack just hasn't been as clean. And consider that Chalet is still 55-ish percent attacker favorited in the grand scope of R6. Especially for the NA strategy still in play. The Timberwolves are not finding that spread. They're not getting so lucky. They've got to work a little bit harder for that little bit of a clinical edge. I think it's just a time thing. When you can have Z-Skis survive for so long off towards offices and takes them another 30 seconds to after which they were spotted to be cleared. When you take too long to extend for Braum off towards kitchen and one player refuses to extend and the other one has to ego swing from kitchen door. These are great ways that Palmdale are forcing this Timberwolves roster to slow down, to play at their pace. Every adjustment that's forced out of the Timberwolves gives an edge to Palmdale.
With 2 to go, it's been relatively slow. I'm expecting this is going to be a relatively hot take. I think that the Timberwolves will have the ability to clear this top floor, but I don't think they are nearly ready for the amount of utility that they're going to have to disperse. I say this because you have castle barricades that have been allocated upstairs, as well as a mirror window. That means that for Palmdale, they have every single intention to hold this down until at least the minute mark. And even there, I'd say you could push it for 45. You could push it all the way down to 45 seconds remaining and then continue to hold from there. But that's the problem. Castle barricades can be broken right on down as GCF will spring the trap. And when you know your opponent wants to stay up above, you can use that to great avail as well, as the entirety of this top floor control has now seemingly evaporated. Red Swan will fight back with a kill onto Zox.
Oh, this one Hall.
But do they know?
Rotated. Nitro. Huge rip and a toss from Esteban. Player in the hallway since shimmied away. This is a much faster approach for the Timberwolves. But a much better utility spread. No longer do they have 8 claymores. They've just stepped into a different idea. It's 8 flashes. Or I guess 6 in this stat. They'll need to step in closer to side. Esteban's rotated away. This will be verticality. This is going to come back to bite the Timberwolves in the rear. They don't have flank watch. There was no Nomad. There's nothing to deny this. And it's going to be a free frag to Olive. But this will scream out to the rest of them if they can survive, and they can't. Palmdale. Defensive masterclass right now. And the Timberwolves can't survive. One more to Palmdale, and from a deficit at halftime to above them finally in round 9.
That's consecutive. That is growth, and that is confidence. Something that Esteban emphasized in their interview, talking all about how it came down to their ability to play confident, to play through each other. Seeing that progress and continue to grow with every single round, Palmdale looks scarier and scarier. They look like they're ready to contend with any challenge that comes their way. And as long as that communication stays strong and solid, as long as those flanks are still available to them, as if they're giving the option for Palmdale to spring the trap, it will be taken at every turn. Moving on to our 10th round of play. Palmdale wanting to push towards match point. The Timberwolves fighting to even things right back out. This master bedroom is going to come down to how exactly can you extend a sight, and most importantly for the Timberwolves, play into the time remaining in a round.
Feed up and running.
This defense of Palmdale is just different gravy right now. Completely new feeling. And we highlighted that it felt like Palmdale against Colony was a very 50-50 split roster. They were good on defense, they were good on attack. And Colony was very much so a defender-favored team. I can't say just yet whether I feel the Timberwolves are going to be a defender-favored team as well, or if this is just their attack struggling against a really darn good Palmdale defense right now. A team that feels a lot more comfortable, no longer tilted, and just is a much different feeling overall than the one we saw against Colony on the same map just a few hours prior. May not matter, though. Minute has passed in this round, and it doesn't seem like the Timberwolves have made too much headspace back into the objective. Just working through slowly around the map. The Montaigne is on the board for XOXX, and they're using that off towards Solarium Staircase. And they're trying to keep the player at top of Master Bathroom away from the possibility of to clear out for free this Montaigne. And you can see they're constantly peeking in, and XOXX is trying to give the information. Esteban, he tossed out something there. They got themselves in the process. It was a vector frag to GCF. Braum once more. Two more! And the Timberwolves have lost that strong arm presence off to Solarium. They never knew that Braum was sitting there. That is a lack of drone work. No due diligence from the Timberwolves. And they're going to have to pay the price for the remainder of this round.
What a stellar play. 5 defenders still remaining. Olive, Stuck, Narfi still needing to talk to each other. And the problem is, when you're down 4-5, this is not the time for you to even try to take a much needed tactical timeout, because you can still make an impact in the round, although very slim, although you don't have the necessary utility of sense with just another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 claymores being selected in this one. One player remaining, other one in the down but not out stage. Red Swan spraying out towards the window, using these angles to great avail. Will spring the trap, go outside. They'll lose their life. Still spraying. This one's gonna go the way of Palmdale, and it will send the Timberwolves questioning what changes need to be made, as this is now match point.
Chalet is Palmdale's. It's their map pick, and it's about to be their map. The Timberwolves, they are not finding the success they need to prove what they're capable of as an upset-worthy team. A team that took down a team that destroyed Palmdale 2-0 previously. Just doesn't look like the same roster that did that and was capable of that yesterday. That was the huge upset story of the day just yesterday. The eyes aren't following. But maybe it's just a first map hiccups. It's just an uncomfortable feeling in your first map. Whether or not we see glimpses of that success on map 2 when it comes over to their map pick, we see that the mental for Palmdale is just too high and thriving off of their victory. No matter what, you'd be able to see quite well, and with ultimate comfort and superior protection if you've got a pair of Oakleys. HSEL Nationals 2024 is presented by Oakley. Elevate your gaming experience with a Holberg Latch and Helix Gaming eyewear collection. Designed with precision and style, Oakley's gaming devices aim to provide ultimate comfort and superior protection against eye strain and fatigue. Experience sharper visuals, reduced glare, thanks to Oakley's advanced lens technology. Level up your gaming experience.
You know, my eyes feel pretty strained right now, Scott. So I would not mind a pair of those glasses.
We haven't been
if I do
staring at a
say so
screen
myself.
all day, and I do not have blue light protection in my lenses, so.
I don't got my
gotta
glasses
send an
with me.
email
I
to
should have
Oakley,
brought
it
them.
seems.
Should have brought them. However,
You got a bunch of tech around you in general, too, you know? You're in a radio studio, right?
I am, that's correct.
You
Yeah,
got
another great avenue.
All the radio waves microwaving you right now. I've got 5 studio lights penciled in on me at one point. You've got thousands of dollars of radio equipment and just microwaving you in the space. We're both in a bad spot.
Soundboard. Reload. Transmitter. And then
10 monitors, 3 PlayStations.
Energy! Wow! Love the energy.
Gotta
You know
have
who
that
else loves
energy.
Zox loves the energy. They're already pressured in towards sight. There's 2 minutes to go. Match point. Basement is going to be the option of choice for Palmdale. Not that there was many other options, as there's going to be a deep freeze settling over the northern wall.
And Tuberau actually being brought and being so effective. We mentioned this, what was it, Friday? We talked about Tuberau. Said I'd be very shocked if I saw Tuberau be brought. We're now finally seeing it. It is working for Zskis just as a battle to buy time. And that's kind of that thing that I was mentioning where a lot of players play for total denial instead of eventual denial. Where eventually you're going to let them through and it'll be on your terms and not theirs. You can't play for perfect denial. You have to be a whole lot more cognizant of that fact. And we're seeing Palmdale do that very well. Zski's realizing that. Braum on that roam. You think it's funny, but it's obviously working. Zox upstairs, able to secure Braum, yes. But the damage has been done. You've lost already 1 man, and Palmdale are happy with the result, and they're not done just yet. The T5 SMG, Zox the victim of which you would never see again. And you are very much so in a bad spot. Into sight, Narfi goes. All alone. Your 2 teammates have to go from garage side with no breach there. Narfi sticking this from default. Nitro out, but it doesn't connect. Zskis doesn't get there in time. Narfi may have just cemented the best chance possible for the Timberwolves. Stuck inside of this space. Stuck between the shelves. Zskis goes down. The Rook armor may just be enough to help. Red Swan around the corner. Nitro does nothing. And the Timberwolves have guaranteed another round. They take the 11.
All off the back of the one and only Narfi. Ooh, ADS not required or not included. Round 12. Final round in regulation. We've only seen one other match go to overtime, Scott. And that was between the 2 top seeds. Going into this final round, we're going to have a reattempt at Wine Cellar and Snowmobile. Palmdale need to make absolute certain that with the utility that they are dispersing,
Attackers need to locate and defuse
that is not temporary. It has to be a level of absolute. And when I say absolute, I mean that you need to make sure that the utility utilized by the other team is what's going to make it happen. From the other team, in that sense, I mean, you have to make sure that there's a Kaid or a Bandit stopping any one of these walls, a zombie barricade. You need to make sure that it requires utility and it takes away from your opponent's approach. That is going to be the most important part. Another important part for the Timberwolves is going to be gathering information. They've already lost 3 drones. That's not a good start in my books. You typically want to have at least 8 to start the round. Only losing 2. Because right now, some of these operators are now only going to have 1. You toss your single drone in, you maybe find someone, you maybe don't, it gets muted, bandited, anything. Any of the above. All that information, Palmdale love to go for that late flank, late rotate. You got to grab it.
Ego window repel. A viable option right now for the Timberwolves. And you're talking about if you see an option, you have to take it. The Timberwolves, there's so many options for every objective in the map of Chalet. It's what makes it so difficult sometimes as a defender. A lot of times you don't see enough of the attackers opting to utilize every single available option in front of them because time becomes the largest factor, not the availability of personnel. It's that time it takes to rotate between them. Narfi, though, that's your hard breach. This round already seems nigh impossible. You've got to breach into basement with no ability to get into the objective swiftly. Honestly, without a hard breach, the #1 strategy for this round will be to take blue stairs and take fireplace stairs and plant inside a Snowmobile garage. Winery is going to be too difficult. There's going to be no way to safely defend an execution or to deny a defusal, I guess I should say. There's too many difficulties ahead of you because of the loss of Narfi early, and Narfi was already your best fragger.
Jackal track, good choice from Dom to go and hunt down the Rook, but at this point, they're already back on site. They know the damage has already been done. They have no reason to be extravagant with what they're doing. Zox looking, hoping, praying that there's another opening to site, but it is going to have to be blue, and they're opting to go the seller side of things. Zox taking 50 health points of damage there, all the way down to that medium mark. Spray out. It's going to be traded back between Jojo and Zox, as the Rook will also fall off screen. With 35 to go, tensions are only going to mount here, Scott.
Sprint in, desperation, shots to go. The Nitro Cell doesn't get the chance to rip it. GCF gets the frag instead, but Olive goes down off screen. It's up to Dom. A 2 versus 3. The post plant must be secured. Z-Skis tries to swing too early, but this post plant position will be too rough. You have to win these ones, and Dom is saving the Timberwolves. Where is Esteban? Up close. Initial retreat into sight to the rotate hole that's left. And they have to crawl their way forward. Will they have the crosshair placement? They do! Oh! It's over! Esteban saves them on border with an ace in the final round. And they do so again with the final 2 kills necessary to secure Chalet for Palmdale.
What a round!
And that's why you have to get Boiler Wall open. You're playing for total defense of an objective that should not be played for total defense of. Time is going to warrant you. It's a 3v1 in effect. You lost to Father Time in round 2 of the very first round. You then had to do it again and repeat their success back to yourself, the Timberwolves.
I think one of the
Losing
craziest
Narfi.
parts. There, it was in the start of the round. The ace, so pivotal to that entire approach. Man, oh man, Scott. We're in for a big match. Because if that's what it took for Palmdale to go in and secure their own map, our next one of Oregon, one that I'm assuming the Timberwolves are going to be very well accustomed and comfortable on, should be a completely different story. That's going to be a real interesting one. So we're going to have a very short break. And when we come back, we will have Oregon. Don't go anywhere. HSEL Nationals will be right back with you.
imagine there are many more that I just don't know about because no one really, displays their passion for esports because, it's not really seen as cool in a sense.
My name is Trey Curtis.
My name is Jordan Langford.
My gamer tag is TapU.
My gamer tag is Swizz.
So what got me into gaming is the Wii, I think probably. My parents got me a Wii when I was really young. Played like Wii Sports, Super Mario.
Definitely my older brother, watching him play, hearing about other kids in my school playing games. So yeah, that's really how I got into gaming.
I don't really do any like extracurricular things. I take like AP classes and honors classes, but besides that, I don't really do anything extracurricular. So having like esports, like something I like to do a lot, I think it's just really cool, especially like being able to do it with friends and things like that.
I love the guys, we practice a lot together, it takes a lot of chemistry to make a team work. We haven't lost a game in the regular season yet, and the 3 tournaments we've played in so far. And I think that's just because of our, dedication, hard work, teamwork, working together, working things out when they don't exactly go how we plan them to. And I think that's a really good piece to our success is our chemistry.
I guess I wasn't really too talkative in school and stuff. Meeting like 2, they were juniors at the time, is like kind of cool as well because they added me to their group on Discord, and so like I kind of talked with a few people there. So I guess kind of brought me out of my own friend group a bit and like just talk to other people.
So I know a lot of people that, love the game at my school. I mean, I play with a lot of them, but I imagine there are many more that I just don't know about because no one really, displays their passion for esports because, it's not really seen as cool in a sense. And I really think that can be put away, that stereotype.
Hello there, gamers and mental health enthusiasts. Today, we're diving into a groundbreaking study that explores the intersection of scholarly gaming and mental health education and how it can impact the self-esteem of adolescents. Picture this, a world where scholarly gaming isn't just about mastering technology-based career skills or dominating the world of video game business. No, it's a world where gaming becomes a gateway to improving mental health. 3 visionary educators and a school-based health intervention expert came together to create a curriculum that aligns with academic guidelines from the International Society for Technology Education. This curriculum spans 40 lessons, delivered over 14 weeks with a minimum of 120 minutes per week. But here's the twist. 83 schools were invited to participate, but they were divided into 2 groups, those with mental health moments and those without. The non-mental health moment group got the scholarly gaming curriculum alone, while the mental health moment group got an extra layer of education. Mental health moments were embedded into 27 lessons, integrating concepts from the PERMA framework and the Collaborative Academic Social and Emotional Learning Standards, otherwise known as CASEL. Now, let's meet our players. 471 participants from both groups, with almost 75% in high school, many experiencing scholarly gaming for the first time. A majority were male, and the racial diversity was broad. At the start, the average self-esteem score was 17.9, with 22.1% reporting low self-esteem. But hold on, the game's just beginning. As the study progressed, it revealed some fascinating results. While 57.7% of participants with low self-esteem at the beginning reported average self-esteem post-intervention, the mental health moments group stole the spotlight. Self-esteem scores improved by 8.3% in the mental health moments group, compared to no change in the non-mental health moments group. How's that for a power-up? Some students even shifted from abnormally low self-esteem scores to normal ranges. The message is loud and clear. Educators, healthcare providers, and adolescent advocates pay attention. Non-traditional educational instructions, like scholarly gaming, combined with mental health moments, can significantly improve students' well-being. And there you have it, a journey through the power of scholarly gaming and mental health moments. Remember, your self-esteem matters, and sometimes, all it takes is a little extra support to level up. Thanks for joining us on this adventure. Until next time, keep gaming, keep learning, and most importantly, keep believing in yourself.
I love it. Like, I know a lot of people from other schools that I talk to, they envy us in a sense because they wish they had an opportunity to be able to be with your friends and compete. Even talk to my parents, they're like, wow, I wish we had that when we were younger. So it's a cool opportunity for sure.
I would have probably never became friends with these people if I didn't join it. They're really cool. They're actually fun to hang out with.
We got the hang of it pretty quick, and yeah, Generation Esports is a pretty decent website, I will say. The queuing is easy, you can figure out what time you want to play, and it's all around just super fun talking with other people from other schools.
You can use Valor's training platform to bring professional esports into the classroom, and I'm going to show you how in 30 seconds. First up, let's choose the training camp that's right for me. Our platform is inclusive of all experience levels, so there's a range of choices. Here you can see a structured training roadmap. Let's start our first session. Now I can scaffold my esports teams using learning, quizzes, and training. See, wasn't even 30 seconds. You focus on play, we'll do the rest. Sign up for free today at valoresports.com and take your program to the next level.
People love Generation Esports. As the world of esports continues to grow, whether you're a teacher, student, or coach, Generation Esports is here to deliver solutions for any of your gaming-based interests. Our services work together, from competitive opportunities with scholarships to our innovative gaming concepts curriculum. We aim to give schools a premium experience inside and outside of the classroom. But don't take our word for it. Hear it from our community.
All of these different types of kids can come together and they work together, and it's just so fun to see them winning together.
A lot of our students are looking for different things to get involved in, and what better way to get involved in something like esports.
We've had the privilege of getting to implement gaming concepts into the curriculum just this past semester. There's the competitive side of things, there's the content creation, there's the hardware, there's the business side of things that's on there. There's something for everyone.
Esports is definitely the period to look forward to every day.
Esports has really changed it where students are now able to, who might have just got home and not had something to do, now they can stay after school, they can be engaged in something that makes them motivated to come to school.
I've been teaching the gaming concepts class here at Lyons High School this semester. The kids have responded really well to the curriculum. HSEL has provided invaluable opportunities for our students. They can compete in national esports leagues and tournaments, learn about esports careers and opportunities, and it's helped our club expand and grow. Esports is sometimes the one thing that keeps students engaged in school that would otherwise skip school or not do homework. Esports is still a new frontier, but you don't have to venture out alone. The Generation Esports team is here to deliver the perfect blend of education and competition. Schedule a call today to find out how we can bring the power of gaming to your classroom.
Welcome to HSEL Nationals 2024, presented by Oakley. HSEL Nationals is coming to Midwest Fest June 7 through 9, and you can grab tickets right now. Here's just a sample of what you can expect by attending. 1, the best high school esports student athletes in the nation battling it out over 3 days to see who becomes the undisputed national champion. 2, an Apex Legends tournament featuring the best schools from HSEL and anyone brave enough to stand against them. 3, Supernova Retro Arcade. 4, dance your heart out and feel the rhythm, because Casey Bemini is bringing your favorite rhythm games here to Midwest Fest. And last but not least, giveaways. Just by attending Midwest Fest, you'll be entered into one of HCL National's numerous giveaways. And you can increase your entries by completing various objectives around the festival. All of these things and so much more are what you can expect by attending HCL Nationals at Midwest Fest. It all goes down June 7th through the 9th, live in Kansas City. Join us and see for yourself who will lift the trident.
Chalet was a bit of a rough one for the Timberwolves, and though the scoreline was very close, the ending left more to be desired if you're a Timberwolves fan or the players themselves. And now, Palmdale, you're looking at heading into second map, taking your map pick, and you're heading into arguably the most even map in all of R6. Every player ever knows this map to a T. It's Oregon. This is the map called where good teams go to die, because even pros can lose to semis, can lose to collegiates on this map. That's how close it's going to be. And if they take it, the 2-0 fashion, and the Timberwolves aren't going to be no happy about that. And it's going to be a Palmdale stepping into the lower finals here.
I think that the big thing about Oregon is maintaining that mental durability. And in that regard, Timberwolves have a great advantage. They've only had to play one map this entire day. Meanwhile, on the other side, Palmdale just finished playing their fourth map of the day. That's already incredible feat. That's a long, long time. You have to make sure that you are consistently...
We say that as if they're not every weekend playing 12 hours in a row of R6, right? I mean, let's be totally honest here.
You're right. I forget that I'm getting old.
But I will say, 12 hours as you know, as a parent, talking to parents. I'm not a parent, but talking to parents out there, 12 hours of your kids sitting in their room playing video games on a weekend in a single day. You're like, how do you do it all day? It's because it's just them playing competitively like this. Every competitive game of R6 in a scene like this, every game is worth 10 of a normal match on a normal day. 3 games in a single series, playing to all 3 is equivalent to maybe 6-7 hours worth of gameplay.
Or an exam.
You are exhausting yourself.
It's an exam.
It is very tiring.
I compare it to writing an in-person proctored exam. Every single decision's put under a microscope and you're going to be studying it like it's nobody's business.
You better be studying it.
And it makes for a very mentally draining scenario. And as you go on to a map like Oregon, you need to go and consider that these teams, these players, need to make sure to be checking windows, making sure that if they're playing for a certain angle, what are they going to be exposed to? Because it's going to be exploited. And it all comes down to this. How do you maintain that now for an entire, potentially 12 rounds? Wild. Absolute wild factor. Starting on defense will be Palmdale. Meanwhile, the Timberwolves taking that offensive side. Palmdale did a great job on defense previously, and we'll see if they can keep it up here. We have not had a chance to see them on Oregon yet, but a solid selection to go for kids' dorms and a relatively simple operator selection. I do like the Capcan selection, however, as I feel that could be just the right amount of sneaky to slow down the Timberwolves, because we know their time management was not always at its best. But only time will tell.
Time management, time will tell, time after time. It's a whole lot of emphasis on the clock in R6. Say Father Time steps up sometimes. 6th player on the roster. Like a ref in basketball or football. Sometimes they pick a side, it feels like. And it's usually the defense in this stance. The only time it'll change, because Father Time's a fickle mistress, is whenever the diffuser goes down for the attack, and they now get to play for it. They get to sit there. They get to wait. They get to bide their time. Otherwise, the defense will always be at the advantage. And that's the game of balance that R6 has always been trying to fight. And for a while, the attackers actually on every map were slightly favored. But Ubisoft was pretty darn quick to nip that in the bud, and they did not want to see that for too much longer. The shortest period of an extended stint of attackers being favorited was roughly a month, maybe 2, maybe 3. But it is most definitely no more. Palmdale on the defense, they opt to go to the 2nd floor, as you would expect. Master bedroom and kids' dorm. When you're very concerned about that, you got to make sure big window's under control, and Zox had put the pressure there early, but it's a first blood for Palmdale, and Braum from behind bunk bed secures it with the Vector and knocks down that skeleton key wielder off the board. Makes essentially Palmdale, or sorry, I want to say the Timberwolves' presence off to that big window side useless.
Good use of the Bravo Joan. Skis still at large inside of meeting room. This has been once again ridiculously slow from the Timberwolves. I understand that it's not hard to get into this site because you have a lot of exterior windows and doorways leading right towards it, but you still need to contend with all 5 players, and Esteban will make that much more daunting. As Narfi's gone, down goes GCF, and Scott, we're on the cusp of a flawless round, as there's been a 0 ability to even enter into this building.
The daunting task in the first place to find safe space anywhere in the map of Oregon. And all of this utility dumping that the Timberwolves are going for has failed them. No flawless result, though, for the first round. They can at least cope a little bit in that regard. But it still is Palmdale, what was initially a 1v5 for just a moment. Now down to 1v3. The time is running out, and the Vulcan canisters are beginning to get popped to buy even more time and allow for the players to just get the job done with the rifles or SMGs in the stance. As the Vector at distance secures just barely a pixel of the flank of the last remaining player for the side of the Timberwolves. That's a Palmdale first round. And after taking the first map, setting the tone early is just what you want to do on the defense. This map needs to be solidly Palmdale's for contention.
The next set of laundry, we get to finally see the Echo come back to play. First time in this series. Red Swan, as well as the players of Palmdale, absolutely adored that Echo and its use and ability to deny the plant. And going against now 2 consecutive teams that struggle on that time management piece, I would not say it's very far-fetched to say that we might actually have an instance where we see a third Echo trick, an Echo denial. Now that would be wild. I know I'm speculating. I know I'm saying what I want to see. But regardless, Palmdale's looking very comfy. And the way they've been playing, there's no emphasis. The mirror's off the table, and most of the time in the previous match, we had mirror here. It means that the way you need to play this entire instance shifts slightly. I want to see that the Echo of Red Swan plays conservative. You want to be playing inside a security closet. It needs to be slow as well as subtle.
Keeper barricades will be placed up, and Zayden, you can notice that Palmdale's defense is putting a lot more emphasis on bunker than we saw previously this weekend. An actual shield in play, a Warden with the gamer shades. Maybe they're an Oakley brand. We don't know for sure. They're setting up for a very solid hold with focus and emphasis for bunker in the resealability of that side. They are very aware of the fact that Rotera drones are the go-to way to clear out bunker presence, the shield and keep barricades included. And that's why you're seeing the Mossberg in hand. It's too slow, too late. Down it goes. The Vulcan canister shockingly does not get detonated alongside with it. Sometimes when it's placed too close, that can be the case. When they place up that Kiba barricade, it covers the Vulcan canister, and it doesn't look so hot, and I'm not surprised, Z-Skis. Yeah, go ahead and reinforce that up. A lot of the ability to buy space to reinforce that safely has now been removed. Do it now while the safety is guaranteed. And play for a later stage. Just a little bit longer forward.
Minute 30. All 10 players still alive. We've had some close calls, little interactions. Not too many micro battles as we would normally see. Hatches all opened for business. Zox on the Jackal not having much success in finding footprints to be following. Gridlock is an amazing operator to be utilizing in this sort of scenario. There's no Wamai or Jaeger in place, even though the Jaeger device would not capture it. Swinging down towards Laundry, or sorry, towards Freezer Stairs. Gonna have to contend with the Goyo of Brilam. Will shut down the first player. No more Flores. Jojo in red. Down goes Skis. Down goes Esteban. Zox! And Narfi spring into sight. It's going to have to be an ace clutch. But Case is in hand. But critical amount of HP. Not a good combination. Hits the goo mine. Tries to spray for one. But Narfi will win that one.
On the head and everything. Oh, and the hip fire is what did it.
Oh, that makes it hurt that much more.
That is just salt in the proverbial wound, or maybe physical wound in that stance. Great round for the Timberwolves. And Palmdale will acquiesce what was the lead back into a tied even footing. Braum is even being told a nice prone shot. Honestly, Palmdale had that round for a very solid point, Zayden, but it felt like so much of the ending was just the Timberwolves quickly stepping in and winning 1v1s. Without much contention, to be fair. There's not like they were stepping into sight, taking a ton of damage, and barely coming out on top. It felt like the Palmdale defenders weren't looking at the Timberwolves players on the entry. Whether that's because they were expecting an entry from the east side where a lot of the initial early pressure was, and it came from the west, or they just weren't really aware of what the time was going to be like and when the Timberwolves would push, no matter the case. Palmdale lose out on round 2, and they'll need to re-attempt the same thing heading for round 3. As you can see, Z-Skis clearing out some pesky drones on site. That's all but one drone, by the way, for the Timberwolves off the board. That's a pretty heavy cost for drones.
5 seconds left.
They're going to reset up that same bunker style of play. This time,
Attacker's objective is to defuse
a little slow for Braun to put the Goyo canister up. Maybe they didn't place one there in general. It's hard to say. You're going to have to ask and rely on Z-Skis for a little bit more time and a little bit more effectiveness to clear out the possibility of a Rotero drone this time, because they failed to do it. It inevitably did not matter, as the Timberwolves didn't really apply very much pressure off to that side, thanks to the reinforcement of the fallback from Z-Skis. You want to bait that side, force them to go there, and then play for it afterwards.
Another element. You know I love talking about the drone economy, so to see the Timberwolves with a lackluster amount of players ready to go, I find it rather interesting. Progressing all of this. Every time, I apologize. It's always fun when they try to cue the falling audio cue. This is a pretty fast pace for the Timberwolves, and it's not being stalled out in any way. But of course, up here on the second floor, we got Brillam sitting inside of kids' dorms. If they can manage to hold off and take even just one player with them, because escaping here is going to be relatively unheard of. Waiting for another Candela. Gonna spray out, find one. Can they find the second? Not yet. There's the blind. Runs in, sees it to the left, but cannot recover their vision soon enough, as Zox will even out the man count. Great job by Dom. Or sorry, not on Brillam, for being able to capture and confirm a kill onto Dom. But once again, all the players of Palmdale doing a great job of remaining inconspicuous and hidden, as there's only 5 drones remaining.
Olive falling back. Needs to be very aware that Palmdale are at the advantage in terms of player count and where they can sit. And the Timberwolves are in this desperate state now, where they have to have one soft straggler somewhere else, as the rest of the team push from one direction. It'll be a south-sided approach, majority-wise, for the Timberwolves. One towards Freezer, one towards Laundry. They'll leave Olive off towards rear stage. That's the appropriate response. Nothing wrong. But they need it to be swift. And they don't have the utility to burn out the Surya Gate. GCF will take too much damage on the approach. Narfi, though, able to secure something for the Timberwolves. But Olive, the only sidearm they had, now off the board. And it's just your Freezer player of Narfi. And it's a trade between them and Red Swan. The Timberwolves. Too much to overcome. Palmdale were down on basement, and eventually the round falls to them, and they can step right back up to the second floor they dominated just 2 rounds prior.
Man, oh man. Palmdale just find a way to continue to communicate and build off the success of each other. There's so many beautiful ways that a round can unfold.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
But for Palmdale, I gotta say it's their confidence. That's been the biggest change since they lost that very first map of Chalet so long ago. They've continued to progress in a way that they can communicate with each other. And if we look at their defense, the way they are setting themselves up is catering to their opponent. Brillam taking the Goyo, using it to great avail. And now we have even more trap operators in the form of the Frost and Thorn. It's a great combo. It's one that looks as if you go slow and don't deal with it in a proper, timely manner, will hurt you even more. In other words, Palmdale is playing into the weaknesses of their opponent, and I'm all here for it. It's exactly what you want to see.
Palmdale have been a very impressive defensive team throughout every single map we've seen today. And if they can get a big enough lead early on this map, the Timberwolves will be hard-pressed to repeat the same thing on the transition over to their defensive side. As mental battle tends to be arguably the most important thing for the high school scene. These young players. Security players been spotted, though. You can see the Timberwolves. You can see the speed at which Zox is willing to step forward. They'll flash out Zulu. And they'll use that skeleton key to start to try to clear out the utility that's more likely than not stacked inside of games. As it is bandit batteries in play. Very simple for your Buck skeleton key to get it done. They'll fall away from the site. They'll fall back a little bit further. And they'll work on a rappel for Games Room to get a sight line towards back bottom attic. But is a sight line no longer available for JoJo as they are taken off the board and Palmdale are now at a player disadvantage.
First Thorn Trap being dispersed by the Capitao. Meanwhile, Candela also being cooked. We'll briefly blind skis who's down below. Trying to spring the trap is the Wamai of Estepan. Olive will win that interaction. Still holding from down below. Minute remaining. Contention inside of attic. Not to mention white stairs. As CGF makes their way up. Finds Chu. Make it 3. Sea Skies. Stuck in a 1v4. Going to have to make their way up the stairs. Spiraling towards objective. Be able to escape, grab one more, spray right down. Critical amount of HP remaining. Contending with all these lines of sight, all these points of contention. One shot will do it. And Dom will be the nail in the coffin. As this second floor bomb site will not be nearly as successful the second time through.
Palmdale just really let the player count get out of hand. It didn't feel like they ever had a solid enough defensive presence. Remember what won them round 1? It was the play from behind bunk beds. It was the Timberwolves working big window. They almost entirely ignored big window this time. Very straightforward. Due diligence, basic preps, and a more simplistic approach to the objective. That puts Palmdale in a very uncomfortable spot where that's a default, very standard take for the Timberwolves, and they got torn apart. They do not want to play the same objective twice. Go ahead and throw up the tertiary objective, and for Palmdale, that looks to be kitchen and dining. And while my 2 favorite objectives in all of our 6 is, in fact, Villa Kitchen and Dining, then Oregon Kitchen and Dining, the only reason is because if you lose showers, you lose the round, and I love the idea of needing to be a raid boss level difficulty individual for a team. But I don't know if Palmdale realized the importance of that shower player. And the Timberwolves could just say, I don't care. I do not mind what you think about for showers. I don't care if you put a player there. We'll take kitchen. We'll take the second floor. And we'll be plenty happy with the result we'll get off the back of it. They do stack up quite heavy off to the northern side. They'll clear out small tower. They'll put players off to big window up for second floor, for kids dorm and bunk bed. I don't see any extension truly here for the Palmdale side. No, it's totally empty. This is a very passive, hands-off defense right now for the defense of Palmdale. And a very risky one at that, as Narfi will play up for the thermite exothermic charge up in small tower that will breach out the top reinforced wall in small. And that gives you full sight line to dining. And the very inevitable possibility of extending into it and getting that plant down for nearly free, as long as you can flush out the player from behind couch, and you're already doing half the job by peeking in from window at bottom of white stairs.
Spring the trap. Through the window, bottom white stairs. This has been great speed. You have the ram on the table. Go and capitalize on the verticality even. Estepan will be able to take care of Zox. With a minute 25. Things continue to narrow down. Narfi to take out Red Swan. That's the mute. The player that was caught behind the couches, finally being dealt with and dispersed. Jojo on the Nitro. Click, click, boom. As they'll be able to take out GCF. Now to the final 60 seconds. If you're in the mindset of Dom, your number one concern is going and getting that plant down and how you're going to make that a feasible reality. And it turns right over to Showers. Narfi first to enter into the site. Has to spray and pray. Gets some shots on a Brillam. Meanwhile, Dom finds one. Jojo to get a capture their second kill of the round. 44 seconds.
No
Estepan
way,
down
Narfi.
they go with Narfi on site. Single sliver of HP. Oliver taking some damage. Case is down in the possession of Jojo. They need to rotate off a site, and they have not made that realization. Meanwhile, Burlap is just sitting comfy, cozy inside the shower. Can't control the recoil. 20 seconds. Jojo. Smart glance. Glasses activated.
15 seconds left.
Full health. Just needs to capture the body. Finds one.
Sit back.
There's the
You don't have to
triple.
beat this.
Very smart, very calculated. Plan being attempted. Just needs to get a single shot onto the thermite. Runs for it. Can they find it? Yes, they can. Palmdale win the tertiary bomb site and go up 3-2.
My heart is beating here. An engagement that's too close for comfort for Palmdale. And a start of the round that absolutely was going the Timberwolves' way. You can't watch this game and not feel just how close it's always been. Palmdale, third round of their name, the first half nearing its conclusion, but you still have the Timberwolves and their final shot, their final chance to close it out in a 3-3 split, which would be gorgeous for the map of Oregon. In prime time, set them up for a very easy conclusion to this map, should things continue to go favorably in their way in the second, which statistically should. But Palmdale have now chosen to go back with the availability back in so for the basement, the most easily defendable objective, arguably in all of R6. Basement on Oregon. This club are difficult beyond belief for attacking teams, and there's no dirt. This isn't as easy as having a direct tube and tunnel into the objective. The only tube you could conceivably get would be reinforced, and that's bunker. And you'd still have to get out of barrel safely, and that gives you E-box. You have to fight the player in Pillar, fight the player from Harry Potter, fight the bunker player. The Timberwolves have so much ahead of them. And Z-Skis is on this roam game. It's a drone there to spot them. It finally is. Z-Skis going to be forced to wrap array. No way they can continue to hold this. They will. Z-Skis, confident. We've seen how good they are, but are they good enough to hold this spot and give Palmdale that man advantage they're so fighting for?
Entry will come in. Dom rushing forward. Tries to find one. Down goes Jojo. Quick refrag. That's how you gotta play it. Skis, whatever it is, will be good for two. Zox. Refrags. To Red Swan. With a minute 55 to go. That might have been the chaos. Preluding the storm. A little bit of a warning sign as a proper clear is now underway on the second floor as the remaining 3 players from the Timberwolves are all congregating in meeting room, figuring out what the best course of action is in this remaining minute and 25 seconds.
Olive will rotate over. They've got nades, they've got utility. And even 3-on-3 exiting into the final 60 seconds, it's just a matter of principle to create that phantom pressure, to create the variables of success that you can then use to pivot. But Narfi's in a very bad spot. Tries to step down the staircase, bites the proverbial bullet. Not many from Z-Skis, but enough to force them back. They're having to use the adrenal surge to get the HP back up to where they want it. Braum taking a huge lick of damage. Shots not going in the way of Palmdale. And both Braum and Z-Skis go down, and Estepan's not far behind him. The Timberwolves, a 3-on-3 should be even, but they made it look easy. It's a 3-3 split at halftime.
We knew this one was going to go the distance. That was no secret. What we didn't know is how close each and every single one of these rounds would have been. Especially in this first half of Oregon. Scott, I'm telling you, the things that I've been noticing, the ability to turn corners, and the conscious decisions that are being made from these players, they are not on autopilot. They are dialed right on in. We saw it in round number 5. Holding the time as the Warden player. Making sure to know when and how to swing around. For the Timberwolves, knowing how to play together to force their way downstairs in a 3-3 even man count. Not losing another body. That is called having a clear, calculated plan.
10 seconds left before insertion.
That is the perfect split that the Timberwolves were looking for in my books. That is them fighting for it and making sure that as they go towards the defensive end, they are ready to work together and continue to be an absolute unit.
So much of the Timberwolves' effective force on the attacking side will now no longer be an option. Passivity isn't an option against a Palmdale attack. We saw it on Chalet. If you can't keep Palmdale out of the fight, you can't keep Palmdale out of the round. You've got to take the fight to them. You've got to be in the face, got to have a solid enough extension in Rome, and be willing to take a couple of sacrifices to close out those players. The Timberwolves, in a round like this, are going to prioritize the utility, prioritize the life, not really have that much of an extension. There's one player on the first floor down towards kitchen. They can take Greenhall. But if Z-Skis has solidly set up a rotate denial, a roam denial util, your air jabs off towards Big Tower and rear stage, none of that will matter. And Z-Skis has already used one air jab. You'd assume they'd have to play it perfectly, but Red Swan's not picking the perfect side just yet. And now we'll have to realize it's a couple problems with breaching into that side. They're giving sight lines to their Nomad. They're giving Z-Skis an angle to work with. But Z-Skis is also very concerned about the possibility of their flank. That's when you want 3 players towards Big Tower instead. Olive will breach out, making sure nobody can drop towards Small Attic. Zox on the flank, cuts down the drone watcher of JoJo, and they can roam away. Out of danger and out of the scenario in play, and use the hatch here instead. As Zox sees another, downs another, and Palmdale are now in a 2-player deficit from a devastating defensive presence around the map of the Timberwolves.
Continuing to pressure from Attic. Skis and Estepan enter into sight. Borderline unexpected is the fact that we now have a plank going down. Even man count, Narfi finds a kill onto Skis. Narfi sprays for it. Palmdale can't get any more besides the plant. As the Timberwolves will go up 4-3.
Defender mission successful.
Braum just can't turn the right direction. It's been an unlucky half and an unlucky last few rounds, I should say, for Braum for the side of Palmdale. And for a player that's as skilled as Braum has been and for as clutch as Braum has been feeling, you have to feel a little bit for him. But you make your bet and you've got to lay within it. And now Palmdale are down already, stepping into the second half. And Timberwolves are on a streak of rounds that feels, in the game of R6, like they'll never stop. It's 10 minutes a span of success for the Timberwolves. It always feels like that'll turn to 15. That'll turn to 20. But time keeps ticking. And the defense has to move elsewhere, and they'll choose to the basement. Can Palmdale find a successful attacking strategy? With no Montaigne, they don't have a shield user that's as easy as can be to step through blue, out from barrels, and into bunker. But Braum thinks they can still do it. They want the blitz. They want the speed. This Friday, or was it Saturday, Zayden, we saw blitz rush through into sight through E-box hatch and into corner for default, but they had no assistance, no teammates, no one else there. Too fast for the rest of the roster. If Palmdale can't temper this blitz, if they can't keep Braum calm and collected, it's going to be hard-pressed to find shield success. They need somebody on rear stage. They need somebody there first to allow for a cutoff angle, to allow for devastation. But they're going to use this blitz first to clear out the second floor. No one in armory, no one in master bedroom. Clear out of attic. It's a very swift top-down clearance for Palmdale. They know the Timberwolves like that roam. They used it so effectively against them last round. Why not again? So sniff it in the bud early.
It looks like there's going to be a big emphasis towards this laundry side, but it all comes down to how quickly you can clear the rest of the maps. Will you be able to find Zox sitting inside of kitchen? Jacqueline Vigil, two operators that find each other butting heads constantly. Also need to be mindful of the over-reliance on the Jackal Inox rather than looking for other means. Esteban will go down, trying to use the impacts of great avail, swinging back to be able to confirm the kill, and that means Esteban will be revived right back up with a limited amount of HP, albeit, but that's still a gun targeting towards your opponent.
Braum's holding rear stage. This is something you don't see often, your blitz user not taking bunker. But with that smoke canister played and it tickling down into the bottom side of stairs, honestly, Braum doesn't have a safe way down. Olive would have a foothold to deal the perfect amount of damage to trickle away Braum's remaining HP. Jojo really close to that Rotero drone, but safe fallback. Castle barricade will be removed. Rotero drone moving forward. It's the last one. They have no way to clear bunker now. And they want to try to close out and give safety for the player trying to extend it out into freezer. Palmdale have set up the options, but they just need to finish it. Braum rushing upon Olive. Can't finish the job. No call out from Dom. Olive can't give the information. A 3v3 and a full flash. You gotta push it. They don't. Olive saves a teammate's life. GC with the finisher. Damage is there, and the Timberwolves up by 2. And the lack of communication ultimately means nothing, and Palmdale can't find the remaining frags on site. Too split, too drawn out. It's 5-3.
Wow. The ability to just go and split and just hold down the entirety of the but there's not even the thought of even touching the bunker side of things. The blitz worked wonders, but you called it out at the very start of the round there, Scott. You got to keep that blitz on a leash. You got to make sure that you go and don't allow them to rush in, because it's very easy to want to run forward and forward and forward with blitz and not be as methodical with the clear that you are going for. You absolutely must slow things down and put in that extra element to work. Can't stress that nearly enough. As a result, Palmdale, on a round that I would have deemed very achievable and winnable for them, will lose it. They are now forced to go and contend with this tertiary bomb site. Kitchen meeting room. We'll see Deimos
10 seconds to insertion.
making their debut in this matchup.
5 seconds
I think
left.
they'll be the
Will Deimos
perfect
work here though?
I don't know. There's not much information to be gained. It's only on the vertical clear. As long as the Mossberg shotgun is what was being selected, you maybe use that for some vertical holes. I'm trying to think if there's potentially a better selection that could have been made.
I love Deimos. The verticality of Deimos and the oppressiveness of Deimos is something that cannot be understated, but you need second floor control, and I don't see an operator selection that gives you that freely. Z-Skis with the Deimos can arguably only get one person at a time. You can only get one person at a time, and the one person you're specifically trying to clear is a vigil that can deny the entire use of your kit. Finally, though, will no longer work, and the tiny helicopter will start to watch, but it'll be sent right back. Isn't enough active information. You'll have to see. They're trying to rush upon him. Z-Skis hunting, has the space, wants the corner, knows where they are. Jojo gets taken down first. Rushed around the corner. Zox will go down. Can be finished, but Z-Skis can't find the space to do it. It's Estepon elsewhere, though. G36C for one. Z-Skis droning to ensure that Zox is dead, but Narfi files first. And you're in a 4v2. Palmdale have a lead. And that'll force Dom away from the second floor, but you're already down. Do you stay up? Do you fight? You can't now. The Deimos has found its value. Dom must fall to the first floor and must fall all the way below to split. But what a 1v1. Deimos is no more. And the Timberwolves are etching closer to tying up and creating a level of equilibrium. As the team wants Kitchen as two players in small tower and floorboard clearance and control of the second floor. This should be a free sight for Palmdale if they can just keep Olive away for now.
You have the amplified scope. You have the means to control this site. Everything up until this point has been great. Even from Palmdale, clearing out that top floor, being prompt about it, having the time to play with. Now using the Ayana Gemini replicator to go and clear around the castle of Oliver, force them all the way back. Legion Goo Mine working wonders from beyond the grave. Who's still alive? That's right, it's Dom capturing their second, making third, looking for the fourth, can't find it. Oliver spraying for it through the wall, he'll find it. And that's match point for the defending Timberwolves.
Map 3. All but guaranteed. A single mistake from Palmdale and the Timberwolves will take this map. In Border. A map I wouldn't want to face Palmdale on. A map they've already won on today. And that's a whole lot of weight even further on the Timberwolves' shoulders. 6-3 our scoreline. This second half flawless on the defense. Border. Man. If you play half the way you did on the defense here, Timberwolves, I don't know. It'll be easy for the Tualatin side.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
But they'll step up defensively and they'll move back up to the second floor. Palmdale, I would argue maybe you would more specifically try to hit big window. There are nitros available for the defense of the Timberwolves. But I don't anticipate neither Zox nor Olive to play on that first floor. Olive can be a whole lot more mobile. And MP7 can be a threat. But as long as no one's towards bunk bed, you can get a free plant into site and use big window as your primary point of contention. You just need a distraction. You just need safety. Breach out of attic, leave one there. Send 3 to big tower. Once it's breached open and they're safely there, let them crawl up slowly but surely and fight for a 1 versus however many are in drop. 2 to closet. And then 2 out of big window. Breach and swiftly step forward. That's all relying on having all 5. And you don't. Braum is dead. Your Capitao asphyxiation bolts are no more. And what seemingly was a big point of contention for you, I was going to say, with those smoke clouds, is so important. And now, so little there. That's a gross way to start a round for the Timberwolves.
With a piece shooter nonetheless, no kidding. They're going to be picking up the pieces, trying to find a equilibrium frag. Good use of these RCE Rotero drones. But there's not nearly enough chaos. There's not enough pressure being applied immediately, but that's exactly what you want from Estepan. Stepping up. Evening out the count. Looking for yet another. Zox next to fall from Z-Skis. Refrag on to Red Swan. That's Narfi. Still at large. Able to drone out inside attic. Waiting for it. Swing from the buck. Double from Estepan.
Located by attackers.
Can't find the next one as it's the vector of GCF to cut them down. All of the Dojo and Z-Skis to keep their team alive in this Oregon map. Can they do it?
Both players have fallen back. First floor. GCF will have to rotate. Once you go to attic, has it been breached? They'll have to go further. They're going to play from below as Narfi's at top of white stairs. GCF has no impact, so it'll be a full flank. And there's no flank watch utility for the side of Palmdale. They'll have to pray they've got a drone watching that direction. May not even matter. Timberwolves. Narfi securing the first. DB&Os. But Z-Skis is still up. Can be collected. That'll make this a 2v1 for Palmdale on the attack with 35 seconds remaining. GCF will work from the floorboards. Plant will start to go down. Is there a live ping for this? There may just be. The shot's not there. The side and repel. The metal, it splits. The vertical instead of horizontal. Now GCF will have to break their teammates' utility. The watch from the afterlife. They'll swing through the fire and the flames, and they won't last long within it as the AR swings them instead. What a round for Palmdale. They'll stay alive for that much longer. And the Timberwolves will have to watch as they'll play into another match point round and pray they can keep Palmdale out for the count to send us on over to border.
The ability for Palmdale to continue even after losing the body early on. They lost their Capitao. That would have been great for aiding in displacing a lot of the players that you had on the side of the Timberwolves. Tualatin did a great job, don't get me wrong, of being able to keep themselves in it even when they started to have slippage as soon as the Palmdale roster started to push into sight. But I want to go and highlight the overall usage of utility on Palmdale's side. We didn't see a crazy amount. The Rotero drones did their thing. There was no sense of denial towards them. But we still saw flashes being utilized. We still saw each of the players of the roster communicating. It did not break down. It didn't go and shut down just because you saw an extra little line of text saying match point at the top of your screen. That is something that's what winners are made of, Scott. It's the ability to carry on even when things look grim. I am all here for it. Interesting that we see the Blitz being reselected on this second floor site. But luckily, all 5 players escaping the opening seconds of the round.
Drone needs to be cleared. Zox takes their time to do it, but you're at least stripping away possible passive information later. They had your cutoff. That's a Palmdale side. That's something we have not seen from them. You could say it's a patented strategy. It's not. It's a cutoff angle. But they were really poor about those against Colony on Chalet. And obviously did a better job of it on Chalet here against the Timberwolves. Starting to see those adjustments they made ever since map 1. This feels like a new and involved team. And while they may still be down in this one, anything can happen in the game of R6. Floorboards, Estepan pressing danger. It's a defender very active for the side of the Timberwolves. They want space, and Estepan denies it. Down goes Dom. And Palmdale are now looking at a 2-player advantage and a free space to clear the Electroclaw. Make it 3. Make it snappy. Palmdale, 2 single players away from forcing up to possible OT. Just needing one more after. Zskis down they go, but it doesn't matter. Refrag for Braum, and Estepan goes even further beyond in this round. Palmdale up to 5, and the Timberwolves can't keep Palmdale out just yet.
Final round. Ooh, this has got me fired up. I gotta tell you, Scott, every single round leads to this. There's no more procrastination. There's no more room for error, especially on the side of Palmdale. Final round of regulation brings out the best in everyone. The last time that we saw overtime was yesterday against the 2 top seeds, and I've been itching to have yet another overtime matchup.
And defuse as many bombs as they can.
It's going to require one more round from Palmdale, contending against this basement site. They've yet to have any success attacking down here. However, a very notable change is the way Palmdale has slowed things down. And the last time, when the Blitz was utilized trying to make their way into supply, they did not do a very good job of waiting for their team and playing for both of those players. Moving forward into this final round,
5 seconds left before insertion.
they need to go and cut off the angles together, utilize the Blitz in a way that will easily force the Timberwolves out of position. But most importantly, they need to be quick. They need to be swift. And that's also assuming they know about the Kapkan EE1Ds that they're checking for. So many variables, so little time.
Setting breach charge.
Thirty seconds in. It's a slow crawl. It's not a race, folks. It's a marathon. And if Palmdale can take this race here, this marathon, they can keep the whole thing going as a whole. And the Timberwolves are starting to bring out every strategy they have. Look at the extension from Zox. They're in small tower. There's no way Palmdale droned this far. And because of that, you can assume Zoxes will be able to swing out in due time. They're looking for the freezer player. They're looking for the white stairs fragger. But Estepan, they need to be a whole lot safer. There is no nomad. There is no utility for that denial. It's a bandit looking for white stairs. And Zox hears the shield. They hear the breach of the barricade. They reinforced it for a reason, folks. And it's for the audio cue. Turn up the gain on that headset. You're going to need it. As the team preps. Estepan from security hats. That'd be a free one for Zox if they come through unseen and unheard. But 60 seconds left. And the team will start to transition to the staircase. If you're too slow here, Zox, the Timberwolves will have to see OT. But Palmdale have to find kills first, and it may not even matter past that shoulder is spotted, but I don't think they know for sure. Zox finally walking forward, top of stairs, into freezer, 2 freebies possibly here, but they can only get the one. The Nitro tossed, second the rip and dip. 38 seconds remaining. Narfi goes down. Zox in a bad spot, forced to hide, and DB&O'd in the process. Finish from Pillar. 2 versus 2 now with GCF taking Red Swan. Down goes another, and it's GCF alone. A 1v1 to JoJo. JoJo barely knowing where they are. Pistols out. Your game's on the line here, JoJo. 15 seconds left. They're trapped in box. You've got to play smart. The about to run, and they call it in time. JoJo, the final frag in Palmdale to OT.
Back and forth trades like no other. A strategic game of chess. You make one move, I'll make another. And at every turn, both these teams waiting for each other. With the barrel of a gun staring directly into the face of their counterpart. What a brilliant show of force. The worry I had when they flank Azox was a bit late. But still, coming up huge. The only problem being that the remaining players that were left alive were able to use that much more utility. On the other side of things, 3 different micro battles all simultaneously taking place. Bottom laundry all the way down towards the side of supply. That was an approach from Palmdale that has exceeded all of my expectations as they now seek to go and replicate it.
5 seconds remaining.
Except now,
they get defense first.
taking the defensive side. Absolute wonders.
Getting defense first on Oregon. Defense first on Oregon.
Let it sink
You
in.
can
Let it
get
sink in,
both
Scott.
basement and second floor. But Palmdale had plenty of problems. It was an even split 3-3 at halftime. Nothing is guaranteed in this game. And the Timberwolves may find that second surge they need because they came alive in the second half. They just fell apart at the end. There's no build up for them. They got to the end. They just failed to finish it. And Palmdale pulled off what seemed impossible from the start of that second half and the few rounds after. They made the comeback. And now we're going to see if it was all for nothing or if the Timberwolves will let Palmdale swing this series to a conclusion 2-0.
Attackers dropped the diffuser.
They failed to reach OT in the first map, and they let OT get acquired in the second. This is the Timberwolves needing a mental change-up. Rotero drone for the Kiva barricade. It gets both. Value, very much so known. Pillar control, though, a dangerous spot to be in as a player off towards barrels could see Estepan quite easily. 3 players watching the E-box hatch. And Estepan will be forced to fall back knowing the dangers and difficulties ahead of him. The trials and tribulations that they may be. It's the drop through E-box. Narfi doesn't know there's a Harry Potter player. The Harry Potter one goes down. A 1-for-1 concession. But it's Estepan on the fallback. Call out will be made. The blitz is close. And there's still someone rear stage. Estepan could feasibly swing this, but the blitz, they need help. Estepan needs assistance, but there's nothing there. Braum, one more back. Olive with the finisher. Has to pull a goo mine out. The Legion melee. The shield's back up. You can't finish them. They may not matter. Red Swan, a 1v2. And Olive's almost full. GCFX will begin to put the plant down. Red Swan needs to take Central Hall. There's no other way about it. If you let them escape from sight and stack up this post plant, it'll be over before you were given the best shot. The Mark 14 EBR has range. It's got distance. It's got damage. It takes 2 shots to complete for both of these kills. Pillar, player there. Red Swan taking damage and not dealing much back out. 20 seconds and ticking. Red Swan must pivot. As a player rotates up to the second floor, it's too late for Red Swan. Not having contention for the player in E-box, it'll require a miracle of a shot. They go for the 1v1. Damage not conceding. They get the pistols out for both, but the Timberwolves, tired of the Palmdale recovery, take the first round of OT.
That's how you do it. shut them down. Give yourself the opportunity. We saw them dominate on defense before. Palmdale having to claw their way in every single one of those defensive rounds. Opting to go back to laundry and supply room for what could be our final round here on Oregon. Palmdale still fighting for the opportunity, giving it their all before they have to go and enter into a 6th match of the day. So many variables here, Scott. Palmdale, you need to make sure you go and slow things down and play to your tempo, setting up the Timberwolves in a way that you feel comfortable. For the Timberwolves, the completely opposite side of the coin.
10 seconds to insert.
You gotta go and make sure that you are making Palmdale stress out,
5 seconds to
make
go.
mistakes at every turn as they try to turn towards objective. It's gonna be a lot harder to go for any sort of late stage flank in this time. You're gonna have to go for absolute force. The rotate up from the Goyo late will mean that Olive will have to go and replace that castle barricade, possibly in a different location.
Bomb located by attackers.
Makes it interesting.
Such a build-up.
It's nothing but anticipation.
Feels like every moment from this point on is the Timberwolves to lose. They are in control of their fate, and Palmdale has to not only create their own, but deny the destiny of the Timberwolves. Border on the horizon. An effective 1 round away, and the Timberwolves will have secured it in their shots. And moving on here in HSEL Nationals, they want the trophy, they want the medal. They want to fill out their case. There's a whole lot ahead of them on the road. Shots connecting from E-Box, visual spotted, fallback plan made for JoJo.
One thing they need to make sure.
They may have to break it.
They need to make sure they have means of getting into this site. There's no pocket EMPs, which means that these electro claws are most likely going to stay suitable means of countering in every single circumstance. The small blunder from Palmdale, but they haven't necessarily relied on their ability to hard breach before. They've been much more on that run and gun style, as they will be able to use at least one can opener to get on in.
They placed a Vulcan canister on the castle barricade of Freezer Stairs. Braum and Red Swan take a huge lick of damage in the process of destroying it. Narfi was there, but Braum with the shield. Still too much. The Blitz really powerful to contend with, and it's pillar control. Shots from Z-Skis, gets Olive, losing 2 teammates in the process, though. One fell swoop, sucks. Taking a big lick back, down by the Blitz. And not yet finished off. Have to deal with the Goyo inside a box. GCFX. Your teammate just a little bit farther away. It's a double tandem spray. Braum. A Blitz needs 2. They blinded the first. They could get the melee. They could secure it. 3 kills. Can you get the last? Pistols out. They're retreating. They have to secure. Is it enough? Oh! It is! Palmdale. Braum. Who else? Force yet another round of overtime. A blitz. A blitz in 2024. And round 15 is upon us.
The ability to scratch and claw everything out on the line. A united front that is Palmdale. The will to say no to a 3rd map. And now the opportunity. Coming down from a 3-round deficit.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
This is a team that is motivated. For the Timberwolves, this is the first round where their back is now against the wall.
Bomb located by attackers.
They have no more wiggle room. And for the first time since halftime, the Palmdale roster has a chance to steal this entire match.
10 seconds remaining.
Scott, all I need to do is talk, and I'm nervous for what this Palmdale and Timberwolf roster will have to do.
Out to defuse a bomb.
How will they manage these expectations?
The Timberwolves deserve the victory. They do. Flat, plain, and simple. They got there first. They earned it. They take the first round of OT. But Palmdale are hungry. And Palmdale are not giving up on it. They have fought every single inch back into this game. They have refused to give up. So while the Timberwolves deserve the victory, Palmdale look like they want it more. And they have to. From down so many rounds in the second half at match point for the Timberwolves to OT, to losing the first round of OT and now requiring a 2-round comeback. Palmdale. This is such a huge road. And letting it end without a victory would be a travesty for the roster. We've already gone through so much today, but the Timberwolves deserve the victory just as much, if not more. And they are not keen to throw it away in all the progress they made. You'll finally see Red Swan rotate away. Still sitting closer to tower, but doesn't seem like the Timberwolves are really opting for an attic approach whatsoever, which makes a lot of that approach useless and a lot of that big tower control really fruitful for Palmdale.
Two quick kills favoring Palmdale. All while still trying to go and contend towards sight. Even Olive having to deal with pressure. Is this the end of the Timberwolves?
The shield user. Your blitz. Your Braum. Cut off. GCFX. Nitroed. Still recovering from the detonation, but just fine still nonetheless. Estepan detonating a Vulcan canister. Red Swan detonating all his life. And Palmdale, they just performed the impossible. A second round comeback from a 3-3 split and a major loss of rounds. And the Timberwolves getting to the end, by the end, can't finish it at the end of the day. As your Palmdale roster will see themselves through into the lower finals for their chance, Zayden, to take down every team ahead of them. The two now remaining. Can they make it to the Valley side? I don't know.
I think that,
but they deserve the chance to do it after this performance.
Confidence is key. Man, oh man. Every single round, clawing back into this matchup, showing how hungry they were wanting that win. And that last round, Scott, cleaning things up, not giving any breathing room towards the Timberwolves, which you're right, played a phenomenal match. They did a great job, and they did. They got to the finish line first. But they just couldn't cross that line. And now, there, Palmdale's staring down even more matches in this HSEL Nationals Championship. They've done an absolutely wondrous job of just maintaining this coverage. But what I'm left wondering is, was it all for the interview? They said they wanted the interview, Scott, and I think that's exactly
They were confident they were going to get it as well. They were confident. Esteban literally said, I'll see you guys later. That's not like an awkward gamer moment leaving a Discord call and say, oh, see you guys later, and you're never intending to actually see them again. Esteban had confidence behind it, said it multiple times, doubled down and tripled down on saying, see you guys later, right? They knew this interview was going to come back. They wanted it, and they were confident they could take down this Tualatin team, and they did. So now you've got the number 8 seeded team. This match, this series, was a game of underdogs. It was a game of the lowest factor team stepping up and beating the higher seeded, the upper echelon rosters. And it's nationals. Every team's going to be good. But there is a big difference between your firsts, your seconds, and your eighths. And now Palmdale's making us question that 8th seed. They're making us question the seeding and rankings, as they're now moving on to face Putnam City, the number 1 seeded team, to fight for their chance to fight the number 2 seeded team in the spring champion. They've got 2 championship teams ahead of them. Fall 23 and spring 24 major. Can they do it? Time will tell. We'll have to poke and prod the mind here of Esteban once again to get them into an interview. But before then, we're going to take a quick break. Do not go anywhere. Let's hear some laps of victory for the Palmdale side and this interview. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome to HSEL Nationals 2024, presented by Oakley. HSEL Nationals is coming to Midwest Fest June 7 through 9, and you can grab tickets right now. Here's just a sample of what you can expect by attending. 1, the best high school esports student athletes in the nation battling it out over 3 days to see who becomes the undisputed national champion. 2, an Apex Legends tournament featuring the best schools from HSEL and anyone brave enough to stand against them. 3, Supernova Retro Arcade. 4, dance your heart out and feel the rhythm, because KC Bemini is bringing your favorite rhythm games here to Midwest Fest. And last but not least, giveaways. Just by attending Midwest Fest, you'll be entered into one of HCL National's numerous giveaways. And you can increase your entries by completing various objectives around the festival. All of these things and so much more are what you can expect by attending HCL Nationals at Midwest Fest. It all goes down June 7th through the 9th, live in Kansas City. Join us and see for yourself who will lift the trident.
Hello, educators. Welcome back. Are you ready to take your scholastic gaming to the next level? Because we are. We know you've been loving the Gaming Concepts curriculum, but don't worry, that amazing content isn't going away, just moving. Starting this fall, we'll be transferring your Gaming Concepts learning experience to our brand new US-based platform, Blueprint. But what's Blueprint all about? Blueprint is a cut above the average learning software. It's packing some serious upgrades. The interface is user-friendly, so you won't have to spend ages figuring it out. The platform also has robust security measures to make sure that your important data stays safe. It's also the exclusive provider of the Gaming Concepts curriculum. Plus, we're making the migration process super smooth. Clear instructions and support will be right at your fingertips. But wait, there's more. Blueprint is a living platform. That means you'll get regular updates and fresh, new content to keep your esports curriculum at the cutting edge. We'll be making continuous improvements based on user feedback and emerging best practices to help educators stay ahead of the game. Blueprint will also house a library of free curriculum materials, which you can use to expand your own knowledge and share your passion for esports education with others. Blueprint is a game changer for educators, a platform focused on enhancing student engagement, motivation, and ultimately, academic success. This powerful platform is designed to make teaching easier, more collaborative, and way more exciting. So what are the next steps? Change can be scary, but don't worry, you're not flying solo.
Generation Esports is going to be with you every step of the way to ensure a smooth transition. So keep an eye out for emails from the Generation Esports team featuring upcoming training videos to get you familiar with the platform and info on how to access Blueprint. Finally, be sure to share this video with your fellow gaming concepts educators and get ready for an amazing fall semester brought to you by Blueprint.
All of these different types of kids can come together and they work together, and it's just so fun to see them winning together. So my name is Lori Burney. I'm with Geyer High School and from Denton, Texas, so part of Denton ISD. There is a future in it. You can go to school and get a scholarship with it. You can go into so many different areas and aspects of esports, leads to game design, computer science fields, and I just think that it's pretty limitless, what they could do. And it's our job as the adults and the educators to kind of, help guide them through, these different avenues that they want to go through and explore. Now our district has passed a bond where they're actually going to put $500,000 towards building esport labs in all of our 5 zones. So we're really excited about that and how they're going to build it out. And that may never have happened had this group not have persisted and kept at it to continue to play and put Geyer, Texas or Den, Texas on the map. Me coming from the outside, not ever playing Rocket League, but taking the time to sit back and learn and absorb as much as I could, it wasn't hard for me to see all of the different aspects that transcend, just beyond, esports.
HSEL Nationals. My goodness, as this lower side of the bracket turned into something else, Binks. And my goodness, I'm so excited for what more is to come. Unfortunately, though, today, there is no more. And I don't believe the lower finals will be streamed either, which means the conclusion of that Putnam game against Palmdale is going to be a bit questionable and up in the air until it gets into the actual grand finals, which I believe is being worked on right now to get up and running, to be shown for everybody who wants to watch, to see if Greenview can close things out, and see if that lower bracket team can come up and upset them after having already lost to them previously. We'll have to see. But here in the booth, before we close out today, we have yet another interview with a player who never thought anything else, but I'm coming back here later. See you guys later himself. It's Esteban. Welcome back to the booth.
Thank you for having me. Like I said, I would be here later.
Never a doubt about it. And that ruins it because all our basic interview questions where we can kind of choose it out and just be like, hey, how are you feeling after that victory? None of it means anything now. We've already asked you how you're feeling today. We've already asked you how you guys are, confidence-wise and everything else in between. We're going to have to actually poke your brain here a little bit. I guess I'll start, but you're making it not so difficult for us here, Esteban. Map 1, obviously, you're heading back to a map you failed on earlier, and you said it was a mental battle that caused that. Y'all looked so much more clean. And I would argue the mental battle was infinitely more important on map 2 when you had to make the comeback. How did y'all recover from such a huge deficit?
Oh man, Oregon. We haven't played Oregon since the season for HSEL, like the regular season. It's been a while since we played Oregon, and it's not really our map. So it was a challenge at first, but we read their plays, we saw their strats, and we just adapted to them. I'm not gonna lie, at first we thought we were just gonna lose, but we had that team talk and we came back.
Oregon's known as the map where good teams go to die. Anyone can beat anyone. So even if you guys haven't touched the map in so long, you can still pull it off and still come away with a victory. That's why I always argue, never play Mirage in CS, never play Oregon in R6, and never play Ascent in Valorant. You just don't do it. It's too easy for these teams. It's your go-to maps. Zayden, you got a question?
I certainly do. Esteban, a lot of times I noticed that there was a big emphasis towards maintaining man count on your side of the roster. How did you, as well as your team, and make sure to communicate on where you're entering from, as well as specifically how did you maintain that man count through trading it off? Because especially in those later rounds, there's nothing but trades and chaos. Was it surely that same chaos, or was there any sort of calm in the storm?
Man, I feel like that whole game there was nothing calm at all. It was hectic. But Like I said, in our very first game with the last team, we talked to each other and we decided to play off of each other and just trade. As long as we keep trading, then we'll be good. It's the same mount count, same man count, same mentality, just less people, you know?
Basics. Get down to the basics, get down to the dirty work. And speaking of those basics, we harped on you a little bit in your first game against Colony. I'm sure you guys will VOD review. You better be VOD reviewing. That's a point I've been making all day. Even if you're high school, VOD reviewing is important. But you guys will probably hear it in the VOD. We were talking to you a little bit. So many times you would have taken down players for Colony on Chalet. Y'all probably should have won that map in the first place. Y'all even said so yourself in the interview last time. Y'all closed out those mistakes. Y'all did infinitely better. And we were very concerned, seeing that Chalet was first on the chopping block. You said it was a pure mental thing last time. You were not lying. You instilled confidence in your team and in each other. And I'm really happy to see that that panned out for you guys. But you guys just took down another seeded team that's higher than you. And now you're jumping up 3, if not 4 seeds even higher. The number 1 seeded team that got dropped by the number 2, the fall major champions. Are you expecting this to go in any way your way? And what are you guys going to do to prep for this game?
Well, we went against them last time and we took them very lightly because on the first couple of rounds we did very well against them, but then they started showing us that they were a very good team. And there's one player on their team that's really good, and we hope that we could show him that we also got better. Snuffed, we're all coming after you, man.
Snuffed is good. Snuffed is scary. Snuffed is Snuffed is the Sisis of Greenview Valley, right? There are that one player you look towards to complete that. And I would argue, I always say, a team that frags together wins together. I'm sure you've even heard me say that, Binks. It was a phrase I used all the time way back when. A team that frags together wins together. And I think that you guys as a whole, as a team, as a collective, are so darn good at doing exactly that. Everyone's fulfilling their role. Everyone's doing their job. And you're getting the basics, like y'all said, finished. And to that, the victor goes the spoils. I'll once again give you your stage. I'll give you your platform. Do you have anything you want to say before we send you on out of this booth and we get into the post show of our show?
I want to say a shout out to my other teacher, Mr. Grieve, for tuning into the stream. It means a lot that you're watching, and to all my other boys out there, it means a lot that you're watching. I love the support. It makes all of us even more confident and more ready for the games. I appreciate it.
Glad to know you have such supportive teachers and staff at your school. Really happy to hear that. Thank you very much again, Esteban. It was such a pleasure having you here, and good luck in your lower finals matchup against Putnam City. That'll happen off stream, unfortunately, but still, best of luck to you guys.
Thank you.
Alrighty. And Binks, unfortunately, that is the end of our show for the remainder of today on this nice Sunday evening. The day has been ticking on since 10:30 CT, and it's now coming to its conclusion very, very late at 4:42 CT as well. Been here for a while, but it was a good time nonetheless. But we couldn't have done it without the sponsors for HSEL Nationals, one of which is Intel. The High School Esports League is brought to you by Intel. Thanks to Intel support, HSEL is able to offer high school students across the nation unparalleled esports experience. From cutting-edge technology to thrilling competitions, Intel is fueling the future of high school esports. Discover how Intel sparks innovation and pushes the boundaries of possibility in Intel.com, as well as Oakley, we talked about previously, and of course, Valor, which is a wonderful training program for nearly any esports side, whether it be tangible player aspects or even just running and helping that program in general.
Yeah, absolutely wonder. Thank you very much to Intel. I know I've been an Intel user my entire life, and there's a reason why I've never even felt the need to switch. So that's as big of a compliment as I can really give them. Give them a try. You won't really feel any other need for anything else. But yeah, I'm
feel a need for bigger power supply sometimes. They're starting to get pretty hot and heavy. They're starting to get pretty power hungry. But I mean, your GPU is already going to be power hungry. I guarantee the 50 series that's coming out is going to require like a 1500 watt power supply. I mean, that'll handle everything. That'll get the job done. Jobs are good. And you want to run absolutely everything. You want to run R6 and insane frame rates. A GPU from 6 years ago can do it, but you can get even more frame rates with an Intel processor powering and helping that PC out to make sure all that debris and everything else will help and support that game and your experience while gaming in any game you go to. Shout out again once to all our sponsors. Check out the core principles we have here for HSEL and MSEL to help your programs out in case you need more aspects to help your teams with learning how to do shoutcasting, the esports scene. You want to step into fundamentals for running your program, anything of the sort. Check them all out. We'll probably have them somewhere on the screen or in the chat. It's been getting spammed in there the entire time. You'll see it. You'll love it, and you won't regret doing so. But that's all we have here for HSEL Nationals. Stay tuned. Coming up this week at some point will be the grand finals, hopefully on broadcast. I believe it will be Evergreen Valley facing off against the winner of the Putnam City versus the Palmdale High School side. Who's going to make it? Who's going to break it? Stay tuned to find out. We'll see you guys later.